Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eyo, eyo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eyo, eyo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler. Even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, Sarah VE and Playas. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 minggu kedua. Hari kedua, nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan semalam merupakan hari pertama kita semua dapat tengok Project Next di MPL. Dan setakat ini, kita nampak tim Vamos dan juga Todak nampak selesa di patch baru. And another thing that Rose nak add on adalah patch ini nampaknya very pro tank meta, di mana tank pun boleh jadi the rich guy dalam satu perlawanan. But now the question is, pasukan manakah akan buat perubahan besar dan kemas hari ini? So with that, mari kita lihat berjadual lawanan hari ini. Untuk perlawanan pertama, CG Esports menentang Untitled. Ini adalah aksi pertama CG selepas patch update baru. Manakala Untitled akan beraksi back-to-back selepas kekalahan semalam. Satu pasukan datang dengan pembacaan baharu terhadap meta. Satu lagi akan perlu membaiki kelemahan mereka untuk nampak lebih solid. Siapa yang akan muncul lebih solid dan membawa pulang kemenangan patch pembukaan hari ini? Perlawanan kedua, Homeboys menentang Team Ray. Ini sudah jadi perlawanan ketiga Homeboys setakat ini. Untuk kekalkan slot mereka di playoffs, mereka perlu mengunci kemenangan. Namun selepas sorakan luar jangka daripada Team Ray pada aksi minggu lepas, adakah big patch update ini membuka ruang kebangkitan buat Homeboys? And of course, the last match of the day, SRG OG menentang Todak. The Battle of Kings. Perlawanan legacy di bawah patch baru. Todak semalam mendapatkan reverse sweep yang agak shocking di bawah Coach Nafari. Bolehkah mereka membina semula Todak langgar? Dan adakah patch baru ini akan bantu misi 4-peat SRG OG? Malam ini kita akan dapat jawapannya. And of course, sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan pertama, jangan terlepas untuk menonton event Raja Map Grand Finals di penghujung rancangan hari ini. So, macam mana nak dapat tiket untuk malam ini actually? Korang dapatkan tiket mana-mana untuk hari ini. Perlawanan mana-mana pun, and secara automatik korang dapat layak, dapat tengok secara live di Dewan Sri Putra untuk Raja Map Grand Finals malam ini. And of course, at the same time, kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok dekat rumah, kita pun ada ini gaya kod kepada korang semua. Korang boleh isikan kod di bawah dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan in-game reward. And with that, mari kita mulakan match pertama di hari kedua, minggu kedua. With that, let's show it to the casters.
Thank you very much, Rose, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 2, Day 2 of MPL Malaysia Season 16. You're watching the English Desk, where we're about to enter the second day of the massive Project Next 2025 patch. Many new teams, 3 more matches. Will we see even more surprises? My name is Stafa, and I'm joined on the desk today by Gideon as well as Husky. Husky, this is your first day casting after the new patch drop. Any expectations?
Expectations? I think I am not satisfied yet from what I saw yesterday. I feel like a lot of teams are still trying to catch up to what Project Next has brought to the table. You know, a lot of changes in the roam position, the 4 different maps. A lot of the gameplays we saw yesterday were teams going back to their natural basic instincts, right? Just playing the game like how they know it. I want to see if the teams that didn't play yesterday, or the teams that are considered to be the strongest one, like SRGOG, are they going to show us what the essence of each map is actually about?
I don't know if they're missing any innovative ideas or just not willing to try, but we did see a couple on Friday itself. For those of you who don't know, the patch update is already dropped, and so far I think there are some interesting changes. Number one, especially to the way roamers earn gold for the most part of it. On top of the fact that patch update also includes the multiple map changes. With only one time we saw Dangerous Grass being played yesterday, and 2 times Broken Walls were available. I think for the most part of it, Dangerous Grass has to be by far the most impactful besides the Broken Walls.
I think it is interesting, though, that we were able to get all 4 maps on day 1. I think both of us were doubting whether or not we would actually get to see every single map, considering there were only 2 matches yesterday. But the luck of the draw favored us. We got to see every single one in action, though some to a little less utility than others. I do agree that Grass and Walls seem to have the most impact so far, but I personally want to see a little bit more from Flying Cloud. How about you, Husky?
I agree. I think Flying Clouds, I mean, based off of first impression, I definitely feel like Flying Clouds is the most gimmicky one. But I have had the misfortune of getting placed into Flying Clouds in most of my games. And I could say perhaps it could affect how you approach Lord fights in the late game when you're behind, right? When you just respawn and you want to get into position, that could help.
See, I agree with you actually, but let's put the maps aside for a quick moment and once again refresh everyone watching about other changes that have come, including the brand new hero Obsidia, as well as the revamp on Alice, both of which are not going to be available in Pro Play just yet. But like you mentioned earlier, Gideon, we had seen big changes, especially to roaming, that really increased the speed of farming overall. Now that the teams have gotten to experience it on the map, what changes might they bring?
Well, here's the thing. Based on what we saw yesterday, right, the only person to actually abuse one of these few changes, other than the fact that some teams generally either stick around with the wave or they bother roaming around to actually earn the EXP as well as gold, is Zorn, right? The one consistency that we've seen is that he's been able to figure out how to hit level 2 before the wave even crashes. And a lot of it is just revealing the opponent. That's why he invaded on Fanny when he had the chance. So that's something that we have to keep in mind for the early stages of the game if these supports decide to be in your face with high mobility.
Yeah, it's a bit of an anomaly as well because he did end up playing the Fanny roam, right? You get high mobility, you get to escape from the enemy jungle, which most roamers don't really get the luxury of. But based on calculation, I think if you play around this vision reveal goal where you reveal someone for the first time after they disappear for the map for 5 seconds, you get 30 gold and 40 XP. So if you reveal 3 heroes at level 1 as a roamer, let's say you walk into a buff take and you see 3 heroes there leashing the buff, it's a level 2 for you before your mid laner even clears the way.
Yeah, it's actually an insane change because you told us about this. You encountered this situation in your pub games previously where were they on your team or the enemy team?
It was my roamer.
Your roamer.
Yeah.
Your roamer walked into the jungle, saw 3 people, instantly hit level 2 before the waves even collided, and they could basically 1v3 because they had 2 skills before anyone else had access to that. So I think Zorn was trying to abuse that a little bit since Fanny with the mobility lets you scout people out very quickly. And it creates this dichotomy of like, actually, could the roamer be a core?
Could the roamer be a core? It seems a little unlikely because there is a cap to it at the end of the day, right? You're still looking to try and hit that 2k cap and 1k cap individually, and even then, the items that would be necessary to be relevant will take you away from those bonuses because that means you're earning like a significantly more amount of gold compared to the rest of the lobby. Because keep in mind, this only applies when you are the lowest gold.
Yeah, and you can't be taxing the wave early on, right? There has to be a give and take. I think that's kind of the balancing point for the current road enhancement. So if you want to play core like that Nana roam I saw yesterday, no, don't do it. It's too situational.
Yeah, probably not, especially not in our ranked games. If you want to do it in your own time, then that's up to you. But for now, let's talk about the teams that are going to be facing off on stage once again, starting off with CGE Sports, who started their debut in MPL MY Season 16 in grand fashion, sweeping GMX Kelantan quite handily. But now we're gonna be up against last season's second runner-up. We got Amzik, Valence, Chiku, Gary, and Yetri.
Now, based on the outside's impression, of course, Chiku, guys, is bringing in a huge market of fans on his side. But also with two veterans in Valence as well as Gary, it's been a good time. The big question is whether Yetri was able to jive during the MAL. And yes, they do. But Amzik is also a big question mark. Some people say that he's been performing decently well, and I have to agree. I think that Chiku, guys, has definitely found a star in Amzik. For now, still grooming him to eventually become the goal laner that they need. But we need to see more resistance, right? We need to see how much Amzik can actually handle things by himself.
It's always been a specialty of Chiku to find these diamonds in the rough, especially in the gold lane. But on the opposite side, we have a whole team of diamonds in the rough, untitled. Coming off an unexpected loss yesterday, SkyZ, Rasi, Storm, Kimin, and Siska are looking for more momentum.
Honestly, prior to today's match, I would, in a heartbeat, say that I think Untitled has a great chance of taking down CG Esports. But after yesterday's tragic loss against Todak, I'm not so sure anymore. I think we are seeing some of the patterns of Untitled kind of resurfacing again. The indecision or more of the overcommitment, right? Game 2 was kind of a mistake on their part where they lost track of the flow of the game. They were feeding into the Franco machine of dreams. And then Game 3 was just chain feeding from Untitled. Not really sure how to execute a game plan that they had in mind from the start, from scrims. So they gotta fix that, because against CG Esports, who have tendency to throw out very unorthodox picks, especially Chiku, guys, you have to be ready for these X factors.
This has always been an issue when it comes to Untitled. Even previously when they were DXS, the whole reason why we made such a big deal of them getting their first clean sweep at the start of the season was because every single one of their matches went full series before. They had a tendency to overheat, to overestimate themselves, and we thought they fixed that, but seems that old habits still do have a bit of difficulty dying hard.
Yeah, no, I think still fundamentals are going to be really, really important. But, I mean, let's look at the team of the weeks, right? Because so far, based on what we've seen, best 5 rankers from week 1 being Momo, ZachQT, SkyZ, Uni, and as well as Yums. When you start comparing the Dream Team to Untitled, that's where you start to see the differences. These guys are consistent every single time, and SkyZ in particular was a pretty outstanding part in that match itself. Oh, well, obviously there are 1 or 2 mechanical mistakes, but those things are more easily fixable.
Yeah, I think if it's not for Siska, SkyZ would have been an easy candidate for one of the highlight players of last season. And even then, in losing games, SkyZ is the one who was able to hold that game, right? He's not dying too much, and if he does, it's a product of the rest of his team not able to hold the front. Sort of like what was going on with Todak yesterday, when Lolia was the only one that's like, guys, please let me farm, don't drag me into these fights. That's SkyZ for Untitled.
I think SkyZ has really fit into the position super well, especially compared to some past performances. Because we have to remember, he's been in MPL a few times before joining back with DXS. And every single player on this board has performed admirably in week 1. I think personally though, a lot of us are going to have eyes on Yums going forward, since this was before the patch even dropped, before roamers really started getting the opportunity to get rich quick. So it's not just Yums, every single roamer in the league has a lot of opportunities moving forward now.
I mean, you've even heard the quote from yesterday from Untitled. They wanted to see SRG play first, but let's talk about this upcoming rise of roamers. Because again, as much as everybody has been idolizing Yums at this point, we still have veterans in our own right. Rasi as well, another veteran in his own right, coming in from the MPL Indonesia. Now here in MPL MY, alongside with Zorn, Nova X Kovar, everybody's going to be looking to abuse the small mechanics that the rework passive is going to bring to the table. I'm expecting to see a little bit more Khalid or even Hilda come into play, but then that gives you a very early oriented strategy, which is why I'm leaning more towards Khalid.
Yeah, we've seen even the Mud didn't run the Hilda Roam yesterday, right? There were some good ideas behind it, but again, conditions have to be right. As much as this is a pyramid scheme that actually is legit, you actually earn a lot of money, and sometimes roamers end the game with the most net worth. You still cannot just fully rely on the fact that your passive income has gone up. The fight still needs to be won. You still need to be able to find objectives, open the map, and if you can't get any of that right, those net worth is not going to matter.
Fundamentals are going to be key no matter what role it is, no matter what patch changes. But we have seen some expansion on that, some innovation, some creativity. Zorn being the pioneer here, like he always is, with that Fanny Roam. I want to ask both of you, after we saw that, which other roamers in the league have the highest potential of doing something interesting? Starting with Husky.
I'm looking at Helkert, I'm looking at Beloy, Helkert, Natalia.
Okay.
I'm looking at the Keyboy Kadita role. Maybe that could be possible as well, but it also comes down to the map, right? And this is based on, let's say if we get dangerous grass, and these heroes suddenly becomes incredibly good. They love map control, and they have the element of surprise, and they work really well with gold.
Okay, how about you, Gideon?
Well, I'm thinking of the traditional stuff. I think personally, for me, Grok is definitely a big standout in these particular moments. Khalid, as well as I mentioned before. Mincetar might be a little interesting, actually, because hitting level 2 usually is the biggest problem, right? It's either you help push out the wave, and even then you don't hit level 2, and you need a hook to stay relevant in these fights. I think now with these changes, there's a reason for you to be like, hey, I'm going to go for rapid boots at some point in the game. I'm just going to run around really, really quickly to affect and influence the map as much as I can.
I do think that rapid boots are getting an indirect buff, even though they were more directly nerfed thanks to the price changes, because you want that mobility. You want to be able to scout the map out as fast as possible and just hypercharge your early game by simply finding your opponents. And we're seeing the roam hero pool shift in that way. But now we can see on the stage, both teams are getting set up. Our very first match of week 2, day 2, between CG Esports and Untitled. We already talked a little bit about which teams we think have the priority, but let's focus a little bit right now on the side of Untitled. We actually have a little quote from Kimin, and he said yesterday, "We made a lot of mistakes in our match against Todak, like dying one by one. We put in so much effort and hard work this season, so honestly, we expected to perform better." And I think a lot of us felt that way as well. What do you think they need to change, Gideon?
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down to understanding their decision-making and their fundamentals. I think that's really it, right? Because a lot of these mistakes always come from autopiloting or playing with the subconscious, right? It's very frustrating to see a team who has actively been thinking about every one of their decisions to autopiloting and dying in really awkward timings. And I think Kimin totally understands that, right? He was a victim to it, his teammates were a victim to it, and I think this time around, it's really the recovery of how are they going to pull themselves back together to face off against CG, because this is the first time we're seeing CG actually touch this particular meta. So even they are walking into this with very either minimal expectations or in anticipation, hoping that CG just keeps it directed standard.
I think for Untitled, you have to have a voice in the team, and most of the time it's probably Storm and Rossi, to tell the team that, guys, we need to pull back. We can't just respawn, take a fight, lose it, and do the same thing over and over again. That was the whole theme of Game 3, even though the draft was actually pretty okay. If they were not that far behind, a lot of plays would have gone in Untitled's favor. So someone needed to hold that leash and be like, guys, we need to stand back now. We open the map, we control the objectives, and if we can't, just get go. Stop fighting. That's sort of the voice that they need in times like these.
The thing is, I've always felt like Untitled has been a team with pretty strong shot calling. The whole point is this team has a lot of trust in one another, and so we already know that communication should be good. So it is an interesting observation about why they encountered those situations in the first place. Is it a question of maybe they weren't ready, or their draft just didn't allow them to scale later into the game? But those are all questions that hopefully they found the answer to, because we are now jumping into the draft. First, we gotta figure out which map these two teams are gonna be facing off on in game number 1, and it is none other than Expanding Rivers. Your thoughts, Husky?
I love it already. I think CG would be very happy with Expanding Rivers. You know, Valence in that roam, he loves to get it going, and now it poses a challenge to Rasi, right? We know Rasi also likes to move around a lot to put pressure on the enemy roamer. This is the true test. Can Rasi keep up with Valence?
Yeah, I think there's an interesting argument that can be made here. I think right now, Untitled, especially after yesterday, the biggest issue, other than the fact that their fundamentals were being bad, was the fact that they needed to identify, was it a them issue or were they influenced, right? And a lot of it just came down to, oh, we were winning until we got hit by the hook. And that's something that you can't really change, right? So unless Untitled are in the right headspace to face off against CG, that might just repeat itself, especially if you're having somebody who's as proactive as Valens go on something like Cho, for an example. You get kicked, how much of that is actually your fault?
We've seen like Untitled come back from some impossible situations last season, and when we go down to the crux of the issue that causes them to lose games, that was sort of how they missed out an MSC slot.
It's mental game, right?
The overheating has always been an issue, and going into a new season, we're hopeful that that issue gets directly addressed. But looking at the draft right now, we are starting to see some bans become more common. Untitled gets rid of Fanny, the Kalea, the 1-1 on the blue side, which is interesting. And CG banned the Fredrin chip and the Angela. Baxia has been gaining a lot of priority ever since this patch update.
Oh, absolutely. I think that Baxia was never going to leave the meta anytime soon, considering the number of like power picks in play, the Kaleas, the Fredrins, and things like that. The question is whether CG is okay with like dealing with this Baxia, because Baxia makes the double fighters not work as well, right? Because it's highly dependent on like, can you maintain the formation of your team fights? And I think that's something that CG needs to answer. They get the Zeus stream, but they also get the Cho as well. I like this a lot. This does play into Balance's strength, but it also denies it from Rasi.
Yeah, it's a lot of peel for CG. One of the aspects we see a team that runs the juice in is that you have a lot of control, but then your damage profile has to come from somewhere. So on Tidal, I like this approach a lot more. The Lapu Lapu and the Harif. I think yesterday, even Game 3 against Todak, they were debating whether Lapu and CC was the way to go, but we've seen the matchup evolve, right? A lot of us had the impression that CC is going to win like 99% of the matchup, but there are situations where the Lapu gets like one kill and suddenly the lane is straight up game over. And for someone like Siska, I think Lapu is going to fit him against CG.
Absolutely. And especially considering that like if he wanted to go for the CC, he's not going to get much value out of Zushin or even Cho, right? And I think there's no reason to blind pick into it just yet, even though it's a strong laner. Because for all intents and purposes, CG could have just been like, oh, we go Yishin Shin, and then after that, just don't play a traditional tank.
Yeah.
But we'll see with this final pick coming in from CG. They're going to be locking in the Granger, so no jungle pick revealed.
I think this is a good approach from the side of CG Esports. Locking in your jungler this early on when you've already seen the Baxia limits your opportunities, because Baxia does cover a lot of bases nowadays, and that's why he's so highly prioritized. So allowing yourself a bit more time to determine whether or not you want to go tank or assassin/marksman like Yi Sun-shin later on is something that Jiku has always wanted to prioritize. One of the strengths of this team is that hero pool, which we've only really gotten a glimpse of.
And I like how teams are approaching the drafting phase, just because in this patch, both Lancelot and YSS got nerfed, so you don't have to like snap pick them in the first phase, which gives room for these kind of drafting patterns. Lancelot still gets banned out from Untitled, which I'm definitely okay with. You want to limit what Gary can play, right? We've seen Gary on the Yishun Shin when they played their first series against GMXK, and that was basically a landslide victory for CG. I think Untitled right now, you have plenty of choices for Rasi. Even let's say CG invests 2 bans into the roam, Rasi is not going to run out of heroes to play. But the interesting role is going to be Storm, right? He has that pocket Valentina whenever it calls for it. And against CG, it's not too bad of a pick.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad yet, right? Because CG, based on what we're seeing so far, Hilda gets banned. They also get rid of the Kimmy. Okay, sure, I think that that's completely fine. My guess is that they want to lean into the Assassins. The Kimmy, though, I would have imagined that they wanted something a little bit more burst-oriented, but I suppose Kimmy does have a bit of mobility to kind of get through places. Untitled, smart ban, getting rid of the Hayabusa, and now it's kind of up to CG to make the decision. I was suspecting they wanted to lean into the Assassins, but right now with 2 of them out of the way, I don't feel like picking up Link right now is the best either. So I feel like they're only left with Yi Chin.
Yeah, it's
Akai.
There's still Akai.
Possible, especially now that you're playing on Expanding River. Going for slower junglers does have higher benefits since you're going to be able to take advantage of those currents. Not to mention that I think Link has dropped off the map quite a bit these days. They go for the Joy, so still leaning into the Assassin pick, which is interesting because I don't feel like Joy has a particularly good matchup with Tabaxia.
It's kind of whatever, I'm being honest with you. Because again, Joy kind of slips through Baxia for the majority of the game. There's not much that Baxia can do to kind of stop her unless Joy makes the mistake of like, oh, I'm gonna dash into the Baxia's face, and he instantly shield unities you to try and cancel out your second dash. And then that's where you're gonna have issues. But other than that, most junglers kind of play around the problem.
There's another approach that Untitled can go for. If they want to go the Storm Angela route again, it is still open. You know, Angela, Blue, Baxia, Harif. Oh wait, actually it's banned out.
It was banned,
Okay,
yes.
yo, Farsa, sure. I think it's completely fine for Untitled.
Confirmed.
More and more Rossi gets the Grok one more time, and that's what they used to win against Todak yesterday too.
Yeah, this one's pretty decent, but Untitled is forcing CG to play mechanically well. I think there's no going around that, right? You get hit by too many abilities, you're going to die. If you're playing Cho into the Grok, you have to be able to use your anti-CC, and similarly to Grok as well, to kind of dodge certain abilities. At least for Grok, it's a little bit more telegraphed because of the butterflies and the markings, you can kind of tell. But with the Cho, it's a fighting game. It's all about those footsies.
It's an interesting answer for Untitled because when you look at it on paper, these heroes are not really meant to be direct answers to what CG is putting out. They're actually countered in a way, like Farsa being weak to Joy, Granger, and Cho, but they're just trying to keep it standard to see what CG will have in store for them. The glue comes out as the final pick for Yetri in the EXP lane, and with the drafts complete, how are you feeling?
Ooh, who's gonna kill the glue? I think that's question number one.
Yeah.
It's the same problem that that I think GMSK ran into against Vamos yesterday, where Go just had an Esmeralda, and GMSK were just like, I cannot take down this XP lane. Once more emphasizing how important having a good XP matchup is.
Yeah, no, it's pretty important, and I think right now, same points that I have for CG, it's a very mechanically inclined composition. Their success solely depends on how many abilities can they effectively get out and get value from with the way of the dragon, and especially for Amzik, this is going to be a big test for him because it's difficult to get in on these fights with so many threats looming to be able to kind of break through the front lines.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot to get through here, but Untitled trying to keep it a little bit more on down low, a little more standard, so that they don't overheat the same way they did yesterday by experimenting with different compositions. The waters of the Land of Dawn shall expand once again to facilitate even greater movement, even greater rotations, as we return once more for our very first game of Day 2 between Untitled and CG Esports.
Now watch Balance at level 2. Just as this wave gets cleared out, he probably saw like... Yeah, I know he saw 2 heroes, sadly. I think if he saw the third one, he's gonna hit level 2. Yeah, right about now. The timing's still okay. Rossi didn't have the same luxury. And that's gonna prompt Keemin to instantly show up with the shield unity to bail out his teammates. Right onto Chiku guy. That's the first blood coming through. Very, very good setup from Untitled.
That was a great wall. Most people tend to forget how much damage Grok actually does, mainly after the changes. You remember, if people remember old Grok, they're like, be careful, if he charges too much, he'll chunk out half your HP bar. But now at level 2 itself, to not only deny space, but get a full-blown kill onto Chiku, guys. That's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, it's a great start and really well identified from Untitled as well. They know for sure their mid lane combo is going to clear wave a little bit quicker, so they can set up a kill instantly for Keemin and slow down the momentum so that they can take advantage of an early mid-game power spike with this Farsa.
And Valor's Shunpo into the wall. Mid lane, another kill! Just not letting Chiku guys take a break. That's 2 times where the flicker was not expended, and that is going to give Storm so much space.
Unfortunately, Chiku guys, the only way to outplay that is just don't get hit by the stun. You just gotta sidestep Storm's stun. And Keemin, like, you can, I guess you still have flicker available and you don't want to waste it, but how much of the wave have you lost at this point? At this Storm level 3 to Chiku's level 3, slight EXP difference. Overall, we see that at least Rossi is coming up to the top side of the map to bail Siska from this lane and even give the extra EXP over.
Bigger question is Chiku guys going to hit level 4 for this turtle? We see Gary at the orange buff of Untitled. He's trying to catch up in terms of experience, and he is going to get that bit of a head start. Turtle for Untitled as they quickly make a rotation down boss. Guys, I will give the intel that Gary has just been there. And once again, I think Untitled on the ball.
Really good call, and you can see that Keemin instantly responded to that as well. Yetrin as well as Chiku guys cannot do much about this. They need to find a pick-off of some sort, but if Balance gets involved, he might just end up dying. So they just gotta back away from this, just let him take it. Oh god.
Looking for year 3 for the airstrike. The last salvo doesn't connect. Bravest Spider along Siska to get away. Had to invest the flicker. Good shooting ability to stop Balance, who was looking for a kick. And Rasti with a tectonic charge is enough.
Rasi popping off. Definitely had something to say after his performance yesterday, showing the world that he is still a roamer to be feared. Lots of really great calls being made by Untitled right now, targeting the mid lane specifically to deny the roam potential from the Zeus-in, and now they're making plays.
Trying to make a play onto Rasi. The flicker from Rasi to buy distance. Came in the midst of things. Balance finally gets a kick off on the Stoa, who will use his flicker to get away. Great peel, but Amzik comes in with the Death Sonata. Sniped onto Stoam. CG looking to fight more. Another pushback with the wall. Balance still staying there, but Skyz is going to look for him. Double for Amzik, who just keeps on participating. Gary electrifying beast. More than enough to get him out of that fight. And sadly for Skyz, he gets nothing.
He's mad. He's mad. He's mad. 2 people at 1 HP, both of which got hit by every ability SkyZ had to offer. He just didn't have enough base damage to finish them off. That's so unfortunate for a gold laner.
But that's really solid adjustment from CG as well. They know how aggressive Untitled is being. They know they want to keep playing that way so they can bait them into fights. It's a very risky choice because it depends heavily on your mechanics to make sure you can maximize the use of your HP. But that's exactly what happened here. And CG have completely swung the gold.
When you see a swing like this, and they evened it out just enough, it's still 50-50. Oh, hold on. They might try and turn this around because next neutral objective is about to spawn as well. Fighting now would be a bit of an awkward spot, but there's the Genius Wand coming in from Gary, so now he's got some relevant damage for anybody in the backline.
Even as the Grok, you need health bar as a resource. And Rasti has used majority of that just to open the map for CG, who will bring Amzik to join this fight. Skyz also participates. So might get a full-on 5v5 at the Turtle Pit.
The slow dance right here. River not going to matter too much in this situation since basically everyone on the map is around the Turtle Pit. Right now, Untitled have lost the initiation that they had earlier, and since Rasi is not at full HP, it's a bit hard for him to go hyper-aggressive. CG making good use of this space.
Alan's taking up a lot of that room too in the bush. Him and Yetri are doing a fantastic job in making sure that Untitled doesn't get priority, while also freeing up Gary to take that wave up top, gain experience, and some pocket change in the meantime.
They're going to keep on dancing for a little bit, but again, the gold laners, they've already decided. Oh!
Tectonic charge from Gary, flicker from Siska, they go straight onto the droid. Great setup again from Untitled to make the kill and the turtle take happen. Amzik will settle for the bottom tier 1 as a trade.
And the timing on that was excellent. Yetri should be okay here, but Untitled made the call at the perfect time. Siska already used his Bravest Fighter, and they knew that if they waited long enough, CG would look to engage once the Lapu didn't have his ultimate up. So the moment Rasi saw the opportunity, he took advantage of it, and Siska was able to follow up with a 2-man Landshaker. They also knew that Amzik was on the opposite side of the map, so perfectly timed from Untitled.
It's a good call. And more importantly, it was a really great angle coming in from both Siska and as well as Rasi. I feel like Rasi is really on it today, right? His mechanics have been on point. Look at this chunk here. Punishing Balance. Like, make sure that these bushes are never safe for CG.
I'm even investing the Feather airstrike to try and take out Balance, who gets out regardless. CG, they didn't take that fight lying down. Right? They lost the Turtle and Gary, but they still got bottom tier 1, and that is going to put Amzik in a very strong position too in terms of net worth, already rocking with 2 kills, and even prior to that, every single Death Sonata shot, we saw how much HP it took off of Siska.
I think we're at the stage of the game where CG is going to start shifting priorities. They know that Amzik has a 2-kill lead, and they know that Gary has been slowed down quite heavily, so the goal will be to generally avoid fights, try to feed kills into Amzik wherever possible, but delay the game until the later stages where Gary and Amzik become a more valid threat.
Till that point, they're going to be trading towers consistently, right? In terms of raw pressure, we see that Untitled are more likely to commit more bodies, more members to these neutral objectives in comparison to CG, where there is a priority on Amzik making sure that he has a decent GPM, right? He's currently at 5k total gold compared to the rest of his team who are like starving to break into the 4k. But even so, it's a necessary evil.
But it's actually not the worst. Not only is Amzik fairly ahead of Skyz in farm, Gary is actually ahead of Keemin, despite having faced the death earlier and having his jungle invaded quite consistently. CG is definitely focusing on funneling resources into these two cores specifically, and Yetri and Chiku are willing to sacrifice their farm for it.
They should know that Gary was at the bottom lane, so this turtle take will not be an easy one like the previous turtle take. Keemin is one level down too. Bravest fighters. This guy trying to zone out Gary, who used his ultimate already, as we get a very untimely pause.
Whoa, that is probably the worst pause timing anyone could ask for. Turtle is literally 1 health from retry range.
Oh, that is unlucky. It was a call by Storm, I think.
Oh, that's super unfortunate. Yeah, no worry. Our marshals are already on it. They will settle the issue, but man, really untimely, especially when Turtle's in retry range and the chain CC is currently sitting on top of Keemin. So again, I don't know whether he's going to be able to get the retry off in at time. It looks like it's a type 1 issue, so it's not that big of a deal, but hopefully we get back into this.
And by default, Gary should win the retribution battle.
Should be.
He's one level up. He was in range, or at least last we saw that frame that he just got in range. Doesn't have the ult though, so that could be something that that Untitled can capitalize on. You punish the Joy when he's used everything.
And this is one of the few situations where the sudden momentum pause could actually affect certain results. It's hard to say exactly to what extent, because these players have definitely prepared for that in some way, but right now, depending on how this turtle goes, it may or may not affect the game too heavily. We are still at the mid-game point. I'm pretty sure CG isn't intending to go too hard on the fight unless they can really find the opportunity. So the onus is really on Untitled to really set up this situation for themselves.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because just before the pause, I see Siska jumping in with the Bravest Fighter to maybe try and turn things around with the Land Shaker. So I don't know whether or not this 50-50 is going to be an honest-to-God win for CG. I think it's going to be much more of a power struggle, and assuming that even if CG takes that turtle, there's a good chance somebody's going to go down alongside it.
Also depends on whether Rasi and Siska have their flicker backup.
Yeah.
That was a big playmaking tool. They are guaranteed to control Gary if they catch him. Again, no more electrifying beats. But thank goodness it's not doing a Lord take. That would have been so much more different. Seems like Storm is... I would assume it's an audio issue because he was pointing towards his headphones, but seems like our Marshal has gotten that handle.
Imagine if it's so much worse. It's not the headset. He's just like, my ears. It's like, what do you
ears
want?
don't
No,
work.
Marshall's like, what do you want me to do about your ears, dude?
Call a doctor.
Call a doctor, sir. Luckily, it is still all tech related. Looks like our teams are about to get back into the game, so hopefully get to see who wins this 50-50.
One thing we do know is that, if I remember correctly, Rasi did actually start this fight with Flicker, so he doesn't have that, but he did use all of his resources to zone out Storm on the Farsa. So, wait, hold on, not the wait.
Chiku
Am I remembering something incorrectly? He
Uh,
was on the Farsa. I certainly can't. It was though. Okay, it's fine. Whatever. So the Farsa right now is being controlled, and the turtle state is kind of a question mark.
Did we just... Was that the turtle animation?
I don't know!
Like, who got the turtle?
I don't know who got
Who
the turtle.
got the turtle?
I feel like it already
Alright,
happened.
production, pull up the poll thing. Who got turtle? CG or Untitled? I mean, they're definitely in game, right? That
Picture in picture right now.
that looks like
Pull up the second border.
players look locked in for sure. Come on.
I mean, Rossi's definitely clicking buttons there.
Yeah, we can definitely see that they are back in game. Just to let everyone watching at home know, we will typically let the game run for a short moment after a pause just to make sure everything is okay before we officially return to it. Which means that the turtle fight has probably concluded by now.
I'll give it a heads up. Rasi died.
Yeah, apparently Rossi died.
Rasi is out for like 20 seconds.
Oh.
We're gonna go back into the game now. Let's see who got the turtle. It went to Untitled. They won the turtle fight
Hey.
at the cost of Rasi and his flicker.
Hey, let's go. So that means Siska's flicker was worthwhile. I don't know what exactly happened there, but let's just give it to him. Keemin. He's currently 2 levels down on Gary at this point, who's been power farming the entirety of the way, right? As much as they're absorbing these resources, Chiku, guys, is falling behind. Gary with a Holy Crystal purchase already, that's some big item power spikes.
Gary is incredibly reached. Okay.
Okay.
There we go. We get a replay.
Not the replay we were hoping for. Apparently, Rasi died outside the turtle fight, got caught up top with the Way of Dragon. That's another Sky Piercer stack over to Amsi.
Okay. So Amzik's currently in the best position possible, right? 3-0 and 0. not fully stacked on the Sky Piercer just yet, but it's kind of on the way at this point. And that's the real difference maker in this Harith B Granger matchup. It's how many Sky Piercer stacks do you have? Because if you have 0, you feel like, man, this is an impossible fight. With 80 stacks, you're like, man, this Harith is nothing.
Yeah, you shred the front lines, and Balance continues to open the map too. I think CG have been doing a great job at tracking Keemin's movement, or more so, forcing Keemin to rotate, and that opens up room for Gary, who is now 2 levels up on Keemin. Storm with the Lightning Trunk Gem purchase, Lord spawning bottom.
Yeah, when did Untitled lose at mid-tier 1? When did they lose that? I'm guessing it happened between the Turtle Take and Rasi dying. One or the other. I'm not 100% sure when it disappeared, but the fact that it's missing, I'm assuming that CG at this point, with a 1.4k lead, decided to take the Turtle.
Not sure if Untitled want to even contest this, because they're going to lose Keemin, who gets kicked back. Storm jumped on by Gary, and Gary runs him down. Rasi not in the fight. Siska, he's already expended everything. 2 deaths on Untitled's side. They want to look for more. Rasi goes up and gets the tectonic charge. Amzik barely escaped, but Siska is going to run a resource very soon. The passive still comes back up to survive against Gary. Somehow Untitled still in it, but Siska, he is very down low. Gets the passive again. Siska, Ravens by the backup. He's swinging that free sword to buy time for Untitled to make it an even trade. And even as Ammon forces backup from SkyZ, somehow Untitled stabilized that fight. And SkyZ's going for more. Amzik has to run.
That's an insane fight right there, ladies and gentlemen. It started pretty messy. It looked like CG had a great catch by picking up Keemin first, but then Untitled full dived. And I initially thought it was a mistake for Siska to go that far back just to chase Amzik away. By the way, props to the Granger once again, new player, showing that he's positioning really well. But Siska survived for such a long time as well that it ended up trading Gary with him.
I got my nominee for Play of the Day right there.
With 2 bravest fighters in a single fight.
Oh my god,
with 5% HP.
5% HP. Triggered his passive twice somehow. He somehow triggered it twice.
And he snuck Brace Smite in.
Oh, dude, I can't believe he got away with that. I'm still surprised that that play just happened. Wait, keep an eye on Amzik as well as Valence. They've got a pretty decent flank angle through the mid lane if necessary. Amzik's going to show himself, but I'm waiting for Valence to make that move.
The flickers are going to be back up for Untitled. Maximum 30 seconds for Rasi. Storm will get his now. This also needs a bit of time. Valence is not going to wait. Finds the kick, but instantly Spirified from SkyZ. Valence gets jumped on. Keemin just zones Amzik away. Valence will give up his life. SkyZ picks up the kill, and Keemin protected by his teammates. Great fed airstrike from Storm. Everyone from CG running away.
It's about breaking bad line. Oh wait, SkyZ.
Oh, they got him! BHP pulls SkyZ back and gives Amzik the 4th kill. Do they know where Gary is though? They definitely are not tracking this Joy, and Rasi will now find the info. Knock Gary back just a little bit. And CG now gain priority over Lord.
Pretty unlucky, pretty unlucky. Amzik is still around, so they have relevant damage. Storm, the only damage dealer other than Siska. There's no guarantee that they can connect on Amzik. They know he has Flicker as well.
Rasi's Flicker is back up. He couldn't make a hero play here with Siska, who also has his resource. Storm gets jumped on by Gary again, and they engage!
My god.
We talked about this. Storm with the reposition, buying space once more, but they still lost him. Now Landshaker out from Siska. Him and Keemin will have to hold the front. Gary trying to get the Lord to retry range. Couldn't get it. Chased away by Siska. Rasi in the thick of things. Siska with the collection. Keemin now has a free Lord to take Untitled. Again, weather the storm.
That is the breakthrough they were looking for right there. CG 100% jumped the gun, spent way too many resources, dived way too far to try and go for backline pickoffs. Amzik has been so far doing such a good job of keeping himself alive in the back, but he walked into the jungle and got caught in the tectonic charge, and when that happened, the fight was basically over for CG.
To be fair, Amzik had already used this Flicker. There was not much he could do to get away from that tectonic charge, no matter how you look at it. Rasi, really good options here. Like, his pre-existing knowledge of Grok has definitely helped him understand the way that he can kind of manipulate the way opponents play, and more importantly so, the use of the wall. But at this point, they need towers if they want space on the map, and that's their biggest problem. With this Lord, that's going to open up a bit of space, but CG are going to say, we're going to give you anything but our mid-tier 1.
Not only that, Siska has been instrumental in the last 2 fights. The one that would have given CG a massive lead, and the one that led up to the Lord take. Siska doing everything on this Lapu.
If we had any doubts about it before, I think Lapu Lapu is going to become the new Prio EXP pick here besides CC. Lord now going to be crashing in up top. With Amzik alive, CG will be able to clear it quite quickly, and there is no longer a fettered airstrike. Untitled still want to push it.
Start of the game, when we saw the draft, we said that who is going to take down Ye3? In title say we take down his teammates. And then Ye3 becomes a bit of an irrelevant for the rest of the fight. Rasi has to flicker, Tectonic tries to get out. Balance out find the opening, that's Stoem. Untitled, have they overstayed their welcome? Because Rasi comes back with the immortality, drag back onto SkyZ, who needs to get out of this situation with an outplay, but it's just not possible. And now it comes out to Siska and Kimin, control for very long, but Siska flickers life shaken again. He needs to be a hero that he has always been. On to Chico, guys. This Lapu Lapu is too much. Chico needs to get out. Siska on the chase, Ye3 with the peel. And after all of that, it's still an even exchange.
Oh my god, Siska.
What?
He's still alive and he's not dying. He's not dying. Do we not have anti-heal? I'm pretty sure that you guys had the going on, but even then, that damage reduction made sure that Amzik just could not cut through Siska's raw sustain.
Unbelievable.
By all means, that should have been a CG fight. It was perfectly started, perfectly taken. Ye3 found SkyZ. They grouped them all up together for the AoE damage. You only had the Baxi and Lapu Lapu left, and Untitled still beat the odds. Siska sitting on the very top of the damage dealt ranking, outpacing even a Granger.
He's cracking his neck on the player cam. He's like, okay, boys.
It's fine.
This is my game. That was the 4v5. Stoem was not part of the fight.
Storm was not part of the fight. SkyZ was basically trying his best, but he was essentially gone as well. Kimin existed, I suppose. He put down the anti-heal at least, but man, that could have gone so badly, or it should have at least gone badly for Untitled. CG have to rethink the plan because Siska is too big of an issue, and I don't think that Gary can do it by himself alongside Amzik, especially when there's so much sustain. They could look to kick Siska early before he gets the bravest fighter down, but even then, I think Ye3 just keep his eyes on SkyZ and maybe even Storm. Everybody else has to just play around Siska. 20 seconds until his flicker.
Kimin forces out the lantern, the ult from Chiku, guys. So no Crimson Beacon for the next 25 seconds. The question they also need to ask themselves is, has anyone found where Valence is? That could be a big game changer too. SkyZ has Purify, but not Stoem.
The issue is, even if Valence gets a pickup, CG is a little bit lacking on burst. Gary can only really look to maybe one-shot Storm or SkyZ, and then the rest is up to Amzik. That's why Untitled are quite comfortable diving him in the backline. Because as long as they keep the Granger out of the fight, they can take as long as they need.
Okay, interesting move coming in from Untitled. Like, CG don't want to be the first people to sit on top of this Lord, so they're trying to manipulate the waves, but here comes Val's with the flag!
He does have to Purify. SkyZ still holds on to it, now presses it. Gary on top of SkyZ, who needs to run away. Rasi can't save him in time. And Gary will be underneath the turret, finds a double kill for himself. Untitled finally caught with their pants down.
This is what you want to see from CG's side, right? They know they've got the mechanics, but they need to set up the scenario where Untitled are forced to kind of move out of their positions. CG want to go for these big flanks. They need to take out backline damage dealers, and they found SkyZ in as well as Stoem because they were threatening the mid lane. Untitled preemptively moves over to try and block it, and that's when CG snaps.
Good Lord reset by Rasi, but he might have to sacrifice his life because Ye3 found him. Siska, bravest fighter to disengage. Really wants to hold on to the flicker if he can. Should be able to do so to buy time for his team to come back, but I think CG should get this door without any problem.
The only way for CG to have come back in this situation was to just out-mechanic and outshot call Untitled, and that's exactly what happened. Literally, the steps I said they needed to take, Gary needed to burst SkyZ, and Stoem happened. They get the Lord. Kimin, you should not be here.
Why? Why was that call even possible from Untitled?
Desperate. Just
although
he felt like he was forced to move, or like at least force Gary into a 50-50 scenario, right? I think that at the end of it, mistakes happen, it's fine, but let's see if they lose an inhibitor because of it. Because Kimin at this point, even if he goes onto the defense, doesn't provide much value other than slowing down the Lord.
Purify just back up for SkyZ. 4v5 situation. Rasi's gonna get kicked. Let's see, flickers away. Does have the Tectonic charge to work with. Lord needs to be priority number one as Untitled invests everything to take out the Lord. Rasi using his body as a shield. It fell SkyZ again! The knockup from Valence doing more than enough work. Rusty's gonna come back with Immortality. The Lord still has some health to work with Stolen. We have to invest everything to get rid of that objective. But there's still a catapult, and CG, despite everything that has happened, will take game 1 from Untitled.
An unexpected result, all things considered. Considering that Untitled were controlling most of that early to mid game. CG held strong, they knew the win condition, they persevered until they hit the late game timing. And that's all it took.
Yep, just one game already. 1-0 so far for CG. Really had to get fluid in the match. They were the ones who had to out-mechanic here. Yes, there were some mistakes, of course, but definitely with Siska's performance, they had to slow down, really think about how to approach the game in a very tactical sense. If you can bait movements, they have to break formation.
If I have just one minor, bone to pick, I think is that flank from Valence on the SkyZ. He really tried to be patient with the Purify, and I think that costed him his life and the game.
I don't know if he was patient with his Purify because he hit the Purify on time. He still had to walk through the little Globule coming in from Glue, Yetri's Glue. He purified both of them. It's just that once Glue is there, there's no real running from him.
Yeah, because he pressed it after the kick went through. He didn't press it on the kick. I think that was the big difference maker, because that allowed Yetri to get on top of him. Very small things that I felt like could have really made the difference. And of course, the desperation play from Kimin, which I felt like if he was around, they could still hold the Lord Untitled. It's just nightmare from yesterday is just coming back again.
Yeah, I don't really know why Kimin decided to throw his body into the back of the Lord Pit when it was already taken at that point. You really gotta just 180 turn around and just take your losses. Because they didn't have the extra body, the base defense became that much harder, as you mentioned. And while it is true that I agree an earlier Purify from SkyZ may have given him more chances to survive, I think we gotta give bigger props to both Valence and Yetri's positioning, because they were definitely communicating with each other.
Yep.
They were looking for the pincer, and Untitled was not in position to actually back up their marksman.
Yeah, no, it's just unfortunate that they weren't there to kind of peel for him, but I don't think they could have. I think the most they could have done is with the Grok, but everybody else was kind of there just to try and chunk them out. That said, let's have a look at our backstage MVP of the game. Give it up for Gary from the jungle position. Joy doing so much work this game, finding not only the picks, but more importantly, once he already completed his 3 items, he's looking for backliners.
He essentially told Stoem that you are not playing the game. No farther for you, because the last 3 deaths of Stoem all were because Gary somehow snuck onto the backline and ran him down. And he didn't need to necessarily take out Stoem, but forcing him out of the feather airstrike, forcing him to reposition and just waste time, that's all he needed to do.
It looks like Gary also swapped out one of his items. I saw him purchase a Holy Crystal earlier, but I think he sold it off, and it looks like he wanted the extra sustainability. Well, I say sustain, but really survivability, and also the extra util just to dodge some key spells.
I think it's a good idea, because Gary is well aware of his responsibility in the fight. He has to burst at least one of Storm or SkyZ. And while the Holy Crystal makes that happen quicker, in general, he's going to be able to stick to them for most of the duration, and he doesn't actually need that extra damage. He needs ways of getting out afterwards so that he can still persist and keep the fight going for CG.
Yeah, especially since, like, if we're looking on the side of Untitled, based on their items, right, their squishies don't run any way to kind of protect themselves. Any MR as well. No magic resist at all from Stone or as well as SkyZ. No choice, right, because there are cores of the composition. So I get it, right? Gary's trying to be cost efficient with his item build, but he had already finished the Holy Crystal. So I'm just saying, when did he sell it for the Winter Crown or eventual Winter Crowns?
Even Yetri went for kind of a hybrid build. You know, Radiant, Dharmize, and then you see the Cursed Helm, the glowing one, and he didn't die this game. It's a recurring theme. I think Untitled, they have the solution. We take out everyone and we leave Yetri for last. But it also means that they have to start taking out CG members first, which didn't really happen in the tail end of the game.
You can tell from the way they were taking fights that Untitled made the call. We're gonna ignore the front line, we take out the back line first. And it worked out pretty well for them in the initial stages. But CG eventually saw through this plan, started adjusting, started focusing all their resources to funnel into Amzik and Gary specifically, and just making sure it doesn't matter if you guys are not doing enough damage, we just need you to stay safe in the fight. And that was the priority, and they did a very good job of that.
Well, I mean, Untitled, if it was a traditional front-to-back against CG, they would probably win the team fight, right?
Yeah.
We saw that Storm does clearly enough damage. Same goes for SkyZ, and I mean, obviously, Siska, without a doubt, and he was so far ahead in terms of damage dealt that it proves that he naturally would have been able to 1v3 without much of an issue. CG's side, it's just how do you break those battle lines, right? Front lines are tough, but at the same time, we did see multiple times where Valens actually takes advantage of Rossi's over-aggression, knows when he doesn't have his crowd control, because every single time he throws a cooldown out and doesn't have his passive, then Rossi is susceptible to a kick.
And that really props to Valens too, for finding these openings. He's constantly being active, even though a lot of these kicks are not going to result to much, but he needed to make sure that he keeps Rossi in check, forces Rossi to use the wall to maybe force a flicker out, and that's sort of how they won the fight in the top jungle, if not for Siska.
Yeah, if not for Siska, that is potentially where the game would have ended, actually. CG could have completely pushed in afterwards, and they weren't expecting Untitled to put up such a strong resistance, but they were still able to eke out the win in the end. We can see here that Gary is going to be our rich guy and the carry at the same time. In a meta where Joy is starting to have a little bit of difficulty dealing with some of the bulkier front lines, he was still able to find the opportunities to break through the cracks in Untitled's armor. And while Rossi tanked a lot of damage and did a lot of work early on in the game, it still wasn't enough to stop Chiku from becoming the best wingman.
Chiku helping out as much as his team needs him to. And I think for Untitled, I do start to notice a trend of like, hey, we start early, we fight well, but then once we start getting into the later stages of the game, once it becomes that mental game of like, it's not who presses the buttons better, but who can outthink their opponent, that's where we're starting to see Untitled really begin to struggle, right? Because they're making some strange decisions. When you see the earlier stages, the rotations are good, the first fights and angles were really obviously better from the side of Untitled, and then there's the downgrade after situation where it turns a 60-40 into a 50-50.
I would even argue in certain team fights, I think Untitled fought way better than what CG could have put out, right? And that is in the event that CG had advantage. Like in these situations where CG got the numbers advantage, especially this one where basically two members of Untitled were obsolete and they were left in a 2v5, Untitled still were able to equalize the team fight, and that's something that is very consistent with the team. But like Gideon said, it's the late game decision. It's when it comes down, when push comes to shove, when your backs are against the wall, that's where Untitled start to collapse.
I feel like there's a kind of discord between the members of Untitled once you get into the later stages, because some of them have a tendency to overheat or to want to make... Oh wait, Rossi missed the tectonic charge as well! That is a massive blunder right there. And I don't even blame him, that actually happens more often than I'd like to admit.
Yeah, because the Grok can't just instantly go into the tectonic charge, there's a bit of a wind up to it, so there's like a split second that you can react. Overall, yeah, CG, they can push some buttons and it's clear.
Ooh. It's clear, alright. CG are here to play after all. And a lot of us were asking the question, right? Alright, CG had a great debut, 2-0 against GMX, but can they do the same against a stronger, more experienced team? CG instantly telling us, yes, we can.
And to be fair to Untitled, they set the bar very, very high on their debut season. And I think to top that is not going to be easy. There is a universe that they could finish not top 3 this season, and you know, you have to be fine with it, right? With contenders like CG, with Vamos looking good, and even with Monster Vicious being back in the conversation. But it's more important to know if Untitled can come back from that loss, because it looked very close.
It did look very, very close indeed, but we want to ask you guys, what do you think? If you look at the bottom of the screen right now, we have a question to ask y'all that you can answer by scanning the QR code below. What do you guys think CG needs to watch out about Untitled? Is it A, Keemin's aggressive jungling? Is it B, SkyZ's bloodthirsty marksman? Or is it C, Siska's hard frontline / zoning? What would be your answer, Gideon?
C, man, Siska is doing so much work on this Lapu. And if there's anything that we can learn from yesterday's games, is the fact that if Siska doesn't do well, the rest of the team starts to not do well too. Because Fondir was lost to him in game number 1, was able to go even in game number 2. Game 3 is where we see Fondir actually win against Ziska, and how easy was that game once he's out of the picture?
I'm surprised that Rasi isn't part of the choice, right? Because I would have Rasi. Like, I would instantly pick Rasi because I think he is the enabler of the team. Like, him and Siska work hand in hand, but without Rasi, Siska can't do it all on his own. So D, Rasi.
Option D.
Option D.
Let's add that option for the fans. If enough of you guys ask for it, put it in the comments, Rasi, D. Then maybe we'll consider that in the future. But yeah, I do think that every single member of Untitled has shown their capability and they work really well as a unit. And they clearly went into this game with an idea. We're gonna be aggressive, we're gonna disable Chiku, then we can roam around the map for free. And it worked for a long time. But they lack the ability to adjust after Chiku guys adapted to it. So what's next?
I think it's the same as what we talked about prior, leading into up to game 1 is just, you need to know when to pump the brakes. Even in the early game, we agreed in Untitled, they had some very good rotations, some great skirmishes, but they forgot to pump the brakes and CG equalized the net worth. That's sort of something that has been a reoccurring theme. Someone needs to be like, okay, we're content with this. Let's go back to managing our ways, get some goal from our team because they were losing the macro game too.
Yeah, well, I think right now Untitled need to be a little bit more malleable, right? I think that they're decent at pushing the agenda, but I think if we look at the words from Coach Rain, there's concerns from Project Nets about finding the specific strategies for each map. Then you start to think a little bit more about the situation, right? Every map is designed to maximize different heroes. To help CG become more flexible, the first step is to find the reasoning behind why each map was released. So, as we see from Coach Rain, they're already taking into consideration how quickly they need to move across the map. Previous one that we played was the Expanding Rivers. I think that's something that Coach Theo is also thinking about at the same time, and I think their players need to just calm down, be malleable and flexible like Coach Rain, and think about the game, hey, we need to be consistent in winning our fights and continuing to press the advantage, but as soon as we drop the ball, we don't necessarily need to pump the brakes. We just need to flip the switch, go back a little bit more passive, and then flip it back once we start winning.
Cut your losses. I think that's the most important thing that Untitled struggles with. It feels like it's two sides of the same coin. When they do very well, we see them incredibly disciplined, even more disciplined than the veteran teams we saw last season in the second half of the regular season in the playoffs. And then there are times where they just throw bodies.
Yeah, it's a big dichotomy here that we hope can become a bit more consistent, but we actually have a bit of a WhatsApp leak here from the MPL MY caster group, where Subwoofer, I wonder who that is, who would woof around here. He said, in game 1 of GMXK versus Vamos, Zorn was the second person to hit level 15 after Jaja. And then Adine said, wait till Lancelot goes roam. Ching, C2 enemy, instantly gets 60 gold. Kadita roam could be an option, Hashtag long live a roamer.
Hey, I've been fighting with Adine a lot in the group chat. Like, shut out, you roamer main. As a mid lane player, oh man, we need some love.
Yeah, I do agree that roamers needed a bit of a change, but mid laners have been suffering a lot. Hey, all your power is in the kit, and that's pretty much all they're getting. That's all you guys are getting. It's like, ooh, here's a decent kit. And even then, it gets banned out like 90% of the time.
Yeah, a long time coming.
I mean, playing as a mid laner, you feel like a Paralympic, right? Like I have all the tools, but I'm on a wheelchair, and I need my roamer to push me around. And what if my roamer can't push me around? What happens?
Yeah, what if I trip over a piece of gravel my roamer could have kicked out of the way?
Yeah, I lose.
Like my roamer used to help me around, but after they made the changes and said, hey, you only get paid if you find other people, it's like, you left me and now I don't have a friend anymore, and it's very, very sad. But you know what's not sad? The excitement of finding out what's going to be the map for game number 2. The rotation pulls out dangerous grass, and that means danger will now lurk around every corner.
Well, Untitled only won on Broken Wall so far. They came close in Expanding Rivers, they came close in Dangerous Grass too, and then they sort of dropped the ball. But the bans, surprisingly, are exactly the same. Untitled still get first pick just like game 1.
Coach Theo not changing his plan, and I think it makes total sense because, again, his composition doesn't really care about these bushes too much overall. They had people to be able to clear them, From CG's side, I don't know if they're discussing about what this last pick is going to be, or at the very least what this last ban is going to be now that the map has changed.
Yeah, previously they banned out Angela in this position. Yesterday we saw very specific bans on heroes like Natalia and Guinevere when it came to the dangerous grass as well. But they will ban out the Zeusyn instead, which does make a lot of sense. This hero is one of the easier ways to scout out all those bushes.
Interesting. I feel like CG want to get this Angela selected in for Untitled, and looks like Untitled are happy to bite on it. So now CG, what was the plan, right? Because they were actively discussing about whether to let Zeusyn through or whether to pick up, whether to ban out the Angela. And I want to see the response because there's multiple ways to deal with this. Either you deal with the hero itself, or you have somebody who's even more aggressive to force out the hard guard early on in these fights, back off, and then re-engage.
But it's less punishing too because hard guard's cooldown is 20 seconds, right? So there's a way smaller margin of error in that from that early to mid game.
It's such a low cooldown actually.
You do trade the scaling though, so when the game goes late, you sort of get punished there. Or you could go down the cooldown route and be like, I'll take a Franco. Or in this case, Esmeralda, you suck the shield away.
Alright. Yesterday we questioned why the opposing team didn't go Esmeralda when the Angela was shown, but that was because the EXP lane matchup wasn't as ideal this time. CG just snap it up instantly, and they even lock in the Harif alongside it, so that way Amzik will not be countered by the Esme pick on the opposite end. I was wondering if CG might do something like steal the Baxia away, because that would be a great Angela combo and it's a counter, but that's open now if Untitled want to lock it in.
I think they can go CC Baxia as a means to an end. They already guarantee a winning matchup for the CC. The adjustments does hurt her in the laning, especially against Esme, but once you get the War Axe, it becomes kind of a non-factor.
Yeah. As long as Siska makes sure that he gets the lane, he comes out of the lane even, right? Especially during the first Lord fight. Yesterday, we got the CC against Lapu matchup, but the main problem was that he died in the first turtle fight, and then afterward he got solo killed by the Lapu and the lane was basically over. But against Esma, you are going to run into the problem of Yechi just being in your face, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, definitely not, and it's the safer pick as well, because Lapu Lapu would have a very difficult lane against Esmeralda, so that's why they go for the CC instead. CG now have a choice to make for their final pick in this first phase. Previously, they prioritized Cho very early on, would still be a good counter to an Antela, but they instead locked in their jungler in the first part of the draft.
Yeah, this is worthwhile because at least with iframes, buying time is more plausible, especially when you have Puppet on the String still available. You still have Curtain Call to deal with. Dodging those abilities could be the difference maker. Going into the second phase, though, this is where it gets a little scary because, again, missing gold laner for the side of Untitled. Same goes for potential. Oh, actually, yeah, they like to put Stoem on the Angela rather than Rossi. So there is that flex pick in the Angela. We'll see whether CG gives up some obvious signals.
I think they need... they probably have no choice but to put Angela on Storm again, because they have no crowd control. Right? No crowd control for the already mobile heroes that CG have, and they also need big damage, which now has to come through SkyZ. Because your jungler is not something like a Yishun Shin, it's a Baxia. So SkyZ is going to be in the same spot as yesterday, where a lot of that responsibility is on his shoulders. Because yesterday, at least they have a Joy on teammate, but now they don't.
It means that Untitled probably want to lean into a comfortable late game core for SkyZ, something like the Granger, just so he can scale up and play as good as he can, because he is going to be that primary source of damage once you get into that state. This Angela cannot afford to go roam, especially on dangerous grass. There's no way you're going to be able to safely open up the map.
Yeah, Irithel gets banned out next. We also have a Lunox ban for the side of Untitled. Kinda interesting to see, but it feels... is it necessary? I feel like it is a little unnecessary to a degree, but it outscales the entirety of the first three picks from Untitled, so I get it. But are they not worried about things like potential Candidas? Are they also not worried about the 2-for-1 if Cho gets locked in?
I have a great idea for Chiku. Play the Odette again.
Play the Odette one more time?
I mean, these heroes want to be in your face.
Ooh.
While I like the concept, I don't think it's the right game for it. Because Odette thrives a little more when heroes are slightly squishier. Because she does do a lot of damage. It's just that these heroes actually can stand inside the Swan Song for a lot longer than you think.
I think my concern is we don't know what marksman Untitled is playing.
Yeah.
If let's say he was playing Harith, then maybe I would give an argument for. I would definitely make an argument for the Odette, but everything else in the meta currently has ways to get out of it. I think this is a better bet for the side of CG, locking in the Grok as well. Natural peel for making sure that Untitled doesn't really have that wave clear that they're looking for and must find it somewhere. They might go take Rasi back on Gatot just to make sure that Angela can kind of like just sit there. Oh, he one-shots the wave, you just pick up the EXP. Both of you go your separate ways.
They need a hardcore scaling marksman. Claude and Carry are the only two I can think of right now.
Yep.
Part of me wants to just be like, hey, Skyzed, go carry, go late game. You know, just do what Loleo did yesterday. Oh, okay.
Okay.
We did say that the dangerous grass hellcut is a thing.
We did. Assassin Roam would be a pretty solid option in this map in particular. And we did talk about how Untitled might be lacking damage if they go for a tank roamer alongside Angela mid. But it's been a while since we've seen Rasi on a hero such as this, and it's also going to be the first time we've seen Natan this season, so Untitled bringing something new to the plate.
Yeah, we haven't seen them in a hot second, which is rather interesting, right? Now Sicilion gets locked in for the side of CG, and I think it makes a decent amount of sense, but we'll see, because right now, a lot of this game is kind of riding on Rasi alongside Stoa.
Yeah, and then when the game goes late, it falls onto Skyzed. I mean, majority of Untitled's kit is damage, right? Tons of damage profile, try to go late, try to snowball, but crowd control wise, they barely have any.
It's tough. I think their burst is good, the silence is great, the hard guard makes sense, but I think they really have to utilize the map well, right? Because you can technically make certain things null and void if the enemies just have to walk up and face check you to begin with. Rasi, for an example, alongside Storm, if Storm just happens to be next to him, that puppet on a string could make the difference in the early stages of the game if they catch somebody out along the river line while they're in grass.
Yeah, I do think those first few minutes are going to be very, very important for Untitled to take full advantage of this Hellcut Roam Baxia jungle combination. But CG have just kept it close to their heart. They're going to be playing their own style, their own momentum. Doesn't matter what Untitled throws at them. We are jumping into game number 2 of the match between Untitled and CG Esports, which will take place in dangerous grass.
Balance already blocked the mid wave, so that is going to push that wave straight to under the turret for CG. Doesn't mean still Storm hits level 2 first, not too big of a surprise. Although, if we talk about checking bushes, Sicilion, the later the game goes, the more deadly it is when he starts checking bushes with the sanguine claws and the bad impact, right? You get dragged out, you get hit once or twice, that's half your health bar gone.
Year 3 already taking out a good chunk of his health, losing a chunk of his health for the most part. As we see Keeman trying to invade, is this...
He might die? They even flicker forward, Keeman can't hold on, it's Year 3 to pick up the first blood, and Year 3's gonna get away.
What? No, he doesn't die for that? Okay. A bit unlucky, not gonna lie, but even Skyzed might get
No way.
Oh, he's dead. Wow. A massive plays already happening in the first minute of game 2. Untitled tried to be as aggressive as they were in game number 1, but did not count on a much stronger mid trio this time around. And it cost them dearly.
Yeah, honestly, really good adaptation coming in from Gary, right? He could have went straight to his orange buff and looked to contest that fight, but instead, knowing the information that he knows, he makes his way down to the bot side of the map, looking to invade and try and steal away the beetle, which Skyzed would have assumed it was still there. The F3 shouldn't die here. I say shouldn't, that could easily change.
They don't have the damage to kill him yet. The burst only counts on Rasi. Everyone else needs time to ramp up the damage. They're gonna tie Chico down with the puppet on the string, and that's Keeman with his first.
Alright, they finally are able to find the kill they were initially aiming for there. Once again, a big focus onto the enemy mid lane here from Untitled to get that map control in order for early rotation.
Oh, good opportunity to bump Gary in the face. The wall comes up from Balance. Good retribution from Keeman to find the objectives. This guy now gets help from Storm. The hard guard gets used. CG gonna fully disengaged. Amzik also needs to back off. Siska gets pulled back, but Stowem is there to support him. They use a tectonic charge balance on a 2. Rossi shows up slightly late. Again, Untitled have no damage. And Amzik finds 2.
Valens MVP of that fight. They're actually still going, forces out another hard guard. Hitting that tectonic charge right on the edge of the dash and then getting another knockback with the Earthen Rampart. This is a classic Rome hero that was definitely popular around the time Valens was active in MPL. And he shows that he has not lost those skills.
Yeah, he has not lost his touch, but the tectonic charge, man, that AoE is gigantic. It really feels bad for Untitled because they are finding like small little advantages against CG, but it gets washed away just as quick when CG get into a full-blown fight. So far, Untitled, if they want to keep trying to find value, they're probably going to have to find value by waiting now, honestly. Because CG at this stage of the game is just a little too strong, and there's just not enough items on Rossi to be a legitimate threat, even after 2 botched attempts.
Amzik getting a double kill just by participating in that skirmish, which felt like Untitled could have disengaged and not give anything to CG. Clearly wasn't the case. Gary level 7 and ahead of Keemin, who is just starved for resources. He's gonna check that bush and run in straight into CG. The hard guy's gonna help him, but not Rossi though. He flickers away. Tectonic charge does miss.
Alright, that's good for Untitled. They don't lose too many resources there, but they did have to use a lot of cooldowns for it. Every single time they tried to go in for an engage, CG has had the perfect answer. This Grok from Valens stop. Oh, and they found Rossi too?
Yep, they did find Rossi. This game is spiraling out of control. And,
And force out the hard guard. Keemin here to assist Gary. Good iframes. Still gets tied down. They should be able to finish him off. Good stuff from Untitled. He actually will not be able to stay for long, and now the turtle is open.
Alright, that's the punish Untitled we're looking for. They were able to lock Gary in without extra puncture targets. So they're going to be able to translate that into a direct turtle take.
No hard guard, no vengeance, no survival. They still get the turtle. Keemin walks on forward with the turtle's poisons, but the rest of CG are here with Yetri in the front. Untitled will have to back off. They will try to turn the Chiku guys, forcing out the flicker. Yetri once more tries to hold the front this time, but with Skyzen participating, Valens with the save! And Yetri escapes.
unlucky. Unlucky. The projectile, as it was coming back, just didn't connect. That's all it was. That's all it was. That should have taken him out. Now we see an instant invade on the opposite end. I think at this stage, Siska is probably thinking to himself, like, man, this is going to be really, really rough. Chiku guys is going to be pretty untouchable unless Rossi gets some form of lead, but this fight's not looking good.
Oh, that was a mistime.
Yeah.
Straight up a mistime. Rossi missed the Terrify. And that is not what you want people to be seeing from you on the MPL stage. That should have been a kill.
But the question is, was it even necessary? Because now you leave Skyzen out to dry. Where's the hard guard? He has to come now. Skyzen gets knocked back. Stowem to the rescue. Yetri is gonna break the tether, but takes a turret shot. Goes down. Valens also overextended. Both teams making a bit of that mistake. A double for Skyzen.
Oh, a bit? That was a pretty big mistake. I mean, considering that CG were the ones that were being the aggressors and not having to worry about it. Rossi, oh, hold on.
Oh, the lights are out. Chiku, guys.
Hey,
he's blind. He's so blind. Siska with a solo kill and came in now in the face of Gary.
That's a big bounce back right there. The entire net worth difference is now gone. It is even once again. Untitled getting some really good pickups, punishing CG for walking a little bit too aggressively, forgetting that there is a guy that can literally turn the lights off on the other side.
Well, Sisuke gets his own split push on his side of the map. At least for Untitled, like, alright, map control is at least in our hands. We did make a couple of mistakes, but now Siska is in a pretty decent position of his own. Even SkyZ is in a pretty decent position of his own. We have broken even. We just cannot afford to make another mistake. So let CG be the ones who walk up.
They need to utilize the utilities that they have. They're still waiting for Dark Knight Falls from Rossi to come back up. The switch is still disabled. This turtle will be incredibly important, especially for Untitled if they want to really swing this back in their favor. Kimin goes in, they find the silence, but another one tectonic charge from Valens to save the day. Hardcut from behind. Gary now has no contest for the retribution. Rossi is going to play distraction. Skyzen in the fight, but Skyzen ends up going down. Double kill for Siska, hops on the Chico, but the hard guard is going to run out. Siska will hop to safety, and CG have effectively won that fight.
That would have gone so much more differently. It was a good initiation from Rasi, but Balance's timing was so clean. Cancelled the deadly stingers from Rasi after the Terrify landed on a Gary. And because of that, Keemin was the first jungler to go down. And CG got the turtle for free, basically.
They got more for free. They got so much off of it, right? If we look at the goal, let's see, 5.3 to 5.5, 3.8 to 3.6, 4.3 to 4.5. So really, the majority lead is coming from Gary. And now with that Brute Force Breastplate on top of that War Axe, he should be able to get in and out of these fights a lot easier compared to before. We just need to see him get the Endless Battle before he can really take on Keemin.
Windtalker, Feather of Heaven for SkyZ, Brute Force Breastplate for Siska. I think if SkyZ stayed in that fight just now, that was a 100% win for Untitled. Because they have, I think the damage profile definitely overwhelms what CG has. They take that fight right.
Right now, SkyZ's positioning is going to be tested. This is not a hero that can snipe from as far back as he's used to on something like the Granger, but the damage more than outweighs it. He just needs to make sure he finds the right timing to enter after cooldowns have been spent, because he can definitely melt most of CG as long as the circumstances are right.
Oh, they did spot Gary. I was worried for a while that they just didn't check that bush. Gary got away, same with Year 3. Sprint back up. Lord will be up in around 20 seconds.
Admittedly kind of funny, but even so, 20 seconds left on the clock, right? You look at this potential trap that they're looking to set up. Balance could go deeper. He opens up the map and he notices Siska on that side. So at this point, Untitled, they're very aware of where Valence is. They could look to intercept on the opposite side or just play traditionally to the lane, and it looks like they're calling for it. Keep it safe. Let's just stick to the lane. There's no need to go into our own jungle just yet.
Have to also be very cautious to not get pulled back by the Sanguine Claws. That puts you out of position. It's almost a guaranteed death for Untitled.
And speaking of Sanguine Claws as well, I'm curious. Thank you to the production. I was just about to wonder how well Chiku was scaling. That's a good number of stacks on the Sicilian. Even though he did die quite early on, he has been able to participate in a lot of assists and actually scale up pretty well alongside Amzik. So Untitled also can't afford to let this game go too long.
So the one thing good about having these assassin roamers like what we saw from Dorn Fanny is you get the split push, right? Very mobile, you get the split push going, and that's what Rasi did to force the response from Year 3.
I think my favorite part is just the global presence, right? You just don't know. If he doesn't appear up on the map, where can he be? And then as soon as the Dark Knight falls, you're questioning whether he's already in your backline. You're solely dependent on your teammates to relay that information. But since they are the ones sitting on top of it first, I feel like right now, CG... Oh, wait, hold on. They found where Rasi is.
It's like they're not gonna force that engagement right there. Neither team is really ready to go for a full-out fight right now. Oh, Keemin.
He runs into Keemin, cancels the shield unity. That could be his death. The hard guard finally comes up from Storm. Siska holds on to the Vengeance and able to hop to safety. A quick disengage from Untitled.
That's definitely not ideal though, and CG knows it. The conceal comes out.
Still have the Tectonic Charge. Here comes the wall. Keemin just could not move. Chiku guys with the kill. Siska ties him down. He needs a bit of help. Chiku guys flicker to safety. And now Siska is abandoned. No hard guard means no survivability. Rasi will also have to disengage. Get the hard guard back up, but only SkyZ is a viable target. So Lord for CG for sure.
Endless Battle purchase coming in from Gary. He easily will be able to take this Lord. No problems whatsoever. But man, these 5v5s are so hard for Untitled. They can't seem to get CG to just break apart like they did in game number 1.
My issue though is I feel like Keemin is making a lot of positioning mistakes this series. He got caught out in that bush, collided when he didn't mean to, and Storm had to use the hard guard at a time on a target that he didn't want to. CG knew that without that ultimate, they could just force the fight, and that's exactly what happened.
I guess you could say the grass is kind of dangerous.
Yeah,
Sure is.
definitely greener on the other side.
So far, it's not looking good, right? Untitled. At this point onwards, I would expect CG to kind of deny them all the farm, right? Go into your enemy jungle, steal away as many camps as possible. Like, Valence gets to walk in for free anyway, so that they're not too concerned about him. Not to mention that he's got the Tectonic Charge to exit fights if necessary. Storm doesn't have that luxury.
Oh, yeah, 3 forced engage, and that's this guy's that forced away. CG doing very good. A good job of just trying to sync up the waves. They still have a very healthy Lord from the top lane. Chiku guys with Blood Wings too. All tier 2s down.
They've broken it. And now they're looking for the inhibitors, right? They've synced it up very, very well, so at least they've got Lord on that top side, and then with that wall, they can start working on the mid side too.
Yeah. Untitled's not the best in clearing out lords too. They need Skies, and that's already hard god and Entropy. So it's all about the defense. Falling Starman comes in, Siska once more forced away, the lights get turned off, and Gary a bit blind, but still, no one from CG goes down, and Balance pulls the trigger again! And just magical from CG Esports. They lose Gary in the process, but Skyzed has already gone down. And now it comes down to Siska, Rasti, and Stone to hold the fort. 3v4, a wave coming down mid. Siska trying to buy time with the hard guard. Rasti in the thick of things, needs damage, doesn't have it. And CG Esports will find a 2-0 over Untitled.
What a closeout from CG Esports. What a performance from these veterans returning to the MPL stage, showing the world what they're capable of. Very stable, very well called, and very well played to CG.
Very fluid. I love what CG has to offer here so far. Independent plays and independent players, but still moving as a unit as they become one rushing torrent. Unfortunately for Untitled, I think the consistency is starting to become a problem. Yes, obviously the Angela is something that they are looking to work on. The Hellcurt as well is something to keep in mind that Coach Theo is trying to expand their repertoire, but it did cost them the series.
It was something that Coach Theo was also worried about coming into week 2 with 2 back-to-back series. And now that worry has been amplified, right? Dropping the series against Todak yesterday was a shocker, but now losing 2-0 against CG, they have to go back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board is an understatement at this point. No one was expecting Untitled to perform like this, but it just means that it's even tougher this season. For now, we've got an interview on stage, so let's throw it over to them.
2-3 mata penuh untuk CG ini adalah perlawanan kedua mereka untuk musim ini, and nampaknya masih lagi clean wins. Guys, congratulations. And of course, Dewan Sri Putra tepuklah tangan. Ramai orang yang hadir untuk first match hari ini. Congratulations Valence dengan Chiku. How are you feeling selepas kemenangan ni?
I feel good and slowly dapatkan momentum lah.
Okay, now kita tahu patch baru baru je keluar, which was on Wednesday lah kan, Rabu. And banyak team, and bukan sahaja dekat Malaysia tapi luar Malaysia juga, dorang dapat training 2 hari je dengan patch baru. And korang main on Sabtu, which means korang dapat 3 hari training. Did this give you guys an advantage sebab korang dapat tengok MPL, MYID dengan PH semalam?
Bagi kita orang sama je sebab semua map semua fun. Ada broken wall, boleh terbang-terbang. Semua fun.
Which one is your favorite?
Rasanya Flying Cloud sebab boleh terbang.
Boleh terbang. But did watching MPL lain give you guys an advantage though?
Boleh jadi sebab we can review and we can study how they play also.
Okay, cakap pasal study how they play lah kan, Rose nak tanya, di game kedua, pasukan Untitled actually keluarkan Hellcurt. In your opinion sebagai roamer, adakah Hellcurt pick ni viable untuk patch sekarang ataupun tu memang just dorang tak dapat execute?
I think the Hellcurt is viable. Depends on the gameplay lah. Kalau team tu nak bawa Hellcurt, boleh juga.
Rasanya Valence akan keluarkan Assassin ke in the near future?
Boleh jadi.
Boleh jadi. And of course, kita nak cakap pasal patch ni, maybe one last questions kepada Valence lah juga. How different do you think the patch is this time for a role? Sebagai rotation, anything? Do you think it's a big impact kepada roamer?
Aku rasa impact dia besar juga. So like, we can play aggressive. Sebab dapat duit, dapat vision, dapat EXP. And boleh share minion and share jungle kan. So boleh main really aggressive the mid game and early.
Okay, kalau Valence rasa dia boleh main agresif, Chiku, you setuju ke? Sebagai multi-role yang pernah main banyak-banyak role.
Saya rasa setuju sebab bagi saya meta ni advantage juga untuk kita orang. Memang sebelum ni kan kalau off map tak dapat duit kan. Sekarang off map dapat duit, buka vision dapat duit. So benda tu bagus lah untuk kita orang.
Oh, nampaknya CG suka patch baru ni. Tapi sebelum kita tanya banyak lagi soalan kepada Ciku, kita nampak 2-0 game yang sengit tapi hanya seorang yang boleh jadi MVP of the game. And with that, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game jatuh kepada Valens! Wow. Okay. Simple question je. Next match korang adalah Monster Vicious. So far korang punya prestasi di atas pentas ni memang sangat-sangat baik. Tapi Monster Vicious pun nampak actually quite garam. So how is the preparation like untuk Monster Vicious?
Untuk preparation Monster Vicious, aku serahkan kepada coach lah. So I think we are ready. So may the best team win untuk esok and hopefully it's a fun game.
Jap nak tanya. Since dulu Ciku dengan Momo satu team, Ciku tahu tak kalahkan Momo macam mana?
Kita tak tahu. Kalau team lama maybe sedikit sebanyak kita tahu. Cuma bila dah kat team baru maybe dia dah tukar cara main or something lah. So tapi maybe saya rasa still job desk ESP still same. ESP and mid lane and goal lane lah dia punya target lah. So saya sama je.
Any message to Momo?
Yeah, just good luck, have fun lah.
Good lah, have fun. Okay, the basic ones. Now, kita boleh tengok daripada dua-dua game kan, it's actually quite 50-50, agak back and forth. Macam mana communication dalam CG ni? Macam mana korang communicate untuk make sure korang boleh kekalkan disiplin sampai hujung game? Ciku?
Saya rasa mostly kita orang main banyak juga mistake kita orang buat. And bila kita melakukan mistake tu, kita orang akan bincang lah macam mana kita orang nak fix benda ni and kita orang nak lebih disiplin dalam game. So bagi saya kalau kita orang kalah early ke apa, benda tu bagus untuk kita orang improve lah. Daripada kita orang main clean game and kita tak boleh nak improve apa-apa.
I agree. Memang kena banyak adjustment lah in game and communication penting, disiplin pun penting. Maybe one last question. Sebab tadi Rose dah bring up pasal Ciku sebagai macam multi-role yang sebenar di MPL MY. Di patch sekarang ni, you tengah main mid. Ada ke nak tukar role ke mana-mana role sebelum kita masuk playoff ke, bila masuk playoff ke?
Saya rasa ada hero pelik lagi. Tapi cuma tak tahulah bila Coach Cody and Coach Train nak bagi lah.
Tapi ada
yang kita orang training setiap minggu.
Wow, so I rasa audience kena stay tune lah.
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, thank you very much, Valens and Ciku. Is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada fans yang datang? Tengok ramai daripada fans CG hari ni.
So untuk fan-fan CG dan juga Untitled, terima kasih kerana datang untuk memeriahkan MPL 16. Dan saya nak cakap terima kasih juga kepada our sponsor, Roy Chulan dan Masara. Terima kasih kerana menjaga kita orang dengan baik. So terima kasih guys kerana datang MPL.
Thank you very much. And sekali lagi, congratulations kepada CG. And with that, mari let's right back to the casters to analyse apa yang jadi dalam clean sweep game ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose, and thank you very much to Ciku and Valens, who played an incredible game for an incredible return to the MPL stage, with Valens emerging as our MVP of game number 2. So much momentum stopped from Untitled, so many plays interrupted, and so many opportunities created on this Grok.
That Grok stock is going to go through the roof after this series. Even when Rasti was playing Grok in game 1, he showed some great plays, but man, Valens tops it with this game 2 performance.
Yep, no, really had a powerful performance here. Was finding multiple targets with the Tectonic Charge. And I think worst yet, I feel like the new revamped Grok, some people are like, oh yeah, it's more complicated to play Grok. I don't think so. I actually think it's a lot easier to play Grok. Now that the indicators are better, now that his mechanics are more straightforward as well, with no need for you to microly like stand up by walls. I mean, you still do to charge up your passive, but not like before where you basically get anti-CC. It's just, I feel like so far, we've seen everybody who've touched Grok has basically made insane plays.
Yeah, like you do definitely need a little bit more finesse in certain aspects of his new kit, but in general, I feel like new Grok is so unga bunga compared to back then. You just smack people, and you have so many forms of interrupt. He literally was able to stop Rossi between the dash and deadly stinger combo, which is such a difficult timing to hit in the first place. I always liked Valens back when he was playing during his peak, and I'm so happy to see him back. And CG looks to be a very solid squad.
Yeah, this is the second 2 over CG, so 6 points up on the leaderboard. So they've cleared 2. I think it's a good gauge of CG's abilities, right? When they won against GMXK, we were like, okay, it's GMXK. Against CG, it's a repeat of MLBB. Not a big surprise, but this 2 over Untitled is going to also rise their stocks on the chart. And it makes you wonder, how far can CG go? Because their goal is to take down SRG.
Yeah, I would like to see that matchup, but there's still plenty of opponents before we get to that point. I'm just a little disappointed that Untitled didn't put as much resistance as I thought they would. I was really looking forward to this match since last week already, and I was hoping that Untitled would keep a level head against CG, because if they kept the level head and kept it pretty competitive and consistent throughout, then it wouldn't be so bad, because it's just the chain that's after, right? The one bad call that affects the mental, and then the whole team just ends up in a sinkhole.
I feel like now it might be a little early, but I gotta bring up like past experiences. There have been teams in MPL who performed really well on their debut season and then instantly dropped off the map afterwards. They overheat. Were they not prepared to keep the consistency going? Are we seeing a similar trend happening to Untitled now?
Probably not yet, and I say yet because it could go worse, right? We need to see the next series and then the one after that, which thankfully is next week. They're done for the weekend. But it was also something that I think SRG echoed in Season 14, where they had a rough season. They had to do a lower bracket run. And that comes down to managing your expectations, right?
Oh,
yeah, guys, we came in hot on our debut. We finished 3rd. We almost made it to the MSC. A lot of people will be looking at us, but we also have to understand that the competition is always evolving. You can't let that pressure get to you. And when it starts getting to you, that's where you start thinking about how not to lose, and then it spirals out of control.
Yeah, no, it's just, these are growing pains, right? Very much growing pains for both Siska and as well as even for Kimin here. And I think it becomes very evident that right now the mood changes here. It's gotta be Rossi, right? I don't know. I'm just speculating for all intents and purposes, because so far it just feels like, other than Kimin kind of losing his mind trying to make things happen across the map, in terms of like what feels a little desperate, I feel like sometimes when Rossi is in a bad spot mental wise, you start getting some really weird plays.
Because he is the one that's pretty loud. He's the one calling the shots, and you know, if you want Untitled to go, I think Rossi is the one that says, guys, let's do it now. But I agree, he can make or break the team. He is the reason that they are getting these sick engages against CG in the entire series. But he's also sometimes the reason why CG is getting ahead when the communication kind of breaks down.
You cannot deny that Rossi looked a little bit like a fish out of water on this Hellkit. This can work on paper in dangerous grass. This should be a good pickup, but he wasn't able to take advantage of it early game. And then once he wasn't able to keep up in terms of itemization, this type of hero pick just doesn't really contribute much throughout the rest of the game. So Untitled were already dealing with one man down. Then they have an Angela mid, which means they have even less bodies to actually work with. And CG just basically played their own game, even at the threat of an Angela Baxia. Even with the threat of a Hellkurt roaming around, they still locked in heroes like the Sicilian mid. They were focused on their own win conditions.
Yeah, I think CG just had their hardest time within the first 6 minutes of the game, right? After the 6th minute, I think things got significantly easier once things kind of fell into place. So, well done. Well done to CG. They've already secured their points, and now for their upcoming matchups, we might get to see a little bit more innovation, I suppose?
I think for Untitled, they need to identify what the problem is, because I feel like first 6 to 8 minutes, no problem.
Yeah.
But it's afterwards that they struggle.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit about the results we got from our fan vote earlier. And it looks like, well, after game 1, I can definitely understand these results. 88% of you guys watching voted for Siska's hard frontline and zoning to be the main thing that CG needed to watch out from about Untitled. And we have to admit, unfortunately, I don't think Siska really got a chance to pop off that game as well.
I mean, how can he? How can he? Nobody can peel for him. He's got to do it himself, and even then, he doesn't even get net. He doesn't even get the net gold, because most of the time it's killed by somebody else.
If you're a CC and you compare it to a Lapu, the difference is so stark, right? Lapu is the core, I will do it myself. But if you're a CC, there's only so much you can do. Once the vengeance expires, you're straight up dead meat.
And even when they tried picking the CC into the Esmeralda, it still didn't quite work. Where But we've got another interview for you guys to check out in a very, very short moment. So hope you guys can keep your eyes peeled. We'll catch you guys in just a moment. Interview, let's go.
Selamat kembali ke Panas ke Tidak bersama saya Poji. Semalam kalah, hari ni kalah. Inilah dia, Untitled. Right, kita ada Storm dan juga Razi. But first question for Storm. You tested Dispatch yesterday, the first team ever to try it, and you lose it. And today you lose again. So actually, what do you struggle with? Is it the timing, the push changing, or anything? What happened with you guys?
I think there's a lot of uncertainties on what each role should be doing because in the previous patch, we've already practiced it for a month and it's like this week, it's a full reset and there's a lot of confusion and overthinking on maybe is still this the right thing to do? Is this bad already? So we still really need to learn more about this patch.
Understand. So your team still cannot adapt to this kind of changes, correct?
Yes.
Understand. But then for the first game, you using a Farsa, and then you were always being picked off by the Joy, and then by the hero. Actually, what the comms be like? Hey, Storm, fall back, cover your position, or anything. What's the comp be like? Is it a bit of messy or anything? Can you share a bit to the fans?
I think, yeah, it's a bit messy because looking back, I think we should have been more aggressive in the early game and I think that's where we really messed up. We don't know our lineup spike and yeah, it's not our usual gameplay.
When their main only objective is to lock you, which is the main AOE area of effect damage kan. So how are you adjusting to that kind of threat when they are punishing you, always keep on punishing? So your idea how to retreat on that, because we understand you're losing, but then what is the idea to punish them back?
I think for me it's really just knowing our team's objective because that's how the team fight works. Anyone can be punished, but what should our trade be? And that's what we don't know the whole game. We didn't figure it out the whole game, only after the game, and that's the reason why we lost that game.
Understand. So was it an execution issue or is it a comm issue between you guys?
I think a lot of issues, execution and comms. I think they go in together. I think both of them really so off compared to our week 1.
Understand. It's alright. Untuk Rasi. Rasi. Lu bukan baloi, Rasi. 0-3-1, Rasi. Macam mana? Dekat dalam tim musuh tadi tu ada Esmeralda, which is a bit tanky. Ada juga Grog. Apa Hellcat boleh buat?
Sepatutnya memang kalah early aja sih. Meskipun banyak kayak ada Grog, ada Esme. Kalau early kita dapat, boleh end 10 menit, 12 menit. Jadi memang tak tahu.
Okay, tak tahu, faham, betul. Okay. Bila dah tak tahu, actually apa plan je? Macam contohlah, tadi you cakap sepatutnya menang early. Sekarang early dah kalah. Apa yang kena tahu?
Yang kena tahu. Yang kena buat?
Ya.
Push
awal-awal 0-3 kan?
Push wave only.
Push wave?
Sebab early dah fail kan. Jadi tak boleh buat apapun untuk Hellcat.
Faham. Actually untuk Rasi lah kan, kita nak faham sebab kita ada 4 map terbaru sekarang kan. Kita ada Flying Clouds, kita ada Dangerous Bush, kita ada Broken Wall dan juga kita ada lagi Expanding River. Actually untuk keempat-empat map ni akan menjadi satu masalah untuk Rasi sendiri dan juga pasukan sebab daripada semalam sampai ke hari ni nampak banyak masalah bila benda ni berubah. Last season korang main bagus, season ni dengan benda yang baru ada isu.
Aku rasa kalau map tak, cuman patch baru ni kita kurang adapt aku rasa. Di scrim kita dah rasa kita adapt, tapi kalau di stage tak tahu.
Overconfident?
Tak tahu.
Next match akan bertemu dengan Mask Off, Vamos. Macam mana? Boleh lawan tak boleh lawan?
Boleh lah.
Confident tu macam mana? 50%, 90% ataupun macam kita takut lagi?
Ini low. Medium. Oh sini. Ini boleh.
Di situ?
Ya.
Buktikan kepada peminat dan buktikan kepada owner team yang Untitled masih lagi bernyawa sebab sudah 2 kali kalah. iaitu kemenangan. Baki lagi 6. Kalah, ingat 6 sahaja pasukan pergi ke playoff. Dan itu sahaja daripada mereka. Kita tak nak tekan banyak-banyak. Mereka pun dah cuba yang terbaik daripada semalam ke hari ini. Kalah dengan 2 keluarga, Todak dan juga CG. Itu sahaja daripada kami, panas ke tidak? Let's go back to the caster.
Man, it feels like every single time we have a Panas Ketidak segment, it just gets hotter and hotter. Poji digging into Rasi and Storm right there. But we also can't blame him. Untitled losing 2 clean sweeps in a row is definitely not something we were expecting. And it definitely feels like something is off with the way they've approached this new patch.
Yeah, no, I think changes need to be made, and I think with the team, they're going to figure it out together. And like we heard from Rasi, this is not their usual gameplay. This is not exactly the way they wanted. They're a little uncomfortable. And we even heard from Stone, we just don't know when our spikes actually are.
And you can see the turning point. And it started yesterday, right? After game 2 against Todak, where they had a lead, they lost that game, and then afterwards it was a downhill spiral. So back to the drawing board, up against Vamos next. I think we definitely have to move the goalpost a little bit in Untitled's power ranking. But I think Vamos is probably kind of the last straw. If they cannot overcome Vamos, which most people assume that they would be able to prior to this week, then we're gonna have a big problem with Untitled.
I think based on the trend that we've seen from these first 2 days of Project Next, while it is important to be able to adjust and try some new things to fit with the new patch and the new maps, it's still important to keep some modicum of your original identity there, to have a foundation to build off of. That's what CG did, that's what Vamos has been doing. Either way, we're gonna go on a short break. We'll come back for the second match of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll leave you guys with the mic check, and we will see you guys in just a little bit.
Join all the way guys. Aku udah. Don't man, jangan lurk. Choke and kick. Jangan lurk. Jangan lurk. Join. Aku.
Ya, aku tahan lordnya.
Chill. Dapat lord.
Aduh, aku mati sama lord.
All good. Delay lord. All good. Delay.
Guys,
Sasi, santai.
Bread.
Kita boleh kena.
Aku bang puri dia. Dah puri. Adi dapat guys. Mati.
Lo.
Nice. Mati dulu. Boleh ini.
Dah. Lo. Cici pasal ti. Pasal tak ada ni. Lapor Nafio. Ambil.
Ya.
Mati guys.
Mati guys. Mati hari. Abu flip. Orang lu ambil.
Enak.
Sini orang lu. Orang lu. Aku tak ada. Tengok aku. Pasal. Nice boy. Good recovery. Dia konti. Sini. Boleh tarik lagi.
Eka lupa.
Sini. Aku dah set oli. Sini.
Aku tarik sini. Eka lupa.
Nice. 5 sekal je aku. Sini belakang guys. 5 sekal je aku. Belakang guys.
Tahu. Aku lari.
Belakang guys. Aku dah ulti. Nice. Dah push kat.
Lock guys.
Okay. No dash. Lo. Sini. Aku bagi MV. Main dalam box.
Ada team sini. Go sini.
Nice Hamzik. Box ambil bawah sini.
Aman.
Nice Hamzik. Ni aku water. Nice one Hamzik.
Tepi.
Nice. Let's go.
2-0.
Nice. Khusus kah?
aku boleh follow up chill.
Aduh. Ulti Harit.
Verify.
Harit. Terus kah?
Sorry guys.
Okay. Sorry.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
everyone! Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamuz have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. River currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
Hai guys, Raja Map Grand Final akan berlaku di Dewan Sri Putra pada 20 September 2025 jam 8.30 malam selepas third match MPL MY. And bila korang datang, korang boleh sapu hadiah. Korang boleh dapat emote yes sir, dapat BP card, free skin and diamond. So tunggu apa lagi? Save the date, jom kita tengok siapa yang bakal menjadi Raja Map.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan Patch Project Next. Kami ada banyak kandungan yang menarik untuk berkongsi dengan semua. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Wira baharu, Obsidia. Sang pemerintah Abyss telah bangkit dari sisa-sisa zaman yang telah dilupakan. Sebagai wira marksman laluan emas, gaya permainannya fokus kepada pengumpulan serpihan bon untuk melancarkan serangan letusan sasaran tunggal yang memusnahkan. Serpihan bon miliknya terkena musuh yang dilanda serangan asasnya secara automatik dan dia juga mengikut musuh yang terkena ultimate-nya. Kami tidak sabar untuk menyaksikan aksi anda yang menakjubkan bersama Obsidia. Wira-wira Abyss Alice, Daeroth dan Thomas juga telah diperbaharui. Kami telah kemas kini reka bentuk visual dan latar belakang cerita ketiga-tiga wira ini dan mereka bentuk semula teknik Alice secara menyeluruh. Kami telah buff fasa awal permainannya sambil mengekalkan mekanik life drain yang ikonik. Matlamat kami adalah untuk meningkatkan pengalaman bermain bagi wira-wira ini dan kami amat teruja untuk menyaksikan prestasi mereka dalam patch yang baru. Ciri perubahan peta tahunan turut akan diperkenalkan dalam patch ini. Setiap perlawanan akan menampilkan mekanik peta baru secara rawa. Setiap kali meta cube berpusing, medan pertempuran akan berubah. Membawakan peluang dan juga cabaran baharu untuk strategi dan taktik yang lebih mendalam. Sistem pencapaian kini diperbaharui. Kami perkenalkan pencapaian musim yang serba baru. Berdasarkan gaya permainan dan prestasi anda dalam perlawanan, anda boleh membuka pelbagai level gaya yang hebat untuk menunjukkan kemahiran dan keupayaan anda kepada pemain lain. Selain itu, Wall of Honor yang baru membolehkan anda memamilkan pencapaian anda kepada semua orang. Mari lihat siapa yang mempunyai pencapaian paling sukar diperolehi. Dalam patch ini, kami telah memperhalusi pengalaman dan tidak balas kawalan permainan. Kebanyakan penambahbaikan ini didorong oleh maklum balas anda. Melalui pengoptimuman ini, kami berharap dapat menyelesaikan kebanyakan isu permainan yang anda hadapi dan memberikan pengalaman pertempuran yang lebih lancar serta responsif. Ada banyak lagi peningkatan menarik yang bakal anda temui dalam nota patch pada masa akan datang. Itu sahaja sedutan patch Project Next kali ini. Project Next akan dilancarkan pada 17 September. Kami berharap anda menikmati semua kandungan baharu. Dan sehingga lain waktu, kita akan berjumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
tahun, 16 musim. Perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL NYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rimau, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY. Dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall meet. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan istimewa perubahan peta tahunan kami. Dalam video ini, kami akan perkenalkan gaya permainan baharu yang menarik ini. Mari kita mulakan. Apabila perubahan peta tahunan dilancarkan, anda boleh melihat butiran ciri ini di sini. Apabila perlawanan bermula, pemain akan dimaklumkan tentang mekanik medan pertempuran yang aktif sebelum pemilihan wira. Anda boleh menyemak maklumat tentang mekanik ini pada bila-bila masa semasa pemilihan wira untuk merancang strategi anda. Adakah anda bersedia untuk cabaran tembok runtuh? Tembok-tembok lama di seluruh medan pertempuran telah runtuh, mendedahkan laluan baharu dan memberi wira tanpa beling peluang untuk bersinar. Kami tidak sabar melihat laluan baharu yang bakal anda cipta. Bahaya menunggu di setiap sudut apabila beluka berbahaya aktif. Seluruh medan pertempuran kini dilitupi beluka, maka bergerak dengan berhati-hati. Adakah anda pemburu atau yang diburu? Anda perlu strategi baharu untuk menguasai hutan yang berbahaya ini. Pernahkah anda bermimpi meluncur di atas medan pertempuran bagai awan yang bebas? Dengan awan meluncur, awan ajaib yang boleh ditunggangi akan spawn di medan pertempuran, naik dan terbang ke udara untuk pertukaran laluan yang pantas atau menerjun turun untuk serangan hendak maut. Mari menunggang angin dan menguasai langit. Sungai akan membawa anda meraih kemenangan melalui sungai deras. Arus sungai akan berkembang ke kawasan jungle dan arus baharu akan terbentuk ketika lot muncul dan setelah ia dikalahkan. Ikuti aliran arus untuk mendapat peningkatan kelajuan pergerakan yang ketara. Kuasai aliran arus dan heret musuh anda ke dalam pusaran kekalahan. Kami berharap mekanik medan pertempuran baharu ini akan merombak meta yang lapuk dan memberikan pengalaman serta cabaran baharu bagi semua pemain. Kita akan berjumpa lagi di medan pertempuran baharu.
Menang emot dan 1099 diamond masa final Raja Map disiaran langsung TikTok.
Emot eksklusif kita ada. Yes sir. Emot. Semua ini boleh terdapat bila hari Grand Final. Korang stay dekat live selama 15 minit. Grand Final nanti saja boleh claim emot eksklusif ini.
Kita ada Beatrix, Wan, Moskov, Ruby dan Alice.
Semua KOL akan bermain di Grand Final pada 20 September pukul 8.30 malam ini. #Raja Map hari Sabtu ni.
Korang kena jumpa korang dekat final Raja Map.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom. Their brutal dominion. Our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. A curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
ratchet spores reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I don't like this one, guys. There's a lot of bush on my lane.
Ni apa patch baru ke? Oh, Diva sampai kat sana eh. Sampai dekat buff eh. Oh.
So I think this one is good for junglers because before it's really hard to take your red buff if the turtle is on the blue because it's really far. But now I think you can take it 5 or 10 seconds before the turtle spawn.
Interesting. I think they really want more skirmishes to happen. It's gonna be good in a way because people like to watch team fights, right? Rather than playing slow.
Teleport Oh, gempa.
When you ride on the ground, you are not detectable.
Oh, they cannot see you. But I think this one is good for the one who always die. You can go easily to your jungle. In rank only.
Nope.
Tournament, this MPL, you can use this. Really? Sumpah. This for maps.
Huh? Dangerous grass.
Jungle. Bush. This one. I don't like this one, guys. There's a lot of bush on my lane.
Saya suka yang map 3 sebab dia banyak bush. Sebut boleh sorok banyak-banyak.
I think backline can be more susceptible to flanking because the bash allow people to flank and gank from behind. What is really important is to have a hero that can check all of this bash like the Hilda.
So kalau map keempat kita tengok map lubang. So kalau enemy nak curi buff boleh lah.
Oh guys, this one it's easy to invade. You can easily cross and you can escape easily. This one not good for assassin because they will get easily invaded by tank junglers.
This one is really important for the jungler role to make sure that he can adapt.
So for these new maps, guys, I think our MPL will be more fun for the viewers to watch but more problems to the players.
Kalau 4 map, saya paling suka map yang ketiga. Saya paling tak suka adalah map keempat lah. Kalau saya main jungle nanti, enemy nak curi buff.
I think the best one is the first one because it's more into like prioritizing objectives and it will help gold laners to join the first team fight.
Untuk saya map yang tak logik, just yang terbang je lah sebab dia untargetable.
Awan tu boleh bagi vision lah, bagus juga lah. Tapi bagi saya kurang tak logik.
So untuk map ni nanti kalau main kat MPL nanti, saya rasa akan banyak kelainan lah dari segi drafting, dari segi hero pool.
We need to practice a lot because every map there's a different playstyle that you can abuse.
My first thought is the tournament will be more competitive because you don't know what map you're gonna play. So it's a matter of mastering all the maps and I think that's the most challenging part.
Kalau saya main settle lah sebab nak try map baru dah bosan lah tengok map lama. So saya tak sabar nak tunggu week kedua nanti.
So all of these map changes, guys, will happen in MPLMI. So stay tuned and watch our game.
Bye.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat
musiman. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Renung tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, Sarah VE and Playas. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Panas ke panas bersama dengan saya, Poji dan juga Mel QT dan juga Joms. Apa khabar Mel? Apa khabar Jom? How are you?
I'm good.
I'm good. How about you?
Sehat, alhamdulillah.
Alright, kat sini lah. Kita ada 2 wajah yang kata tak asing lagi untuk MPL. Dan sekarang soalan yang pertama untuk Jom kan. Kita nak tanya, do you remember the moment back in season 11 when Mel was taunting you?
Yeah, I still remember that.
How was that feeling?
Not really shocked because when I taunt the homeboys, I know some of other teams will taunt me also.
So, if you win today, will you taunt him back?
I think no.
No, why?
Because no, who's that again? Imal?
Imal?
No. Kim. Yeah, no Kim.
No Kim.
Yeah.
Alright. So untuk Mel, boleh tak kongsi ni? Actually apa yang bakar Mel dulu macam habis-habis match terus nak taunting?
Sebab time tu kan memang dia kan taunting homeboys kan, and homeboys salah satu kira macam saya punya dream team lah nak masuk kan. So panas lah. So saya taunting balik macam tu.
Alright. Kalau boleh lah buat balik sekarang, boleh tak? Cuba tunjuk balik depan muka lagi sekali.
Tak boleh.
Are you okay? If he taunt you right now, just recreating the event back.
Yeah, I think I'm okay.
Cuba boleh?
Tak lah. Dulu tu tak matang, sekarang dah matang sikit.
Okay. He's mature right now, so won't do it anymore. Alright, Jom. What do you feel about this matchup today? Going against Homeboy. Is either ZP or Mel QT? Do you think you can win against them?
I'm not sure about that, but I hope we can do what we're doing in practice, and I'm really excited to fight against Homeboys because Homeboys is final team last season.
Understand, but then based on last week, Team Ray is going strong. Do you think you can beat all of the team?
No. I'm just thinking we just need to give our best always.
Alright, good answer. Untuk Mel, dah kalah 2 kali. Modal cuma 1 point. Berbaki lagi 7 lah termasuk dengan ini. Macam mana perancangan, perjalanannya? Kalau kata korang kalah, jalan ke playoff semakin jauh. Apa perancangannya?
Perancangannya memang kita nak fokus untuk game ni lah, untuk cari kemenangan, and kalau boleh nak menang bersih lah, untuk supaya peluang ke playoff tu lebih cerah. And tapi kita tahu pun yang Team Ray last week dia memang strong kan. Tapi tu lah, kita pun tak tahu Homeboys this week macam mana kan.
Kalau boleh letak skala lah daripada 1 sampai 10, keyakinan untuk menang match ni berapa banyak?
10. Sebab memang lagi satu, saya tak pernah kalah lagi lawan Team Ray. And lawan Jom pun tak kalah lagi.
Alright. I was just asking him, On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident is your team to beat Team Ray? He said it's 10. Plus, he never lose against Team Ray. What do you feel about that?
I'm happy for that because if it's good, I will be more good.
Alright. But before we end our show over here right now, I want you to have a challenge to each of you. If you win, you can ask him to do anything you want. Dan kalau Mel, Homeboys menang, Mel boleh minta jom untuk buat apa saja, suka hati. Nak pumping ke, nak lari keliling ataupun suka hati. I tak boleh nak cakap, it's up to you guys. Is it okay with that?
Yeah, okay.
So apa yang Mel, kalau boleh, kalau Mel menang apa yang Mel nak dia buat?
Kalau saya menang, saya nak jom yang kalah tapi dia yang taunting saya. Atas stage. Dia buat taunting saya yang buat slin sebelah tu. Atas stage.
He said, if he win, you have to recreate back. You know the taunting that he did it before. Remember the hand gesture? He wants you to do it in front of him. If you lose.
Okay.
But then, if you win, what will you want him to do?
I want Mel to taunt Homeboys. Like the teammate. Yeah.
Well, it's a challenge and it's a bet for both of them. Dan ini saja daripada saya. Anything you want to say to the fans?
Thank you for supporting us always, and I hope to see you guys all in venue and support MPL Malaysia Season 16.
Mel, untuk semua keluarga dan peminat-peminat.
Untuk semua yang menyokong, terima kasih and teruskan menyokong and datanglah ke venue, meriahkan lagi suasana MPL.
Itu saja daripada kami. Let's go back to the game.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, and wow, it's almost like we were looking at two ordinary marksmen being interviewed right up there. Similar energies, same vibes, same skill when they're on that Land of Dawn, and I'm personally kind of interested to see what would happen if Mel is made to taunt his own team after losing. Welcome back to the English desk. My name is Stafa, once again joined on the desk by Husky as well as Gideon. Going into our second match of the day, do you have any expectations, sir?
Honestly, I didn't, but now that there is a bet online, now I'm interested. Now I'm invested. I felt like, unfortunately, as much as Mel was like, man, I really got him with this one, stole him. He came up with a good one. He put some legitimate value on this bet.
Yeah, I think Joam's punishment to Mel QT just raised the support for Team Ray. I want Team Ray to win just because I want to see how Mel QT is going to taunt his own team.
Like, how would you even do that? Like, what? How would you even? I can't even imagine it.
Just pull the, it's not my fault that we lost.
Mask off. Mask.
Throw the mask
Throw the
away.
mask.
It's funnier when you think about it because their slogan is stay true. And then now he has to taunt his own team. If he loses,
I'm still gonna stay true. We played bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways he could take this potentially, but it all starts with whether they win the game or not. And well, we'll see, because I did see Zippy walking around. Maybe Mel is like, hey, you know what? Game 1, we put in Zippy. Game 2, that's when I come in the clutch.
Well, if Zippy does come in and they still lose, then Mel actually has something to taunt about.
Yeah, it wasn't even me. Oh, I'm sure he's got one shot just ready to go.
Yeah, but I do think this is a very interesting matchup, right? These two teams, I feel like, have come in with a lot of potential this season. Everyone has high expectations of Homeboys as our previous runner-ups. Everyone saw the new roster from Team Ray, who is coming off a win momentum. Predictions?
I'm siding with Team Ray, and I think I might not be the majority. I saw the roster for Homeboys this season. You know, they lost to SRG. That one was kind of a given. And then they lost to Vamos. And I always felt like this roster doesn't feel as solid as the one we saw prior, you know, with Ivan, Vel, and even Coach Erpang. But for Team Ray, they set the bar high by taking down Todak last week. So I'm definitely Team Ray.
Yeah, I'm also leaning a bit towards Team Ray, but honestly, my predictions have not been going very well this season, so I will just wait and see. For now, let's talk a little bit about their opponents, our last season runner-ups, the Homeboys, consisting of Mel QT, Kaden, Izanami, Amal, and Reza, still looking for their foundational momentum.
Yeah, I'm thinking right now that this game is really going to depend on Kaden as well as Amal. The times that we've seen Amal just not perform in the jungle section is when Homeboys Homeboys lose is the worst. And Kaden has been doing okay, but now that he's up against Nova X Kobar on the other side, who is proactively looking for vulnerabilities, it's really going to test Kaden on how he's going to position himself in these games to kind of deny those opportunities or at least be in a position to counterattack.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup for a rookie roamer to go up against someone with Nova's level of experience. And if we're talking about experience, almost everyone on Team Ray has it in droves. We got Jome alongside Nova X Kobar, Zach QT, Dusk, as well as Dur filling out the lineup.
And not only that, even in the XP lane, I am already more favor towards Dur, just because not just the hero pool, but how he works with Nova X Kobar in their series against Toadang. Whereas for Homeboys, at least from the limited games that we've been able to watch, their approach is very teamfight heavy, right? Reza sets up, Kaden gets a follow-up, and then they try and win that fight. But outside of that, in an isolated situation, we see Kaden get bullied in a roam role, Reza struggles to find these openings, and that's something that I think Team Ray would love to play into.
I think definitely. I can get behind that, mainly because the way that we've seen Team Ray actually play, yes, they do find these opportunities and they do actually extend their leads more than what most teams are going to be looking for. But the big difference maker here for me really has to be in Dusk, right? Because last week, I think it was pretty close to almost 100% neutral objective secure rates on just this red tree alone. And that's like, if you're kind of generous, depending on what you consider a 50-50. But for the most part, every single time he's put in that scenario, even when it should be a 70-30 or an 80-20, he's coming out on top of the probabilities when it comes to red tree rate.
Yeah, there were some ridiculous conditions actually where it really looked like Dusk, or basically any jungler in that position, should not have taken the turtle or the lord, and somehow he still found the space. Is it because of Dusk himself, or was Todak making a lot of mistakes? Either way, a lot of people are already looking at this new rookie jungler with high expectations. Homeboys going to be the first pick for game number 1. Do you think that they need to change up the strategy they tried from week 1, or just stick to the basics now that we're in a new patch?
I think if we're talking about new patch, fundamentals is the core, right? If you don't have the time, which most teams don't really have, to come up with something new and innovative, just play with the basics first. Play with what makes you comfortable before you try to experiment, because Homeboys, they need the win. If they go 0-3 by the end of week 2, their chances to play out are going to get affected.
Yeah, this is a very important match for them. The first game where they played up against SRG OG, we thought this new Homeboys lineup had potential since they were able to drag it out to a full series. But then they seemed to flounder against Team Vamos, who are a little bit more prepared for the brand new season. Team Ray definitely looks to be a team they should be able to get points off of on paper, but it's not going to be easy.
No, it's never easy, especially with Joam on the other end of it, right? When all else fails, Joam is going to hold off strong.
Definitely strong indeed. Kaden, we reached out to him a little bit before this match and got a quote from this brand new player. He says, "We're still building our chemistry since we only started training together 3 weeks before the season began. The language switch has also made it harder to sync as a team. On the new maps, dangerous grass might give us an edge, but as professional players, we need to master every map."
Yeah, there's something with Homeboy's drafting pattern that, you know, has resurfaced some of the criticisms we had in terms of hero choices from, I think, last season. For example, having Gatot Kacha as the only frontline engager. We've seen some picks, I think, even from GMSK. The Kimmy pick that becomes an isolated hero that locks your draft out of flexibility. So these kind of things are showing up a bit in Homeboys. I would give them credit. They had some massive wombo combos when they went up against Vamos, but these moments are very hard to come by.
Yeah, you gotta be able to create those opportunities, and nowadays with the more recent matches, we're seeing the more and more importance onto that draft. It's not just about lane prio anymore, it's about making sure you have the flexibility to adjust later down the line.
No, it's really important to adjust later down the line, right? Because if you're too stubborn to adjust, then you're just doubling down on the sacrifices that are already made. And that's something that teams will be more than happy to take because they can eventually bleed that lead over into other aspects. Now, let's have a look at a quote coming in from Drum, because we did get to talk to him for a bit.
We haven't yet, but it's so good to see him back here in MPL Malaysia, and he certainly seems to be fitting in just fine. He said, "The key to our victory was the trust we had in ourselves and our teammates. Beyond that, we simply played the way we trained. Discipline was the most important factor, especially in making decisions around objectives. And now, we're aiming for our second win against Homeboys.
I was fortunate enough during the media day to share the same dressing room with Team Ray, and the vibes were immaculate. I think they were jiving very well by already at that point of time. And another edge that I think they have over Homeboys is just a willingness to pick Moskov for Joe. Right, that has been kind of the signature of what has been giving Team Ray big highlights against Todak, which most teams haven't really considered as much. So Homeboys might have to pay attention to that too.
Well, let's have a look, right? Because now that they're running Mel QT, because I was expecting maybe Zippy was going to play maybe Mel QT, so I didn't have time to really think about it. But now that Mel QT is in play, right? Gold lane draft will be a lot more interesting. He can play Bruno. On the opposite side, Beatrix, Bruno, Moskov, Claude, everything underneath the sun when it comes down to marksman gold lanes. Harif for the side of Mel QT. I think both of these guys are really extremely well matched up. Now, in terms of how this is going to potentially affect the draft, at least we know the expandability of the gold lane, so we can focus on the other areas first, and then maybe second phases where we expect to see it. Unless they're trying to build a draft that's highly dependent on the gold lane.
Yeah, while the gold laners are important nowadays, since you are able to prolong the game somewhat decently most of the time, it's expected that they should have enough time to scale up as long as you don't make any particularly big mistakes. My eye is going to be on Dusk because previously he had only played Fredrin in both games that we saw him. So that's the only hero he's played since his debut here. Will it get limited now that Fredrin is getting banned out more often? We'll find out in the draft. First, let's see which map we're going to be getting in game number 1. And it is Flying Cloud.
I already hear the Fredrin ban. There it is. No Fredrin, no Baxia. Homeboy's really reading into it. They want to see Dusk kind of portfolio, right? Like, sure, you've been winning with Fredrin, with Moskov on your side, but that's also because they didn't feel the need to change. But all 3 bans are designed to force Team Ray to expand that pool.
Yeah, they're testing his integrity, right? See whether he's going to stretch or whether he's just going to break under it. Now with the final ban in the first phase going over to Team Ray, do they even need to think about getting rid of Talia at this point? They've already gotten rid of some of the heavy hitters. No tanks. Moskov is also gone. Do they want to force it into Harith Granger, or do they want to keep it as open as possible and then look to make sure that Joam can't participate and isolate him in that lane?
Ban Angela, so it removes the Angela joy that I could see Homeboy playing. I mean, Izanami is another player that has been put on the Angela mid even in previous seasons.
That does mean the Kalea is open though, one of the more comfortable roamers for the side of Homeboys. They've always preferred a pick-off style comp even after switching players. So if they want to lean back to Foundations, that would probably be the ideal first pick. But as you guys already pointed out, there are a lot of other heroes that have been gaining a lot of priority nowadays. The Lapu Lapu becoming more popular in EXP, Harif being picked earlier in the phase, even Esmeralda also getting a lot of attention.
Yeah, this first pick is going to be genuinely so important, but it looks like they're going to be locking in the CC early on. Let's see whether Team Ray is going to respond in kind like we've seen the rest of MPL MY do, which is the Lapu Lapu. They can hold it off for later, of course, so they can lean in to some of the other important picks. Now, jungle has been a big question mark, right? It's either you lean into the Joy a little bit more, or you start leaning into things that scale. Joy, Yishin Shin, back into the tanks, into the Baxia and Fredrin most of the time. And then finally, we start thinking about junglers who are not only here to assassinate their targets, but the raw mobility that it provides. Things like Hayabusa, if they really care about the gold lane matchup.
Even Lancelot, we saw how Gary pulled off a level 3 solo kill early in the gold lane. So that could be an angle to tackle as well. Team Ray, they do go for the Harith. We might get the Harith Ranger matchup. The chip now comes out. And this was something that, well, is it on Flying Clouds? Yeah, on Flying Clouds. Yesterday, when Navi went up against Geek Fam also went for a first phase chip pick.
Pretty early pick on the chip. You would usually want to reserve this a little later. Considering you're on red side as well, it would be a pretty safe third pick. So the reason they're revealing it this early is either because they're confident or there's a bigger surprise pick waiting in the lurch.
Maybe. I think it makes a little sense now that they've kind of changed ship. I want to see how good his wave clear actually is, because now he doesn't necessarily have to go for that early cheese of I take a quick shortcut and then immediately gank a lane and then start moving over into the mid lane. You can start off at mid first and then basically figure it out from there.
And an interesting factor to note though is because of Chip's passive, he has very easy access into the enemy jungle, which will allow him to get vision much quicker than other roamers.
Speaking of vision, it's gonna be the Yishin Shin on top of the Jushin as well. Make sure that they can control the rest of this map. No support pickup for the side of the Homeboys.
Team Ray also, if they want to lock in a jungler now, now feels like the best time unless they are willing to go down like something like an Akai, which seems to be the case. They lock in the Arlet for Dur.
Okay, so with Chip, you're able to at least get 2 Demon Mark procs to use your Vengeance with the Arlet. They probably need a more reliable way to get him into the mix, because he's definitely going into the EXP lane, right? So at least with Homeboys does have a pretty good... Wait, I have to think about the lane. How does it go against CC? It should be pretty good for the CC, right? Arlet can't go for the all-in, and even if you're trying to get in and out of the fights, you still need level 2 minimum before you can start playing tricks in the lane.
Even before this patch was dropped, Arlet CC was usually a CC leaning lane, so Ray has willingly picked a potentially worse EXP matchup just to have the teamfight utility. They do get rid of the high-low, so they want to take control of 5v5s as much as possible, and Homeboys go ahead and ban that final viable tank jungle as well. They want to see Dusk on an assassin. One thing I'm also thinking is, since there's a Yi Sun Shin on the Homeboy side, Team Ray may have to consider respecting fighter gold lanes. Things like the Esmeralda that may make Jome's lane very difficult.
I think Ruby alone would be like quite the problem, right? Because now Chip can't really get in on these fights because you guarantee time in the middle of them. Harith also does pretty terribly into the Ruby eventually in the later stages because you're stuck on that Zaman force, so you don't really want to extend further from it. The Arlet is just crying because not only is the lane hard, but he gets into team fights and then Ruby shows up. And they even... Wow! TR, really smart, getting rid of both the God Thought alongside with the high loss to make sure this chip works.
So it's full team fight focus on the side of Team Ray. We got a bit of fun fact from Kaden as well. Homeboys' rookie Kaden will perform star jumps before matches to eliminate pre-match jitters. I think that's actually not too uncommon a thing to do.
Yeah, it's a very simple workout. Gets the blood flowing, gets you pumped, and gets you focused, right? You kind of loosen up the limbs, the appendages, the digits a little bit. This is a true test for Dusk. We have Lancelot and Hayabusa still left in the pool. It's either or for him against the A-Mouse Yishun Shin. I wonder how far did Team Ray think into this, right? Are they prepped for a situation where Dusk gets targeted? Because this is where the experienced teams are going to really drill the rookie and see how far they can push him. Lancelot becomes the choice for Dusk.
Alright, the Lancelot debut, the Assassin debut for this rookie jungler on the side of Team Ray. Previously, he won a lot of turtle contests, but he was on the Fredrin. It was a lot easier for him to walk forward, and he would oftentimes act as a sacrifice, being willing to die in the fights just to secure objectives and soak damage. He can no longer do that on a Lancelot.
Yep. With this Lancelot, though, it does mean that he's very mobile to move around. So it feels like Homeboys is really incentivized to go for a double fighter lane. And I think that this is what Team Ray has prepared for, right? We expect the double fighter lane. We want to make sure that our mid lane isn't going to get affected as much if you end up playing something like a Lapu Lapu, or in this case, going into the Terizla, which is rather interesting, right? Because now that you have Khalid and Terizla, you're much more deterred to actually play the Farsa. And now that Eve is gone as well, you have even more problems. You might be left with Lilia at best, but she sucks against Ishin.
There's Valen. There's another pick that ZachQT has fallen back to.
Valentina wouldn't be too bad if you want to get more scaling in. We already saw the Sicilian debut from Chico Guys earlier. But I do kind of like what Homeboys is doing here. I actually think Terizla is one of the heroes that benefits quite a lot from Flying Cloud. Since he's already known for having low movement speed, that more than makes up for it.
They could go Xavier here if they are feeling ambitious.
Oh, I don't know about Xavier. I mean, they need something that can at least help proc Arlet, or at least allow Arlet to get back in. And it looks like they're going to be locking in.
Oh,
wow.
Wow.
Why?
Full commit 5v5
just
from Team Ray.
the Valentina. I don't understand. The farmers doesn't make any sense here.
Yeah, while I could see what they're thinking, like if they really want a Death Ball, and Death Ball no matter what, Faramis makes sense, but he really doesn't feel as strong as he used to be, and you don't have things like the glue to benefit your Ghost Bursters either, so I'm a little worried about Zach QT's presence.
I guess the whole plan is the chip opens the shortcut, everyone pours through, and then you have Faramis as your insurance agent.
But there's a check and balance in place here, right? There is the Raging Sandstorm on top of the penalty zone. Both, if it was just one of them, then yes, I think that like you can try and power through that. I'm totally fine. But the fact that there is both on top of the Jushin, this is pretty unwinnable for Team Ray. Unless we see a proactive Dur, which again, he has to win the lane before he even moves out, then we can see an impact.
Definitely creates some constraints. It creates some conditions that Team Ray is going to have to meet in order to take victory here. We return to Land of Dawn, where unfortunately we are greeted with a pause. So it looks like we will start Game 1 in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen.
Joe-Man playing this game, if something is going wrong, he needs to make sure that Melqt taunts Homeboys. That's the goal. That's our Type 1 issue.
Like, our Marshall was not prepared for that.
He wasn't ready for Joam to tell him that this was a Type 1 issue.
Yeah, Joam was like, I've seen enough. This is Type 1.
That's the first time we've seen a player do that. Hey, Marshall, I can do your job too.
Almost got him fired.
Telling you, Joam is a personality. He's a fun guy to hang around with. He brings on those good vibes. Now, coming back into towards the composition, right? I think the only way right now for Team Ray to maybe find some opportunities is if they're very proactive, specifically with Nova X Kobar, right? I think in the later stages is where they're going to struggle. Mid-game especially if the early game goes terribly for them. So I'm really looking at Nova to find those vulnerabilities early. Early lane gangs helps a lot in this matchup, especially towards the EXP side.
I think something we forgot to highlight as well is since that last 2 picks was Terizla Khalid, that means this is a CC gold lane. So they are going for the double fighter comp. CC has been used as a gold lane in the past, but it's not a common choice anymore. What do you think about this?
I think ideally the Ruby would have been the play for me personally, but it makes a lot of sense when you're looking at the chip and you knew that you eventually wanted the Khalid trying to force the assassin in the first place, right? With those factors in mind, getting into these fights is pretty fun for the side of the Homeboys. They actually want them to try and start these 5v5s, but it needs to be on their own terms. So that's why I think that tempo is all or nothing for Team Ray.
In fact, if they open the portal, Homeboys can easily enter the portal and come in with bigger ultimates than Team Ray has on their end.
Possibly. That's why I think that tempo is so important, right? Because you got to catch them off while they can't take the portal while still having the numbers advantage, right? Those are 2 conditions that need to be met.
It's gonna be a difficult one, but we've already seen teams beat the odds. Either way, thank you very much to our marshals. We are going to once again return to the Land of Dawn. The clouds are available for teams to take flight as we witness Homeboys and Team Ray face off for game number 1.
Something to note about Flying Clouds is I think for the first 1 or 1.5 minutes, the clouds are not on, so you can't go for that quick recall back into lane mechanic until that cooldown kind of expires. And Nova was going for an invade, the orange buff, but Amal started purple.
Okay, alright. Let's see whether there is an inevitable leash, because the early game here, you see that Nova X Kobar getting chunked out very heavily, which is exactly what you want to see from the side of the Homeboys. Mitigate that early game as soon as possible, while Kaden just gets in front of Dusk as much as he can.
And Nova can't really help. Now he can. Forgot he can eat that bag of chips.
Gains so much health from it as well.
That's a lot, holy cow.
I wish I got that much health from a bag of chips.
Facts.
Maybe I would. Could we get a bag of chips on the desk real quick, production? Thank you.
We'll see whether we get a sponsor. Looking out there, it's like we like our chip sponsors. But for now, at least they know exactly where Dusk is going to be. They realize that this is an orange start. They're going to end up on the same side of the map, which is going to be EXP in this particular case. And you see Nova X Kobar, he's making his way down to the bottom side, knowing that this is pretty unwinnable until level 4.
Gonna put some pressure onto Melqt.
Whoa!
Gonna give Joam a better lane. I mean, you have the defense buff for Chip on the Concussive Blast too. It does pack a punch. It does once more being ran at by Homeboys. They want to get him away from this buff and secure the XP crab. Here comes Nova through the shortcut. Why walk? The fight breaks out. Dust trying to maneuver around all these variables. But it is a 1-for-2 trade. Double for Amal. Dur in the fight, but not level 4 just yet. Zach QT can't help him out. He will try though. The stun is there. Amal gets away with Izanami with a double drag back. And Homeboy starts the game off with 3.
Oh my god, that was way too close. Because Team Ray, at any point, had they hit level 4, that could have been a turnaround in the middle of that fight. Luckily, Homeboys maintained their ultimates, and Amal now has a very clear lead over Dusk in this game.
The thing is, Team Ray should be well aware that their teamfight comp depends on level 4. There's really no reason to force that fight. Yes, you lose some pressure in your EXP lane, but it's better to walk back and live for another day, especially since you're about to hit level 4, rather than committing all your resources when you're not actually ready to fight. Homeboys definitely has the better early game with Khalid Zeus in.
They want to get on top of this next turtle here. I'm looking at the positions. I want to see whether Dirk can make a flicker play of his own, but it looks like Nova needs to be the one who initiates.
Does have the shortcut now. Reza does have penalty zone. Given the levels favor Homeboys a bit, they're gonna open a shortcut and a double raiding sandstorm. Good Faramir save with the Nether Realm, but Dust still ends up going down as the turtle boat connects onto him. Reza able to run away. Joam in the fight, but sadly the damage is not there just yet. MLQT presses Vengeance, and Dirk just gets stuck in the pit. Homeboys find 2 more. Izanami flickers forward. Look for Joam, the yo-yo in his face. MLQT with the collection.
Ooh, this game is slipping out of the hands of Team Ray so quickly, and you gotta give props to Homeboys. They are making things happen quick. This is the classic Homeboys we all know and love. Even with Ray trying to create chaos, they still manage to stack their abilities perfectly to lock down Dusk forever and make the Lancelot a non-factor in that fight.
Amal played it extremely well, right? He was especially fluid with his positioning. He wanted to make sure that he found those open gaps to switch between melee and as well as his traditional bow, and he got maximum value out of it in the middle of that fight. But now, I think that Team Ray, we did see the benefits of the flying clouds. Dusk was able to secure his purple buff in time, actually looked to defend it. Doesn't change the fact that he's 2 levels down onto Emal, who's basically power farming and should end up on the orange buff side of the map, thanks to the help of this permanent living ward made out of sand. Kaden just won't let Dusk walk away with this.
Emal is eating good. 3-0-2. Reza, 5 assists, and a War Axe first item.
Definitely not the start you'd expect from a Terizla. You typically expect it to do pretty okay against this very slow EXP laner, but Team Ray were so committed to a 5v5 death ball that they basically sacrificed lane priority in multiple areas of the map to achieve it. And now that is biting them in the butt a little bit. We're only 5 minutes in. Homeboy's already at a 2k goal lead.
Was really looking to snowball too. MLQT, Reza, double War Axe, and that's not even factoring Amal, who is having the time of his life.
Taking a lot of time here, but where is Nova Escobar? He's down by enemy territory. They know that the Yishinshin isn't part of this as of right now. He can look to TP towards the top side, but there's still 12 seconds left on that turtle. And now this fast rotation here, with the help of Kaden, to bail out MLQT because he lacked wave clear. And now that Nova Escobar is revealed, this could be some problems.
He is surrounded. Literally, the entire team is here.
Oh, he's going to flicker and try to get away. Raging Sandstorm on top of him. Nova goes down. A 4-man stun into a final slash. Maybe this is it for Team Ray to find themselves back into the game. Take out MLQT, but I feel like they need a bit more than that. But unfortunately, Homeboys is not giving them it.
Nope. Not yet. Not yet. It was a good counter engage. I'll give it to that. And I think Durf found a really good angle. Unfortunately, they just don't have the money to secure these kills, right? Joam now gets a free turret on that top side, so plenty of time Bell bought, especially after sacrificing the neutral. And even better, they don't even take the neutral. Homeboys have no time because Amal was chunked out too hard.
Considering everything, that actually was a pretty good trade for Team Ray. Hold on, Reza.
They can't kill him. They can't kill him.
Oh my goodness.
Trust me. With a wave and a War Axe in hand, he's not dying anytime soon. Maybe by level 12, that's when we should expect him to start dying.
Alright, now Homeboy's back to the Turtle Pit. Ultimate's not really back up for Team Ray. No Nether Realm, no shortcut. This is a free objective for Amal to collect. They are going to try and fight mid. Nova Escobar again. Taking up with the punishment, solo Raging Sandstorm to allow Izanami to get the kill. Joam doesn't have the damage yet. They drag Kaden back under the turret, but still damage insufficient as Dirt is getting absolutely clobbered by Reza. That's a meat tenderizer there.
Oh yeah, he's got such a good matchup, right? I mean, there's nothing that Arla can do. Even if he builds full damage, the natural damage reduction that Reza has inbuilt into Terizla makes this a null and void matchup. It goes nowhere, especially when he gets War Axe.
It seems like Terizla Going to be a rough situation here for Dur. That Arlet pickup was specifically designed to assist in the team fight and is just not really doing much. And now even Jome in trouble being ganked. Nova comes in.
Calling for help. Jump onto Izanami, trying to blow him up. Izanami does go down. Jome with the collection. Good nether round to save the team a little bit, but again, the hammer swing from Reza is just a bit too much. Double kill for MLQT. ZachQT with the pullback. Joel wants to recall, but they're not going to allow him to do that. No permission to escape ZachQT with one last dish. Takes out Kaden, but Homeboys have just wiped out Team Ray.
Yeah, I think this game is now officially over. There's just too much of a lead for the Homeboys side. A 5.3k lead, there's just no way they're going to let this go, especially since TR are the ones who have to engage. Homeboys just have to bing chill. As long as they don't waste a Raging Sandstorm alongside their penalty zone at the same time, they're completely fine.
Yeah, this draft may have been a bit too idealistic coming out of Team Ray. Yes, a 5v5 death ball is going to be strong, but you can see what you're doing from a mile away, and they committed so many hero picks in order to achieve it. Homeboy is just playing the typical style and making use of the double marksman side lane to take full map control. We are very close to breaching the point of no return. If Team Ray loses another fight like that, this game is very much over.
Yeah, I bet you any sensible person would have wished that ZachQT is on that Valentina. The amount of value that you get, well, the porridge is made. Team Ray, I don't think they even have a chance to contest the Lord. Mountain Shocker gets used. Dirt forced to go deeper into enemy lines, gets hit by the boat, and goodbye. Godlike for Amal.
Yeah, Kaden having the time of his life right now. He has been harassing Dusk the entire game, and by the time they get into these neutral objectives, Homeboys aren't even willing to risk it against Dusk. Now, on the opposite end, Joam, he's trying to keep up the speed with everybody else. MelQT currently at level 11, but Joam's only at level 10, 1-2 current scoreline compared to the 4-1 and 6 from MelQT. Eventually, MelQT will fall off because Joam's damage is going to be extremely relevant in the fights to come.
Problem is, how long will that take to happen? And by then, will Amal become even bigger? This is a 7-0 Yi-Sun Shin, currently 3 items in. Nearly 3,000 gold ahead of Dusk. The choice of Homeboys to limit all the tank jungles definitely seems to be affecting this rookie on the side of Team Ray.
Not even the best at taking and clearing out big waves too, not to mention a Lord. So this Lord is definitely going to cause a lot more damage to Team Ray than it normally would have. You know, at around 10 minutes, they clear out the bottom wave, so they keep that Holy Shield up, but the mid wave is going to pop. And with the Lord being stalled out in the top lane, there's a chance that Team Ray lose all their Holy defense.
The Holy defense will start to collapse, and I think it's fine, but they need to start sieging, right? If they want to fight...
Oh! Flicker engaged from their Team Ray. Is this it for them? NetherRealm already expended. Reza just eats up everything. The body of a Smith, too durable. Mountain, boat does land. Another boat, and the penalty over Reza. He goes in. There's a trade for ZachQT. They get that inhibitor. Just gets tied up. So he also falls. Joel Onova and ZachQT left to pick up the pieces.
Man, I'm surprised that Reza decided to use the penalty, use his penalty zone to head on out just so that he can flicker forward later down the line. Like, he was already taking a lot of damage, but because of his play, they not only get the Holy defenses, but 3 inhibitors. What devastating effect coming in from the Homeboys.
I think we can definitely call that worth for Reza and the Homeboys. The goal lead is now 10,000 in the 11-minute mark. I think we can very much say this game is done. There's basically nothing Team Ray can do to respond to this anymore. Would they try getting a good team fight? Dur actually got a solid final slash, but they don't have any damage at all. That is the risk of committing so many resources into utility. And Homeboys are well aware of this. They're just going to take their time, wait until the next Lord, and it should be an easy game over for them.
And all this while, MelQT has just been curtain calling targets, solo killing them, doesn't even need to press vengeance. In the previous fight, it's pretty unfortunate that Dusk got tied up, because I felt like he would have had slightly more impact, if not the case. Used the Mountain Shocker just to get vision on Team Ray. This next Lord that's spawning in 15 seconds is going to be the key for Homeboys to close out Game 1.
Team Ray, I think it's pretty uncontestable. Walking out of your base means that you're going to get chased down, and that's something that Amal is particularly good at on the Yi-Sun Shin. That's what his main design is for. It's to just chase. Now with the Oracles coming in, even for Kaden as well, he's just so tanky. He doesn't need the extra bit of damage because everybody else provides it for him.
I think we'll try close. There we go, flicker forward, Nova Escobar trying to look for Amao. Raining stands up from behind, Kaden with a good dunk. They still are trying to chase down Amao. They have a lot of things to worry about. And their realm wasn't committed. They really want this Yishun Shin, but they're just not going to get it. Joab ends up getting abandoned by his own team. And Homeboys, with a near flawless game, are going to cruise down the mid lane to look for game number 1. Nothing that Dust can do. ZachQT will watch as the kingdom falls. Homeboys with a strong statement as they take out ZachQT. MelQT gets shut down. Dust left. Maybe it's not over yet. Team Ray still somehow hangs on.
Ooh, they cleared the wave just in time, and now they back away. Majority of the members too low. Even MelQT saying goodbye for now. And Nova Escobar quickly running over to the top side of the map. He's scouting as much as he can. It's a good defense for the side of Team Ray, but now it just means that Homeboys must get the Lord if they want to close this out.
It's quite a goal swing, right? You get the shutdown. Dust now with the endless battle. He is doing mad work on the wave clear alongside ZachQT. I guess that's sort of the defense mechanism that they have, dealing against a mega minion. In fact, Team Ray now takes initiative at Lord Pit.
Still going to be an uphill battle though. 8,000 gold, still a pretty sizable amount. Team Ray want to rush this.
Wow, they already used the Phantom Execution. Dust rolls the dice! Gets the Lord! But Team Ray now needs to somehow escape. His Anami explodes! The Nether Realm used to bail out Team Ray. Dust will be given up. Nova Escobar on the run, but without Joam. Is this Lord going to do enough though? MelQT with the help of Kaden will find Nova. ZachQT and Dur really just trying to cut the way. MelQT with the curtain call ties ZachQT up. That's a dead Faramis for 20 seconds. And that Lord will not matter. Not with Dur being the lone survivor. Homeboys will finish what they started. The final slash only as a deterrent, but not enough to stop the Owls from taking game 1.
Utter and complete domination from the Homeboys. An easy victory from start to finish. They knew exactly what was being thrown at them, and they had every single solution they could have hoped for. This is the Season 15 runner-up momentum.
I tip off my hats over once again to the drafter for the Homeboys. Well done. Completely shut off any way to turn this Arla into an absolute Beyblade monster. No tops, no spins, no nothing from their side. Banning out the Akai was pivotal in this matchup. The Arla, I think, was just shown a little too early.
Yeah. I think so. There was a lot of things that could have been done differently, for sure. We've seen a couple of sweeps this season so far, but I feel like this is the most no-hope situation I have witnessed.
I mean, this is the Homeboys that I think a lot of people were expecting to see when they went up against Vamos, but better late than never. Homeboys needed this win, and like MelQT said, it would be nice if they get 3 points, because every point matters considering the start to the season. For Team Ray, I think it's the draft. They really botched that draft in the second phase.
Yeah, no, I think the execution was going to be too hard. There's just way too many conditions that need to be met, and there's no real means to like force it out of their opponents, right? Because you come in with the TP, you walk out of the shortcut, and you're like, all right, how do we take this fight? Guess what? We have to split in every direction, because if we stand too close together, Reza's going to hit all of us, or even Kaden. And so far, let me tell you, Reza on this Terizla, there's not a lot of games where you have a start like that.
You're not supposed to on a Terizlas, and when that happens, you already know you have done something wrong. Even before the draft started for this game, we were literally discussing, you gotta draft so that you have flexibility to adjust and to get lane priority. And Team Ray just decided, how about neither? Let's look at our MVP for game number 1. It is going to be none other than Amal from the Homeboys.
Nicely played coming in from Amal's side, right? Because again, his Yishun Shin was going to be the final seal on this coffin. Because if they can't pick him, if they can't slow him down, he's going to outscale the entire composition from Homeboy sides, even the Lancelot, but it would still be a close fight if he gets hit by all the abilities. The problem is, he's not even in the fight half the time. He's playing on the outskirts, and then, oh, I can find a way to trigger my killing spree, jump on him, pick it up, and start chasing backliners. He has that extension.
Yeah, it's a game where Homeboys just won purely through network. They're throwing bags of gold at Team Ray, and there's nothing Team Ray could do.
They're just eating it. They're like, why is gold so hard and heavy even though it's a soft metal?
Yeah, that's basically what's happening, right? Homeboys just walking around like they own the place, throwing money around like it doesn't even matter because they were set up for success from the very beginning. It's the perfect situation for a hero like Yi Sun-shin because your team has lane prio in almost every part of the map. You can control rotations. You know exactly how your opponent is going to want to start fights, and you can prepare for it in advance.
Yep. Let's not forget that Nova X Kobar can't just walk around freely. And I think Izanami did a very good job right at level 1 to just say, you know what? Since you've decided to show up in my lane, I'm gonna sacrifice half my health and be able to take a quarter of your mid laners, but I make sure that I put you down by 2/3. So you have to either chill around and do nothing or go back to base and use your TP.
Yeah, it's rough. And, well, when we're talking about the mid laner pick as well, that last pick for ZachQT, this mid laner hero, you could definitely say was by far a miss. Just not really contributing anything, right? Like, the damage is lacking, the Nether Realm forces you to stay together, which is exactly what Homeboys wants. I don't know why they last picked it.
And worse yet, he doesn't even win the lane against the Zushin, right? In a 1v1, it's almost impossible. You put it into a 2v1, and you somehow still lost the numbers game.
And that's why we did say that I think it's good, it's more advice for teammates to pick the jungler third. Before the Akai gets banned now, guess what happened? Homeboys went 4th ban Akai. It's
and not to mention that they're on red side as well. So again, not much excuses here for the side of Team Ray. They had a plan in play. So unfortunately, a gear just literally stopped the entire machine. And I think they have to really rethink this, right? Because again, big problems in the mix, some bigger than others. Smaller problems are like, oh, we let the Jushin through. That's okay. That's okay. The Valentina should have been picked up. You need to keep in mind that the hero pool from the Homeboys is big enough so that Kaden, I'm very surprised that he's able to play, he was able to play the Khalid in this particular manner, where it's like, I'm only going to be efficient when it comes down to helping you push out a wave. Other than that, my job is to keep eyes on Dusk.
The fact that ZachQT literally won with Valentina last week against Todak is the bigger shocker. It's not like he doesn't play the hero, but maybe it's a coaching staff, maybe the decision was made behind the scenes. I'm not sure. It's like you're shifting gear, you're about to shift in the high gear, and you just botched the gearbox.
It feels like they weren't really watching the previous matches, because I feel like this falls into a very similar trap that Untitled did at the start of the day. You go into the draft expecting to play a certain way, and you just commit to it and not really think about, oh, what if something goes wrong? Like, does this actually fill in all the gaps that we need to worry about? And then, well, I think the game speaks for itself.
To be fair, Untitled had a draft that worked. They just didn't play it out. The Team Ray didn't have a draft that worked.
This one is, I'm gonna invest for the second half of the draft to hopefully make sure that my composition comes together. Fortunately, Homeboys were like, nope, I can see where this is going.
Like, we're just not gonna let you do that. It's that simple for the Homeboys. And because of that, we see the rich guy as Amal here, nearly 900 GPM. ZachQT did actually do a surprising amount of damage, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, this Team Ray draft is the best illustration of what happens when you buy into NFTs, because you're just praying that the stocks go up, and then they never do.
God, I wish my sweet old JPEGs on the internet are gonna make me some money.
Have you seen my crazy monkey? I don't know what to call it. Bored ape!
Bored apes, yeah.
Bored ape. Oh my goodness, that was a time.
Woo, that was a time. But look at Imal. He's literally all over the map. He could do whatever he wanted to. As soon as he passed level 12 and got his extra point in his ult, that's when he didn't care anymore. He could just do whatever he wants. Ending up in enemy territory as well.
Imal literally painting the map like it's expanding rivers instead. That's just how much control he has here. Look at that. That's insane. You should never allow a Yi Sun-shin this much freedom.
Best part is, I don't think we saw anyone take the flying cloud.
No,
I mean, they did, just to get the lane.
Team Ray did, like, after every single, like, team wipe. You could see them all flying. They're like, let's go! And not to mention that Dusk was able to protect his purple buff after they lost. He got killed during a turtle fight. So there are a couple of benefits.
I don't know, it's weird. Unfortunately, Flying Cloud just still hasn't really been given a lot of opportunity to shine as a map overall. I don't know, maybe Team Ray came into this thinking that they had to be pure of heart to ride the Nimbus, so they just have to be honest in the draft.
It's the gimmick. I think I saw like so many like internet discourse, and it's just mostly about Flying Clouds being a more gimmicky thing than it is to benefit the overall game design. I don't know, maybe we need some relief, right? Like if every single mode is serious, no, like Chiku's Coach Rain said, you gotta understand the reasoning behind it.
Yeah.
So far, I don't.
I think that they should probably change it a little bit, right? I think the change should probably be, instead of getting the flying Nimbus, you just, as soon as you like step on the little thing, you just get a burst of movement speed. Wouldn't that make a lot more sense, right? Wouldn't that make a lot more sense? You get a burst of movement speed to get to where you need to be, because so far the only thing that the flying Nimbus, well, the flying clouds, I call it the Nimbus because it looks like it. The only benefit that you actually get is if your opponents are moving into you on your inhibitors, and you can get behind them from an off angle. That's the only time where I feel like the flying cloud actually provides some value.
Or you could just, instead of taking the clouds from your base, you create a couple of portals around the map, and then you can port through them to major objectives. Major objectives.
Okay.
Yeah, I would
and
say
then
that Chip would think you were stealing his job.
No, instead of calling it like clouds, we call it gates.
Okay, I like that. I like that. What if there was like an item? What if there was like a neutral objective that when you fight it, it drops you an item that basically gives you immortality?
Or in my item, every 2 minutes, there's like a rival with lower cooldown that port you to turrets. We're getting somewhere.
$1 million ideas all throughout the highlights as we see Homeboys absolutely just ball Team Ray. Every single 5v5, it's just like 4-man penalty zone, 3-man Raging Sandstorm. Like, it's such a wet dream for EXP laners.
You've literally drafted yourself into an unwinnable situation. It is not something you'd ever expect to see.
To be fair, there was hope if there was Valentina, because then at least you get the counter engage back.
I thought GeekFan drafted worse yesterday.
That's so mean.
I don't even know. I feel like it's a difficult thing to analyze because it makes no sense. So let's just ask you guys watching about you guys' opinions, right? Scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen to tell us what you think Team Ray's strongest points are going up against Homeboys. Is it A, Dusk, the up-and-coming jungler, B, Jome, the marksman full of vengeance, or C, Novak Kovar, the forgotten roamer? That seems a little mean.
I thought Husky's comments to Geek Fam were a little intrusive. That's just mean. Come on. We already had regular marksmen. This one is particularly like, ooh.
This is about to age
worse. Why is that so mean?
like we could have called him the lone roamer. Like, he's been loaned out to how many teams at this point?
Like Susujin, like the mercenary, something along that line. The loner.
Nah, it doesn't roll off the tongue. We'll think about it. We'll get back to it in just a bit. But yeah, I don't know. I think amongst the three, all of them bring up a good point. A good point, but I don't think any one of them could have carried a game like that. No getting out of that. You can even see Joel who was like, I'm about to get the Holy Crystal, and they're like, we're about to end the game.
It was like, what do you want me to do? Oh, we're chasing Aimao? Wait, my farm is right away!
No! Farm is
You literally see desperation coming out of Team Ray at the very end. Just trying to throw stuff at a wall and hope something works. They can no longer afford to go in that direction. Just stick to basics. Yes, we get it. You like team fighting. Doesn't mean you have to put all your eggs in that one basket.
I'm telling you, like MPL NY teams, some of the teams are quite special because we always say on the desk we prefer ease of execution, and then our team just go, no, we're gonna make it complicated.
We're gonna make it hard and complicated. We're gonna make it really, really weird. I don't know. I think there was still hope for them, right? Team Ray, it really just came down to like one pick mistake, because again, once you've already locked the Arlet in, sure, there's a bit of wiggle room, not exactly the most flexible, but there's still hope, and I think that's something that they keep in mind, right? Because that was a throwaway game. It really didn't come down to your mechanics or the way that you can force out your opponents. It's just a draft issue. They shouldn't be hard on themselves. In Game 2, do they take blue side, or are they going to try and get this composition that they're working hard to squeeze out? Because it's obvious once that Arlet shows up.
I think they took first pick But it also comes down to the bans. If Coach Jess goes for the same 3 bans, then once again is testing the versatility of Team Ray's hero pool, which I believe they have. They did show that in Game 1. They just were not picking the right option.
I'm down to see the repeat just so I can see Dusk on his Lancelot once more, right? Because it was really tough to say whether or not he's performing at a high level or he's just behind. And I think for a majority of it, he was just behind when Caden is just riding on him constantly, just shaving off a bit of his like toenails.
And honestly, looking at the way he was playing, I feel like his mechanics were actually not bad.
They're all right.
It's just that he never really got a chance to show them off because the game was kind of over from the very first minute. So if we are going to see a hard focus on 2 bans on tank junglers again, hopefully Team Ray is able to set up a better support system around their rookie to actually make sure that he, as well as Jome, have space to play the game. Alright, let's see what map we're going to be getting for game number 2.
I also want to point out that Homeboys are using the traditional drafting system, research of having pieces of paper with the literal in-game interface.
Yeah, some sharp-eye fans might just screenshot that, zoom in, and the Homeboys would not recover because they just leaked their plans.
I think they need to start moving over to tier list maker. That's a me thing. Just
or they do what SRG or what OG did, just fat stacks of paper, but you never know what's on them.
And they're just double-sided
or like a file.
Well. Bring out the traditional files. Where did the good old traditional files? This is why I respect Coach Jessvan, right? Because again, he's literally using a notebook. Traditional ink on pen and paper. I hope he's not using pencil, I'll be honest with you.
I mean, or do what lawyers do, you bring a briefcase. Not the briefcase, sorry, the luggage.
The luggage!
The luggage.
Yeah, the full luggage. You just drop it on the table, open it up, block one of the players while you're at it, pull out all the stacks of paper, and spend like most of the draft just looking for the correct one.
I'm just happy no coaches pull out their phone and just start reading from it. We're still in the paper era.
We're still in the paper era. Are they even allowed to do that now that I think about it? I don't think they're allowed.
Oh, because then they could get. Okay, yeah. You could get
yeah.
Alright.
Sorry, I had to think about that for a second. I felt like I remembered it in the rule book, but now we look at the draft. In terms of the bands, Fanny, Joy, Boxia from the side of CJ. From Coach Jess, they decided to get, again, exactly the same. Moskov, Fredrin alongside with the Angela. First pick over to Team Ray. They decided to go for the Jushin this time. They could look to repeat their comp in game number 1.
It is definitely possible, but after what happened previously, it might be better to start from a clean slate after all. We've already talked about how mentality can be an important thing. We already know most athletes can be a little superstitious. Sometimes you might want to give a little bit of time before you'd attempt something like that again.
Not only that, it slightly disincentivizes like an Akai. There's an anti-synergy there, so... And then both your other tank junglers are out, right? So this is probably the assassin matchup. I mean, YSS is still up. The chip Arlet again.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
This was the same emotion I had when I was with LaFell watch partying yesterday, and we were like, stop giving Maima Kimmy. Like, why are we repeating? Oh my goodness.
Yes. And then they go, Yves, you're so smart, Coach Jess. You're so smart. You thought you walked the lane in the mid lane? Good luck, sir. Void blasts you to the ground.
Yves has gotten so many buffs recently. That Void Blast cooldown is
such a strong hero, man.
Dude, Yves is ridiculous. Like, yes, there are some scenarios you don't want to play it, but like in a 1v1 matchup, it sucks to play against.
You think winning trades against her is hard? Now she gets a shield.
She taxes you so hard in the lane. There's nothing you can really do about it, and not to mention that it's a perfect matchup to Jushin because she gets a shield and movement speed when she hits the Void Blast.
I bet you Joem is looking at this draft and he's like, what am I gonna play?
He's looking at CJ, CJ's looking at him, and CJ is like, carry this game, huh?
Joem is like, I don't know what do you want me to do?
Yes, sir!
I will try, but just so you know, I might have to taunt my own team.
Taunt my own team.
And Quinn gets banned out, so 0 tank.
Actually, no, they actually did. Oh wait, no, Baxia was banned by Ray themselves. Yeah, so no tanks again.
They can't even go double fighters, and that's the sad part.
Yeah.
Not for Team Ray, yeah.
Oh wait, no, they can't. Actually, they can.
Still can.
They still
can. YSS and then.
Oh, but yeah,
Arlet. I don't know.
YSS and then like Arlet Ruby or like Arlet Lapu.
They look at Dust and they're like, it's your turn.
Yeah, they could still go for the Drizzler if they wanted to. I don't think Homeboys is going to group up that close together. So really, the only thing that you're concerned about is whether or not you have some form of CC to punch Khalid out of his stasis, and more importantly, just to threaten the Yeeves real-world manipulation, right?
In fact, if you... Oh boy.
Oh, smart. Okay, nicely done by Homeboys.
In fact, if you pick like a Terizla, when the Yeep gets an item, suddenly the Terizla becomes burden, right? It's hard to walk up. She ignores your penalty zone. She's like, you control me, I'm gonna ult anyways.
Yeah, right now I'm not really liking Team Ray's chances. They need something really solid for these last 2 picks.
It's gotta be Lapu. It's gotta be Lapu.
Has to be like, yeah.
You should
I don't know, put Nova on Arlet, you pick a Lapu XP and then you give Jome like the best possible pick.
But Chip is already locked into Rome.
I want to say 1-1's open, but I don't even know if it's a good choice at this point.
I think they just go like, oh no, even if they do, it sucks.
Ranger?
Lance, traditional marksman here. Yep, Irithel. Yeah, no choice. You just have to deal with the Hayabusa. Terizla gets locked in again.
Oh boy.
It didn't have to be the Terizla, to be fair, but at the end of the day, this composition from the side of the Homeboys, this is like Class A, Season 10, all hell breaks loose, everybody fights for minute 1 sort of style composition.
This is just, I press out, I win.
Yeah.
This is a welcoming party. Yeah. This is open house.
Homeboys identified what allowed them to win game 1 so easily. They see Team Ray using similar vestiges of their comp from game 1, so they just stick to the classics while improving aspects of it. Again, we are looking at Team Ray without much lane priority, and Homeboys have a strong level 1.
They really do, and I think what it will come down to is the mid trio once again. Nova Escobar could look to try and cheese the lanes because level 1 is where nothing really happens, right? Because Yves doesn't necessarily want to go for the hard push. He wants to poke out that Zushin. She doesn't mind if she gives up just a bit of priority at the very first level until she hits level 2. When she hits level 2, that's when she wants to take full control over the lane.
Let's see what happens in game number 2 here. Team Ray pulling in the Arlet chip once again. Homeboys eager to get a clean sweep. By the way, this is Broken Walls with a Khalid robe. Good luck, Dust.
I mean, he's doing some decent damage with the puncture.
Actually not bad.
Back up the passive, and then you bring in Nova.
Uh-oh.
Are you gonna flicker for it? Okay, Kaden flickers first.
Yeah, good. Hey, I give respect to people who preemptively flicker because it is just not worth dying.
Yeah.
Especially in that matter. If Nova flickers first, he's dead.
Straight up dead. And Nova is gonna hit level 2 also.
Better not to take that risk. So that's already a pretty solid start. I feel like Kaden probably underestimated some of the damage, didn't quite dodge correctly. Otherwise, you should be able to zone out a Lancelot at level 1 as a Khalid.
Yeah, to be fair, there's like 2 camps and then plus Kaden's body, so that's 3 stacks of the passive for Lancelot.
Yeah, but it's a much better start, right? Because initially he started off on the orange side, then ended on the purple. So now, with the extra body, he's able to shove him away, and it makes Kaden really, really worried about looking to trade against the Lancelot, because, especially at level 1, when you have the concussive blast, you don't want to accidentally, like, leash him. Wow, okay. Jome still very confident in his capabilities.
Oh, fighting for the gold crab. I think Jome got it. Nova Escobar taking insane punishment. And Amao is there. They bring Dust in, looking for Kaden, but Kaden stays alive. First blood goes over to Amao. They still find the lift. It's gonna be ZaQT with the collection.
Dang. Oh man, Dusk. I think if he just walked up for a couple of seconds more, I'm pretty sure his ult would have been more than enough.
Wow, there's so much damage. Penalty zone up from Reza. But he doesn't have the hammer swing though. Dust is forced back. Had to use the ult to get away. Amao! Good shadow placements. Dur retreat. And this free turtle for Homeboys for sure. Nova Escobar not able to provide help. ZaQT still pretty late, and Kaden is just gonna hold him in place.
Yep, good stuff coming in from the Homeboys. They play that extremely well. Unfortunately for Dust, there's not much you can really do about it. There overall. But Reza, he's got to remember, he doesn't have the War Axe like he did in the last game. Nova Escobar should live here overall, but Amao, I think he's now starting to freestyle. He's having a lot of fun.
Oh, Raging Sandstorm into a flicker. That should be an easy kill finally with a punish from Team Ray. To be fair, Dust did double back and they didn't track the quad shadows, but hey, that punish is gonna give her a bit more breathing room up top.
Yeah, a lot of aggression happening across the map right there. I do feel like Kaden probably went a bit too deep. Should have realized that there's probably quite a lot of people in the jungle right now and already got chunked really hard by Dusk solo earlier in the exact same place. Still not too bad a deal though. Homeboys definitely won out the previous exchange, so they're still holding on to a slight lead.
Yeah.
I think Izanami just needs to remind Kaden, hey, mid's missing. You probably don't want to stick there longer than you should. Just need to communicate with each other. All of these movements may not necessarily be predictable, but at the very least they can be telegraphed. MLQT now gets double waves of farm at this stage of the game, which is good to see because Homeboys, they're trying to extend this lead as much as they can.
And this game is already looking way better for Team Ray. 40 seconds until the next turtle spawns. Most of Homeboys are playing around this bottom quadrant of the jungle. They will just commit everything onto Nova Escobar, and the shortcut does drop. But I don't think anyone's gonna come through.
The fight's already over at that point. No point taking the shortcut. We can see MLQT is able to win out that bot lane matchup with the Blazing Duet. Reza in trouble.
Oh, back through the shortcut. And Dur will now help out Dust to find Reza. And another case of just losing track of abilities.
Yep, and at some point Reza also had to use his penalty zone. Didn't get to see the moment that he actually did. But without that War Axe and without a wave, there's no way you're going to be able to survive that much damage. Unless you accidentally get like swept underneath your tower.
Oh, Izanami. Almost soloed by Dur, who now needs to dash away. Vengeance, no problem.
Dang. I was thinking whether Dur wanted to trade for that. Was it worth dying to kill Izanami there? Nah. You got his flicker out, that's more than enough.
I do like the shift in gameplay though. Dur realizing it'll be hard to just stay in the 1v1 against Reza, so actually roaming the map instead to get gold, true kills, and assists. He has a lot more impact now.
No, Kaden forcing out ZQC's flicker. Dur does the final slash back up. The stun onto Kaden. Flicker finds two with the final slash. The follow-up from Dust is there. Raiding Sandstorm misses. Reza also misses the penalty zone. Nova Escobar on top of him. Brings him back out with Joel, but he's in the RWM. And MLQT just burst him. 1-4-1, Joel for Reza, Turtle for Dusk.
Woo! Alright, Dusk. It's good to see him winning out these 50-50s. Again, second time that he's done it against Amal, even though Amal was looking to be in position, but I think he was more focused on securing these kills. He's 3-0-0 compared to Dusk 0-1-4. Currently Dusk having the level advantage, one level ahead. Now we've noticed that the lane swaps have come into play, and I'm a little worried because Jomi is going to go and show up on that top side. If Amal sticks around, I'm pretty sure he's about to get his ult back up anytime soon.
Could certainly decide to stay and maybe go for the dive, but right now, Homeboys don't really have a lot of vision on the map. It's become a lot more difficult for them to play around the opponent's half of the jungle as aggressively as they did in game number 1, thanks to Team Ray's adaptations in their gameplay approach. And because of that, we are looking at a much more even game as we enter the 6-minute mark.
It's not easy for Jom to walk through the portal like that. Just now he walked straight into Izanami's ult, and it was just straight up an easy kill for Homeboys.
Well, he's not going to be able to run as easily as he wants to. Oh,
the final slash did go wide. Trying to dodge the Raging Sandstorm, but still, Izanami with the ultimate, they're going to jump on it. Izanami, he's immobilized, and the cavalry gets brought in. This fight is good for Team Ray. All the abilities landing on point. Amal late to the party. Dur finds a double kill, jumps onto MLQT. Amal looking to escape, gets dragged back, and a shutdown for Joel. 4 for Team Ray.
Nicely done. Dur is doing some really good work here. I think he could have. The only optimization is probably jumping to MLQT at the very end while he still had the mark. He wasn't in range. He did dodge a majority of the abilities, but he set that up perfectly for the rest of Team Ray to collapse on it. He got so many resets.
This is the type of engagement that Team Ray has been looking for with this setup the entire time. Getting to use the shortcut after big resources have already been expended, and then Dur is able to come in without needing to worry about too much pressure on him. This Arlet now having a lot more value for Team Ray, and that means that Homeboys need to be a little bit more cautious. They went a bit too deep to try and get that pick off. Izanami, unfortunately, not able to maximize the use of his RWM because he had already committed. He just had to stay there and die, basically.
And now, with the turtle online, both junglers, they're thinking about it, right? You can see that Dusk level 11 to Amal's level level 10. In terms of items, Hunter's Strike is already complete, but a War Axe has been completed by Dusk as well, as he's about to go into his second item. At this point, I think that Amal just has to let them sit on it first. There's no point to walk up here for the side of the Homeboys.
Even Dusk, same level as Amal, who was able to catch up. They're happily just starting to aggro the turtle. It's gonna keep Kaden and actually bringing the rest of Homeboys too. A lot of attention on this Arlet. Reza and Kaden putting the pressure in, but the footsteps from Dirt, pretty nice. And now Flicker again catching Amal Izanami. Turtle goes over to Amal. Nova Escobar brings in the backup. Penalty zone for Reza in the back line as Dirt just tanks up everything. Nova ends up going down. Reza gets traded back. Kaden now isolated. And it's a lift off again. MelQT able to find a shutdown with the help of Izanami 2-for-2.
Could that have been better there? I'm not 100% sure. Again, a pretty interesting play because Dur flickers forward with the final slash to start threatening Amal and trying to turn this 50-50 around. Amal uses his ult to almost guarantee that he will get this turtle, but loses out on the potential of extending the lead that Homeboys have generated for themselves in raw team fights. So right now, at least Team Ray, they're starting to pick up on a couple of behavioral habits from the Homeboy side. Let's see how they're going to exploit it.
They're able to continue keeping this consistent. We can definitely see this going into a game number 3, and we are really starting to see that EXP difference build up on Dusk. This Lancelot goes to show he really just needed the right support system in game number 1. But the net worth lead, still a pretty small amount right now. It can still go either way, especially since MelQT so far is deathless.
Not to mention that Dur, as compared to game 1, is doing way better. He's 4-1 compared to Reza's 1-4. Sky Piercer out now for ZachQT to help finish off low health targets. Mel so far has been untouched, but hitting his Holy Trinity just 15 seconds short of the 10-minute mark. But Jom has also been able to catch up in terms of his item. Winds of Nature coming up.
So far, with 2 items already complete, both dedicated towards crits. Needs 4 to be really, really safe and an absolute monster to out-damage per auto attack, even at full golden stacks. From the golden staff from MelQT. Wow, I thought he was going to go in even further than that. But for now, ouch, you can see that MelQT, he is a legitimate threat, and TR have to respect that.
He just completed his Trinity, so that means that the Claude actually... Oh no, they've been waiting. Oh, okay, nice retreat from Amal.
Oh, they did bring in the full cavalry. Didn't even get the tier 2, and they can't go home, go back because the portal got destroyed by the turret. But it does give them a quick entry to the Lord Pit. MelQT just shoving mid, so that will force ZachQT to respond. Homeboy just having the better macro right now.
I really like the play. They know that the shortcut was just used, so they're trying to pull bodies over to the mid lane.
They all just press their ultimates. Dur able to escape. Amal on top of him. He's stuck in the shadow on the Dur, who escapes with a vengeance. Oh, Dur maneuvers this a bit too well. They keep Kaden in place. Dur dashes onto him with the vengeance. Just tanks up Amal. A solo kill for the jungler. But Team Ray won that fight.
That was a little messy. Definitely a little messy. A lot of ultimates used. Not too many of them getting maximum benefit. Nova looking for Mel.
And Mel, no BMI. That's a free kill for Joam.
Shouldn't be there, shouldn't be there. They need to communicate ultimate timers at this point. They should know that Nova Escobar has a fleeting time already purchased. So he's going to get his ult back up every single time he gets an assist or a huge discount on that cooldown. So Nova is in a very good position, and this is where the composition really comes online for the side of Team Ray. My biggest problem right now, Homeboys, they need to stop... Oh, hold on.
Oh, RWM. No one dies? Okay, Nova does go down.
All right, they need to stop engaging with Reza. If anybody needs to engage, it's Kaden. Reza must come second.
Reza needs to save that penalty zone for the shortcut counter attack. That's the whole reason why you picked this Terizla in the first place. So Kaden needs to be willing to sacrifice there. Looks like he will go in on Zach.
All right, one huge resource out. Dusk wants to finish him off, but even in the back, they're fighting.
Okay, they still commit the final slash and take this fight. Dusk in the midst of things. He's trying to cut through all of them and was able to find one. But one is not enough. Dusk now looking to retreat. Izanami goes down. Dusk waiting for cooldown to come back up. But with MelQT there, it is just close to impossible to win this fight. Kaden gets his passive back up. Thorn rolls and double puncture. Dusk escapes. MelQT also somehow makes it out alive. Team Ray now needs to deal with the Lord.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Great target acquisition coming in from Kaden.
Being able to waste out time from ZachQT, remove the Zeus in from the fight was very important for the homeboys there. If not for that, Team Ray could have definitely turned that around, especially when you looked at the way that Dusk and Dur were navigating the team fight. We can see the mechanics are in place, and we are looking at a pretty even series right now. Even though homeboys have been able to reverse the goal lead back into their favor, there is no guarantee yet that this will be the end game.
It's a little hard fought, and not to mention that this game has been dragged out. Even though homeboys did get an initial lead of their own, it's just different trades. And Joam is now in a very strong position to potentially carry this game.
Oh, the stun! Whoa! That was too close for comfort. And Nova, he's looking for more. Because then tries to get the shortcut out. They're looking for aim out. Penalties don't connect. Aim out back into the fight. Nova ends up going down. As long as Joam and Dust stays alive, there is a chance. But Nova and ZachQT are out there just trying his best. 1v1 against MLBB. Here comes Dust. Whoa! The dashes are just too much. Dust now needs to wait for cooldown. Misses the puncture. Aim out on top of him, but he gets away with the ult. And now Dur and Joam can work together and slowly chip through Reza's health bar. Forces the flicker out. Aim out back into the fight. Joam does not heavy crossbow with some nature dodge. And Team Ray pushing this to the absolute limit. Another stun on the Kaden. Phantom execution. Kaden now flickers. Aim out into the fight with the shadow kill. Dur tanks it up. And he stuns Aim out again. Team Ray, mechanical genius in that fight.
Beautifully played. Beautifully played by both sides. They all had a moment where they could have turned that fight around. Both sides walk away with a net 0.
That's in some insane MLBB right there. Clippers, those last 30 seconds, that is your go time right there. I want to watch that again. Woo! Such good mechanics happening on every end. The decisions of disengaging and then re-engaging when the cooldowns are up, and then the mechanics to avoid these attacks at the perfect time to keep yourselves alive. Wow, I knew we were going to be getting a good one with this matchup, but that has surpassed expectations.
Hey, they're keeping it tight. They're keeping it as tight as possible. 1.1k lead. This is the smallest lead we've seen coming into the 15-minute mark of the game, of any game we've seen this season so far. It has not been this close. Usually we'd see a team either in a power position of a 3 to maybe 4k lead. But let's look at the player head-to-head, because Amal facing off against Dusk. My god, Dusk, he's got the mechanics for sure.
Dusk is holding his own very well. The KD might tell you a different story, but in the grand scheme of things, Dusk is doing a fantastic job. And not to mention Dur too. His reaction timing, out of this world.
When that fight happened, I thought for sure that Team Ray had thrown the game when they overcommitted into the backline, but Dusk and Dur, the double D combo from Team Ray, just keeping them in it. We can see that Novax Kobar waiting for a chance on the backline. Amal also seeing if he can find a potential pickoff, but both teams giving each other mutual respect. This is an important Lord.
It really is. Look at the positions of everybody across the map. Right now we see that Kaden, he needs to regroup with the squad, but he has a rough idea that Nova X Kobar is actually hiding in their territory.
Nova could take the shortcut behind Izanami and go for a Hail Mary. But maybe the time is not right just yet. They have vision of the Lord. They realize their homeboys isn't full committing to it, and Kaden hasn't spotted out Nova just yet. Amal, and attempt with the ZachQT. Shadow kill. ZachQT forced to use the Crimson Beacon. And that is a crucial ability out. Nova X Kobar, there's a flicker forward. Right on some MLQT, and Joam blows him up. Amal looking to escape, but the Shadows are not going to get him out this time. Team Ray all over him. A shutdown and a killing spree for Dust. Team Ray with 2 big kills.
Amazing play. Really, really good stuff. They see the attempt made by Amal. They punish the attempt. The whiff punish from TR was just too good. Now they secure the Lord. All outer turrets are going to start collapsing from the side of the homeboys. Let's see if they get even a single inhibitor turret.
It looks like these fights are really coming down to whoever jumps the gun first. Amal tried to find a pickoff with Yogi Shadow kill, and the moment that ultimate was down, Novax Kobar knew it is go time. Concealed from the flank, he had been waiting for so long. Now they're going to be able to start pushing into the base. Lord is going to be coming out in the bot lane. We are 17 minutes in. The goal lead still only a paltry 3,000. But Team Ray have finally found the breakthrough they've been waiting for.
And ZachQT didn't even need it to use his flicker. It's the best case scenario. If that roll went a bit better and Zusin went down, we would have had Homeboy's Lord almost guaranteed.
Almost we say, but now it's time for the defense. Here it comes, the charge breaks through.
Oh, Joam gone on. Wisdom Nation does get used. That QT not able to track down Amao, so Homeboys mount a good defense. And this is where you caught it. Back off for now. Item swap for Joam. Wisdom Nature to Immortality. Not sure if they continue fighting this though. Reza does force out a flicker from Zach QT. RWM, a bit out of range. Oh, QT in a bit something. Gonna make sure to get lifted up. Zach QT does end up going down. Joam is gonna get chased down by them. Just able to escape. Nova Escobar so low. Kaden breaks the Immortality. Joam is gonna come back to life, but Dur really doing his absolute darndest to hold the front. And for Dust to come back in and pick up the scraps. Thornrose missed benefit execution, dodged by Reza. Another iframe. But Amao makes sure that he goes down 4 for Homeboys.
This is a great game. This is a great game to watch. It's really coming down to the wire. Every ability missed is another potential fight waiting to happen. Both sides playing into the very edge. Item swaps coming into play. Most importantly, immortalities. That gave TR an opportunity to try and close this fight out.
These teams, these players had something special for breakfast today, that's for sure. They came in ready to brawl, and that is what we are seeing. We look at damage taken ranking, Dur at the very top, the healing from this Arlet, extending these fights so much longer than Homeboys expects them to, but MelQT was able to find the right angle, penalty zone, got the big catch. These fights are so neck and neck. The goal lead now is 0 once again, and it comes down to who can land the hits, because everyone is out mechanicking each other.
Yeah, right now, I think Homeboys have tried many different iterations of instigating this war. They know they're the ones who want to be the first on that scene, but Dur has been such a problem, and they have no guaranteed way to one-shot him. So right now, they're just trying to hit positions, right? Figure out where Nova Escobar is going to be, because we can't have Amao end up dying, because he's the only one who can get in and out of these fights safely.
Not only that, even for Dust too, he has been really playing Lancelot to his absolute limit.
You would think that we were looking at a playoffs match with lives on the line here, but no, it's only week 2 of season 16, and Team Ray and Homeboys putting on a show!
And Reza finds Tree with the penalty zone, RWM, all the big buttons pressed, but Dur, he's somehow surviving, and he stops his Tsunami! Goes into the Winter Crown, Joa brought through by the portal, trying to chase down the target, but you gotta pick someone to go on. Shadow stuck onto Joa, Wisdom Nation is forced out. Amao finally takes a Shadow in. MelQT though gets blasted. Zach QT for 2, and it's worth it for Ray.
This game is insane.
So scary, so very scary. 4 flickers, with Reza hitting 4 members by Tribrush on the north side of the map. Oh my god.
Insane. You hit a 3-man penalty zone and you still lost the fight.
Hit a 3-man penalty zone, still lost the fight, and I think a lot of it just comes down to can they get an effective RWM down. So far, the past 4 RWMs have done basically nothing. Either it doesn't have enough people, or they just missed the ball.
Let's see if they can get it. Finally, the bush camp works out. And this should be the window for Homeboys to take Lord and look for a game-ending angle.
Clean catch, clean catch. We knew it was coming. They were just waiting for the perfect chance when both Dusk and Dur were stacked up on each other. So far, pickoffs have been so difficult to achieve, but Homeboys finally finds a clean one on 2 of the most important members of Team Ray at the same time. They'll be back for the Lord defense, but Homeboys just needs a chance to push into that base.
Yeah, they just gotta max out the value of Izanami right now. He's the only person who can really turn this around. He's got the sustained damage that we're looking for. It's the right type of damage, and he's great at sieging.
And they're gonna jump onto Joam. Heavy crossbow is out. Joam is straight up gone. No Immortality, no Wisdom of Nature. 8 seconds for Dust. Dur is going to be back in a while too. But it will be a 4v5 scenario with an enhanced Lord coming down mid. I'm not sure how they will defend this.
It's very smart of Homeboys to dive for a pickoff there. They want to stagger the respawn timings. They know if they have the numbers advantage when the Lord comes, they can end this.
You can still use Nova. He's just going to try and stall out the Lord, but it's not going to be easy. Immortality will bring him back. Dur also trying to keep himself alive, but finally finished off by Reza. Nova the next to go down, and it's down to Dust to really hold the front. The rookie trying his best, but we see Immortality's out from the side of Homeboy. Zach QT playing distraction, but it's just too much. Homeboys with a 2-0 over Team Ray.
Holy cow, what a game that was. That's gotta be the best one we've seen so far. Highly mechanical, highly technical, really a fighting game style of play.
Easily the best showing from our players of the season so far. And we're only in week 2. Who knows what's more is in store. But one thing's for sure, the fans who bought tickets for this series got their money's worth indeed. Our season 15 runner-ups looking to be back in shape. A 2-0 clean sweep over Team Ray.
Oh, dude, it's got to be a little sad for Team Ray because they're like, man, we really messed up in the draft in game number 1. But game number 2, even Joel, he's letting his boy know. I was like, all right, you got us this time. You got us this time. Next time, it won't be as easy.
Still 100% win rate for Mel QT over Joam and Team Ray. It's a good record to hold. But I agree. Game 1 was sort of a wash. Game 2, man, Team Ray really had that chance. Like, Dust was pushed to his absolute limit. But we learned something new about the team. They have a lot more in store.
They really are. I'm actually a lot more excited for Team Ray now, more than ever after that match.
So much potential on both these teams. We need a break here, so we'll throw it over to Rose to do the interview on stage. We'll catch you in a bit.
Kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Homeboys. 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh. And nampaknya Homeboys sudah bangkit. First of all, congratulations, and Kaden, welcome to MPL Malaysia. How are you feeling?
Feeling great, yeah.
Okay, now Kaden, Rose dengar cerita that actually di MAL musim kedua, you dengan Das pernah main sama-sama dalam satu team. Apa perasaan you dengan kawan you dah naik ke, big stage, the biggest stage?
Rasa happy untuk saya dengan dia juga sebab dapat main MPL kan. Yeah, first season.
So, you rasa itu adalah satu benefit ke untuk Kaden? Sebab Kaden mungkin tahu penggerakan dia, macam mana dia fikir, decision making dia.
Ya, benefit sebab dapat belajar banyak dengan teammate aku, dengan coach semua. Ya.
Dapat belajar banyak daripada siapa?
Teammates lah.
Teammate siapa paling ajar banyak?
Tak, aku rasa coach lah. Coach paling ajar banyak.
He changed his mind. Mel tak ajar
ya,
ke?
Memang banyak.
Ya ke?
Ya.
Apa dia ajar selalu?
Makro.
Wow! Kita punya marksman biasa-biasa aja makro
Ya, makro.
Okay, you know what, Kaden? Really good job on your match today. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Mungkin Rose nak tanya kepada Mel. Kaden guys malu-malu lagi. Kita bagi dia warm up dulu ya. Okay Mel, minggu lepas Rose pernah borak dengan Coach Jasvan di dalam satu post-match insight di mana dia cakap actually he is looking forward untuk patch ni. Walaupun minggu lepas korang hadap kekalahan yang 2 kali berturut-turut, tapi patch ni dia tengah look forward. So apa sebenarnya yang korang discuss dan prepare untuk patch baru ni?
Mungkin ni map yang baru ni dia banyak main dekat river jungle kan. So memang dekat goal lane dia banyak hero-hero baru lah. Itu kan.
Suka ke patch baru?
Suka.
Nampak hasil lah diorang punya training dengan preparation. Okay, now going back to it. Macam mana korang dapat bangkit daripada kekalahan korang minggu lepas? Sebab actually kekalahan tu, especially di minggu pertama 2 kali berturut-turut tu mungkin boleh affect korang punya momentum, korang punya mental. Apa yang terjadi? Macam mana korang bangkit?
Sebenarnya tak bangkit pun. Memang kita memang macam ni. And sebab kita lawan Team Ray, so lebih confident lawan Team Ray lah.
Lebih confident. And speaking about confident tu, kalau kita tengok track record Mel QT, dia tak pernah lagi kalah dengan Jom dan juga Team Ray. So adakah kemenangan hari ini memang disangkakan ataupun itu yang orang kata lucky je?
Memang disangkakan.
Disangkakan, expected. Apa sebenarnya yang buat you menang lawan Jom beberapa kali dah di gold lane? Walaupun apa yang buat you menang lawan Jom di gold lane walaupun ramai orang cakap Jom ni actually satu gold lane yang sangat-sangat padu?
Mungkin sebab game Mobile Legends ni kan 5 lawan 5 kan. So kalau satu orang je power tak boleh kak. So kena ada 5-5 power lah.
5-5 power. So you tengah cakap Homeboys ni 5-5 power? Itu dia daripada marksman biasa-biasa kita. Now kita nampak game yang sangat-sangat sengit untuk kedua-dua game tu, tapi hanya seorang yang boleh jadi MVP of the game. And with that, mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game adalah Amal. Alright, Amal, come join us up on stage. Guys, tepuklah. Amal, congratulations. How are you?
Good.
Happy. Okay, ke depan sikit. Now, kita tengah cakap pasal patch sebab ramai orang tengah sesuaikan diri lagi dalam patch. Now, kita boleh nampak daripada 2 hari patch baru ni MPL, kita actually nampak banyak jungler tank di mana assassinnya kurang sedikit. As a jungler, in your opinion, actually assassin viable ke untuk patch ni?
Assassin memang kurang, tapi kalau dapat
you tengah cakap Uni jago ke?
Biasa-biasa.
Biasa-biasa. Kita ada marksman biasa-biasa dan juga jungler biasa-biasa. And of course, ramai orang kata Broken Wall sangat-sangat sesuai untuk hero utility. Tapi kenapa you masih lagi berani untuk ambil assassin tadi?
Sebab favorite assassin.
Comfort pick lah. So
pick.
dia lebih kepada comfort pick daripada meta.
Betul.
Betul, okay. And of course, your next match, selepas kemenangan ni, korang punya next match akan lawan Games My Kelantan. After this win, how confident are you guys moving forward untuk match yang seterusnya?
1% confident.
100% confidence. And I'm sure Flame Boys semua happy untuk dengar benda tu. Betul? Okay? Before I send you guys off, anything yang korang nak cakap kepada Flame Boys yang hadir ke venue hari ni?
Keden.
Thank you semua untuk datang hari ini. Sayang korang. Please keep support us. Thank you.
Thank you very much and congratulations. Thank you, boys. And with that, mari let's join back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam clean sweep match ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose. And the only way to analyze what just happened in game number 2 was peak MLBB. It really did come down to just the smallest plays, the smallest differences that allowed Homeboys to eke out that victory at the very end. But no one can deny that Amal popped off on this Hayabusa. While he was having a slightly more difficult time in the early stages, he knew his timings once you got into that late game, finding the perfect pickoffs when he needed to.
He was also weaving those shadows in between 3-4 people to try and get on some key targets, right? The reason why we are seeing Jushin or sometimes even Irithel just pop out of nowhere is because Amal just finds the angles.
Yeah, as my 12-year-old cousin would say, in modern terms, it's absolute cinema. This game got me out of breath.
It's
got everyone out of breath.
It got everybody out of breath for good reason as well. I love seeing the fact that these 22-minute and 21-second games, 23 to 24 kill score line overall. It's great because both sides understood exactly what needed to happen to win this game. And it comes down to very small factors, because even when we're talking about forced mistakes, there's no realistic way for Homeboys to say, you know what, let's start split pushing against the Chip, you know? So it's so honest. You take away all the distractions. Chip says, we fight, you fight, let's just duke it out.
There's no shortcut, there's no secret method, no easy path to victory here for either of these teams. Once you got into the halfway point, there was so much micro mechanics on display, so much respect happening for one another that they knew they had to take this seriously. It was a real lock-in mode for all 10 of these players, rookies included, by the way. Dusk and Kaden had an incredible showing this game, and Dusk himself being one of the only reasons that Team Ray even held on that long.
Overall, I would say the performance of Dur has been pretty significant over Reza. It's not like Reza was doing like a terrible job. There were a couple of like odd moments of him trying to overextend and engage, but Dur, naturally, in both of those games, whether winning or losing, was actively trying to make things happen.
And really, we say that in week 1, Team Ray were very immediate with their response, right? Very decisive with the calls. And Dur, when he makes a call, the rest of the team follows up. Again, it's the Dur Dust, the double D combo that kept Team Ray in the game. And it also answers the question whether does struggle in game 1 is because it's him mechanically or it's just the team, we found our answer. I think Dust is the next up and coming.
Really excited for what Team Ray is going to provide if they continue to keep on growing as a squadron. Again, it has been difficult for them to kind of focus on like communication, but they're working on it, and so far, not bad. Like in general, there's still a lot of natural synergy between the players and with their imports as well individually.
And the fact that we could say that even after that game goes to show we have a lot to look forward to this season. But we gotta give the highlights over to Homeboys once again. They've been looking for that win, for that momentum, and they have found it. Amal going to be our rich guy at 849 GPM, doing over 100,000 damage in total, with Dura taking the most damage and Novak's Kobar as the best wingman.
That's one of the best Arla performance I've seen, right? You go a semi-tank, you're really juggling with your Vengeance Seal, popping the marks, keeping track of crowd controls, and still able to land crucial crowd controls on impossible targets. Like the fact that he got an instant stun onto people like Amao, it's insane.
Yeah.
He's catching Amao and Mel QT.
It's so good. It's such, oh man, really great game. Really great game for the EXP laners for both of the matches here. So much to look forward to. I wish game 1 was a little different so we can get a little bit more. But let's talk about the first sections of the game, right? Because the early stages of it is where we start to see Homeboys take a pretty early lead, right? Because Amo, he's able to find a kill on his own. But then we get into these moments where it's just instant response from Kaden, right? It comes down to how much value can you get from each one of your ultimates, and the one piece that Homeboys was missing was the RWM. They weren't getting maximum value out of it.
Yeah, and you have Dur to thank for that. Even Nova, they just beeline towards Izanami, they take him out. And a lot of these fights, even those that got pushed to the limit, Dur, he is willing to go back into the fight, go into enemy lines, and just keep on providing those crowd control.
I think what really made the difference though was Homeboys knowing when to cut their losses and when to really drive the nails in deeper. Because in the fights where they lost, they tended to not lose out quite as much as when Team Ray lost out big 5v5s. They were always able to keep some core members alive so they could keep the map pushed out and not really lose too many structures. And then in this last fight, when they already knew Team Ray had spent all their resources, that was the go time. That was the big commit. This is where you win the game.
Rizzo played that so well. He played it so well, dodged everything. God, I could watch that all day. That was so sick from him. Because his movements become, there's, how do I explain it? There's like a motion of the ocean that you do on the analog stick that kind of makes you a little unpredictable with the way that you move your character. In a logical space, if we slowed it down, I think Dusk probably could have adjusted, fine-tuned a little bit of the directions of where he throws his abilities, but man, just great stuff, great stuff.
Even at the very end here in the base, we still see the players dodging things at the last second. This is literally reaction time, the movie, the game. That's basically how we can describe this, and it's so good. Really such a good game to watch. Hopefully you guys had a great time watching that game as well. Let's have a look at you guys' voting results from earlier, and ooh, very even split actually, 30% for every option.
Dude, it changed so fast. they really spiced things up here. Oh.
If we ignore game 2, I would have been okay with this. But after game 2, I think Dur needs to be on that list.
Yep, Dur needs to be on.
I think we need option D.
That we need option D back. God, man, I wish this team played a little bit more. Man, I'm so invigorated after
They better go playoffs, dude. This series deserves a best of 5.
It really does. I don't know whether it's just like a today thing. We'll monitor the rest of their overall experience here in the MPL MY, but so far it's been looking good since week 1 and week 2.
Yes, looks great, and I'm so happy. I think we're all very happy. We're all very satisfied and hoping that these teams will be able to perform even better with a little bit more time. We've got one more backstage interview for you guys though before we close out the second match of the day. So we'll go ahead and throw you over to what's happening back there.
Selamat kembali ke Panas ke Tidak, tetapi kali ini dalam versi bahasa Inggeris, Post Match Insight. Dan bersama saya adalah Coach CJ. CJ pula. CJ ni dia pernah menjadi seorang coach dekat AP Brand dan juga tim Liquid. Banyak pengalaman yang dia bawa dan sekarang dia berada untuk Team Ray. So, Coach.
What did you say? I didn't understand.
Sorry. So, how do you feel based on your losses right now?
for this, I feel a bit disappointed because we didn't practice like that because we didn't do our strategy easily because we've been lacking early rotations.
Understandable. But based on the first match and first game and second game, your combo, which is Chips and Arlot, is always being punished back against Terizla and Khalid. Does that, that kind of combo, being punished back? Actually, what's the problem behind that kind of combo? It's a bit messed up, I think.
I think the problem is we've been playing unsynchronized and maybe a bit intimidated or something because they've been playing not like unlike what we practice.
All right. Just doesn't like your practice.
Yeah.
All right. Does the meta and map changes affecting a lot on your team's play style?
Yeah, it affects so much because we only practice like 2 to 3 days for this meta, and also the meta shift so much because there's too many factors that should be considered in this meta and hero changes.
Then again, for game 1 and game 2, Homeboys keep on banning Moskov. Is Ray only hoping for Moskov for Jom to perform, or you're still hiding any meta of draft? You doesn't want to show it. Is there any more secrets for Team Ray?
Of course, we still have more meta and also rotations, but I can say that not Moskov is our only key for winning because Jom can easily play any heroes.
Okay. What can you promise to the fans and to the players? Because you are the coach, you're the mastermind of all the games and draft and everything. So for the next upcoming matches, what will you do to improve your team?
For this match, I hope that we will learn our lessons and also we try hard again for the next match. So always support us and thank you for always supporting us. So we'll try our best to come back for next match.
Thank you, Coach. Saya tanya dia macam-macam benda berkenaan dengan gameplay, berkenaan dengan rotation dan juga berkenaan dengan hero. Tanpa Moskov tak boleh hidup ke? Dia kata tetap masih lagi ada hero rahsia yang belum dikeluarkan daripada seorang Jom. Masih ada lagi rotation dan juga meta dan juga draft yang ada lagi untuk pasukan Team Ray. Tetapi ada masalah yang berlaku untuk permainan dan juga gameplay mereka pada hari ini. Kita tak boleh nak kata apa. Benda dah pun terjadi 2-0 dibalas oleh Homeboys. Apa lagi kita boleh harapkan? Kita harapkan yang terbaik untuk Team Ray. Dan itu sahaja daripada saya dan juga Coach CJ. Thank you very much, Coach. Let's go back to the caster.
Thank you very much to Poji as well to the coach. Some really good insights there to let us understand what's going on behind the scenes and to understand the things that the players are going through. It is true. They really did not have time to prepare for this meta.
I think it's totally understandable, especially with the meta now and one of the biggest changes that we've seen. Every year it's going to be like this, right? They're always going to change a new aspect of the game to keep it fresh, to keep these players on their toes. I just really wish they work on the timing of these patches, right? Because it's always like, oh, just before a tournament, in the middle of a season, there's really no leeway here.
Honestly, I mean, when we go into franchise next season, maybe this would be a lesser problem, right? Because we did start pretty late and everyone else had already like midway through the season. We got hit on week 2. But I do agree, this is one of the biggest patch. It's not just hero changes, new heroes. This is map change. We get 4 different maps.
Technically, would you prefer to have the big change happen early in the season or later though? Because I feel like early is better.
Yeah,
right?
early.
We're technically benefiting from this a little more.
Oh, I'd rather it happen before the season starts, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That would be way better.
That would have been more ideal, so at least we get to see refined versions of what we're seeing right now, rather than have to trudge through the mud alongside with the teams just trying to figure this out.
Hey,
Well, I
Mutkun,
mean,
here's an idea. Patch for the season. Fixed
Could
it
be
for
a
you.
good idea. Could be a good idea. I think we'll ruminate on that a little bit. Either way, that's the end of match number 2. We got one more series before the end of the day, so we'll catch you guys there.
Nice. Dah. Aku pasal dengan Zak. Nobody. So. Aku tak pasal. Ni macam Faramis menggila ni. Nice. Dan kat sini sebelum Faramis spawn weh.
Boleh tak? Tahu.
Susah kan?
1 minit.
Aku kata lot ah.
Back, lot. Susah. Nice try guys. Nice try, Cok. Nice try.
Nice try guys. It's okay guys.
Can defend kan? Game to guys. Sorry. Kita pen. Ya, kan.
Still can?
Can guys. Trust guys.
Nice one, guys.
Aman guys, still aman guys. Play, Cok.
Aku boleh angkat tau. Aku tak pasang. Orang. Boleh tak? Slow. Aku mati aku guys. Ya. Boleh. Hari. Okey, tak. Dapat. Nice bro. Nice.
Dah, fokus next game. Nice guys.
Nice try.
Nice try, guys. Don't give them early, guys. It's alright.
Cok. Guys.
Saya roti ya. Ready guys.
Close.
Ya.
Tolong. Dah.
Guys.
Help me guys.
Shadow.
Dah. We can look at
Power zero, guys. It's power zero.
Go guys.
Nampak ya, man. Aku tak faham, mem. Ada. Aku pegang mem. MM dia. MM. Nice. Kenal. MM dia ada. Nasi. Belakang orang.
Ada.
Boleh. Nice. Ada irritated flank. Irritated ada ulti jaga.
Let's boleh korang. Alta aku 18 tau.
Korang reset dulu boleh? Boleh. Mati. Nice. Aku boleh ulti ni dong nak. Sekejap. Tunggu dia depan.
Hati-hati ya.
Tunggu dia depan. Ni dua ni. Apa? Lo.
Nice.
Front to back. Orang.
Alok aman. Nice.
Orang dulu.
Boleh.
Aman. Dah ulti.
Masuk. Enjoy. Alok masuk.
Ya.
Dah.
Woi, Poki!
Oi. Nice guys.
Saya boleh ni. Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamas have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. river currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
Tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Jom hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus zero. Cuba, try, taste, 100 plus zero. Hey!
Hai guys, Raja Map Grand Final akan berlaku di Dewan Sri Putra pada 20 September 2025 jam 8.30 malam selepas third match MPL MY. And bila korang datang, korang boleh sapu hadiah. Korang boleh dapat emote yes sir, dapat BP card, face skin and diamond. So tunggu apa lagi? Save the date, jom kita tengok siapa yang bakal menjadi Raja Map.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan Patch Project Next. Kami ada banyak kandungan yang menarik untuk berkongsi dengan semua. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Wira baharu, Obsidia. Sang pemerintah Abyss telah bangkit dari sisa-sisa zaman yang telah dilupakan. Sebagai wira marksman laluan emas, gaya permainannya fokus kepada pengumpulan serpihan bon untuk melancarkan serangan letusan sasaran tunggal yang memusnahkan. Serpihan bon miliknya terkena musuh yang dilanda serangan asasnya secara automatik dan dia juga mengikut musuh yang terkena ultimate-nya. Kami tidak sabar untuk menyaksikan aksi anda yang menakjubkan bersama Obsidian. Wira-wira Abyss Alice, Daeroth dan Thomas juga telah diperbaharui. Kami telah kemas kini reka bentuk visual dan latar belakang cerita ketiga-tiga wira ini dan mereka bentuk semula teknik Alice secara menyeluruh. Kami telah buff fasa awal permainannya sambil mengekalkan mekanik life drain yang ikonik. Matlamat kami adalah untuk meningkatkan pengalaman bermain bagi wira-wira ini dan kami amat teruja untuk menyaksikan prestasi mereka dalam patch yang baru. Ciri perubahan peta tahunan turut akan diperkenalkan dalam patch ini. Setiap perlawanan akan menampilkan mekanik peta baru secara rawa. Setiap kali meta cube berpusing, medan pertempuran akan berubah. Membawakan peluang dan juga cabaran baharu untuk strategi dan taktik yang lebih mendalam. Sistem pencapaian kini diperbaharui. Kami perkenalkan pencapaian musim yang serba baru. Berdasarkan gaya permainan dan prestasi anda dalam perlawanan, anda boleh membuka pelbagai level gaya yang hebat untuk menunjukkan kemahiran dan keupayaan anda kepada pemain lain. Selain itu, Wall of Honor yang baru membolehkan anda mempamerkan pencapaian anda kepada semua orang. Mari lihat siapa yang mempunyai pencapaian paling sukar diperolehi. Dalam patch ini, kami telah memperhalusi pengalaman dan tidak balas kawalan permainan. Kebanyakan penambahbaikan ini didorong oleh maklum balas anda. Melalui pengoptimuman ini, kami berharap dapat menyelesaikan kebanyakan isu permainan yang anda hadapi dan memberikan pengalaman pertempuran yang lebih lancar serta responsif. Ada banyak lagi peningkatan menarik yang bakal anda temui dalam nota patch pada masa akan datang. Itu sahaja sedutan patch Project Next kali ini. Project Next akan dilancarkan pada 17 September. Kami berharap anda menikmati semua kandungan baharu. Dan sehingga lain waktu, kita akan berjumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim. Perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL NYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Reborn, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya
dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menebatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall meet. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan istimewa perubahan peta tahunan kami. Dalam video ini, kami akan perkenalkan gaya permainan baharu yang menarik ini. Mari kita mulakan. Apabila perubahan peta tahunan dilancarkan, anda boleh melihat butiran ciri ini di sini. Apabila perlawanan bermula, pemain akan dimaklumkan tentang mekanik medan pertempuran yang aktif sebelum pemilihan wira. Anda boleh menyimak maklumat tentang mekanik ini pada bila-bila masa semasa pemilihan wira untuk merancang strategi anda. Adakah anda bersedia untuk cabaran tembok runtuh? Tembok-tembok lama di seluruh medan pertempuran telah runtuh, mendedahkan laluan baharu dan memberi wira tanpa beling peluang untuk bersinar. Kami tidak sabar melihat laluan baharu yang bakal anda cipta. Bahaya menunggu di setiap sudut apabila beluka berbahaya aktif. Seluruh medan pertempuran kini dilitupi beluka, maka bergerak dengan berhati-hati. Adakah anda pemburu atau yang diburu? Anda perlu strategi baharu untuk menguasai hutan yang berbahaya ini. Pernahkah anda bermimpi meluncur di atas medan pertempuran bagai awan yang bebas? Dengan awan meluncur, awan ajaib yang boleh ditunggangi akan spawn di medan pertempuran, naik dan terbang ke udara untuk pertukaran laluan yang pantas atau menerjun turun untuk serangan hendak maut. Mari menunggang angin dan menguasai langit. Sungai akan membawa anda meraih kemenangan melalui sungai deras. Arus sungai akan berkembang ke kawasan jungle dan arus baharu akan terbentuk ketika lot muncul dan setelah ia dikalahkan. Ikuti aliran arus untuk mendapat peningkatan kelajuan pergerakan yang ketara. Kuasai aliran arus dan heret musuh anda ke dalam pusaran kekalahan. Kami berharap mekanik medan pertempuran baharu ini akan merombak meta yang lapuk dan memberikan pengalaman serta cabaran baharu bagi semua pemain. Kita akan berjumpa lagi di medan pertempuran baharu.
Dan 1099 Diamond masa final Raja Map disiaran langsung TikTok.
Emote eksklusif kita ni. Yes sir. Emote. Semua ini boleh terdapat bila hari Grand Final. Korang stay dekat live selama 15 minit. Grand Final nanti saja boleh claim emote eksklusif ini.
Kita ada Beatrix, Wan, Moskov, Ruby dan Alice.
Semua KOL akan bermain di Grand Final pada 20 September pukul 8.30 malam ini. #Raja Map hari Sabtu ni.
Korang kena jumpa korang dekat final Raja Map.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom. Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one. These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I don't like this one, guys. There's a lot of bush on my lane.
Ni apa patch baru ke? Oh, dia pun sampai kat sana Sampai dekat buff
Oh, so I think this one is good for junglers because before it's really hard to take your red buff if the turtle is on the blue because it's really far. But now I think you can take it 5 or 10 seconds before the turtle spawn.
Interesting. I think they really want more skirmishes to happen. It's gonna be good in a way because people like to watch team fights, right? Rather than playing slow.
Teleport Oh, gempa.
When you ride on the ground, you are not detectable.
Oh, they cannot see you. But I think this one is good for the one who always die. You can go easily to your jungle. In rank only.
Nope.
Tournament, this MPL, you can use this. Really? Sumpah. This for maps.
Huh? Dangerous grass.
Jungle. Bush. This one. I don't like this one, guys. There's a lot of bush on my lane.
Saya suka yang map 3 sebab dia banyak bush. Sebut boleh sorok banyak-banyak.
I think backline can be more susceptible to flanking because the bash allow people to flank and gank from behind. What is really important is to have a hero that can check all of this bash like the Hilda.
So kalau map keempat kita tengok map lubang. So kalau enemy nak curi buff boleh lah.
Oh guys, this one it's easy to invade. You can easily cross and you can escape easily. This one not good for assassin because they will get easily invaded by tank junglers.
This one is really important for the jungler role to make sure that he can adapt.
So for these new maps, guys, I think our MPL will be more fun for the viewers to watch, but more problems to the players.
Kalau 4 map, saya paling suka map yang ketiga. Saya paling tak suka dalam map keempat lah. Kalau saya main jungle nanti, enemy nak curi buff.
I think the best one is the first one because it's more into like prioritizing objectives and it will help gold laners to join the first team fight.
Untuk saya map yang tak logik, just yang terbang je lah sebab dia untargetable.
Awan tu boleh bagi vision lah, bagus juga lah. Tapi bagi saya kurang tak logik.
So untuk map ni nanti kalau main kat MPL nanti, saya rasa akan banyak kelainan lah dari segi drafting, dari segi hero pool.
We need to practice a lot because every map there's a different playstyle that you can abuse.
My first thought is the tournament will be more competitive because you don't know what map you're gonna play. So it's a matter of mastering all the maps and I think that's the most challenging part.
Kalau saya main settle lah sebab nak try map baru dah bosan lah tengok map lama. So saya tak sabar nak tunggu week kedua nanti.
So all of these map changes, guys, will happen in MPLMI. So stay tuned and watch our game.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
everyone! Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamuz have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jangan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo. Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. That's with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Yeah. terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo. Kami tak sedang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak menyalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, Sarah VE and Playas. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Milo, betul tak match hari ni? SRG lawan dengan Todak. Ini boleh jadi bloodbath, ini boleh jadi derby of the century, bro.
Serius ah, tim yang paling banyak sejarah untuk pasukan Malaysia Tapi serius, aku rasa macam pasukan Todak dah start tunjukkan taring dorang. Abang Lord pun ada cakap benda ni. Apa dia?
Bro, kau tahu tak semalam kan baru Todak menang 2-1. Identiti Todak langgar tu semalam kau nampak kan?
Identiti Todak langgar? Betul ke benda tu dah ada?
Todak dah tengok semua ni, makanan je tim-tim lain tau. Ni, the real Todak fan. Kau fikir senang-senang je semua ini tau ni. Fan-fan Untitled pun lepas diorang kecewa diorang buang je sebab diorang takut Todak bakal champion tau. Mana? Sebentar. Juara MPL Malaysia musim 3 kali berturut-turut. Juara MSC 2024 siapakah? Umumkan. Menang sebab ada Yum. Yum pada Todak. So what? Kita still ada menang MSC. Todak international title? Tak ada. Kita ada Nafari. Kita ada Arcadia.
Mainlah pula
Maskot. Korang kena bersedia. M7. Vamos yang punya. Kau kena sedar Kau tu, tengok sampai benda ni pun jatuh. Kau menang sebab nasib. Kau pula yang best pasal Todak. Kau punya podcast je. Mas off. Mask off. Mask off.
Tak ada. Hala Todak.
Kau apa?
GG, SRG, SG, RG, Viva.
Viva, vamos, okay? Vamos, juara M7. Korang ni semua tempat kedua.
Todak SRG lah. SRG proud. SRG langgar. Once a SRG, always.
Welcome back to MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-16. Dan anda sekarang bersama dengan saya Poci dan juga Mr. Simon dan juga Abang Lord. Apa khabar anda kedua-duanya? Sehat?
Baik, sehat.
Alhamdulillah, sehat.
Baik. Hari ini kita tak satu perlawanan yang sungguh sengit. Kita buka yang pertama CG 2-0 dengan Ain Tata. Lepas tu Homeboys 2-0 dengan Team Ray. Dan sekarang SRGOG bertemu dengan Todak. Pada pendapat anda sendirilah macam mana untuk game hari ini? Fight ke macam mana? Ataupun one-sided aja? Kita tahu SRG kuat.
Kita dah nampak semalam cara Todak main. Kuat, very strong, very good in very creative juga dengan map. Adaptation app baru diorang sangat bagus. Kita takut juga kita goyang sikit lah.
Dia down to earth. It's okay. Saya pun rasakan macam tu kan. Harapnya game ini bukan berakhir dengan 2-0. It's going to be a long game. 3 match. Let's go.
Abang Lord cakap 3 match sebab semalam reverse sweep.
Ya, betul.
Comeback is real. So adakah dengan kebangkitan Todak tu Abang Lord yakin Todak langgar is back? Metanya sudah berada di sini. Kita dah faham dah SRG dah 3 season dah dominate. This time untuk era lama kembali menyala. Betul ke?
Dengan update patch update yang baru, saya rasa sangat sesuai dengan gameplay yang ditunjukkan oleh player dan juga strategi ataupun game plan yang dibawa oleh coach. I think it's going to be very interesting match today. Dan that langgar actually kita dah nampak semalam. Harapnya mereka boleh bawa sampai ke hari ini dan boleh menang ke atas SRG.
Faham? Tapi ada orang cakap juga Todak raja satu era sahaja. Sekarang era SRGOG.
Betul.
Todak dah tak menyengat. Betul ke?
Tak juga. Sebab apa? Mungkin waktu Todak SRG pun kita tak nampak. Betul. So sekarang ni SRG. Now they are dominating. So bukan saja Todak, ramai juga ataupun banyak juga pasukan di luar sana tengah orang kata apa nak pecahkan that dominasi. Terutamanya hari ni kita tengok adakah mampu Todak boleh buat for the first time this season. Dan saya yakin hari ni Todak mampu memberikan cabaran yang sangat-sangat sengit kepada SRG.
Faham. Dan inilah waktunya untuk kita tengok raja zaman dulu ke ataupun raja yang sekarang lebih kuat. Tapi Simon, kita nak Simon kongsi-kongsi sikit lah kan dengan kita kan. Sebagai raja yang terbaru sekarang kan. Adakah korang lihat ini adalah memang era SRG? Dah takkan ada orang lain dah yang boleh compete dengan korang?
Okay, bagi saya title raja tu not really lah. Sebab sekarang ni dengan map baru, dengan new patch ni, saya berani cakap semua team sekarang sama rata. Dia dah, it's a new, totally new dimension. Totally apa yang kita dominasi sebelum patch lama ni lain. Sekarang ni semua team sama rata. Sebab tak ada orang lagi betul-betul mengaku dia boleh dominasi dalam new map system ni yang ada 4 map ni. So let's see siapa yang cepat adapt, siapalah akan pegang jadi raja.
Tapi tadi Abang Lord cakap dia nak full match. Maksudnya dia tahu, boleh fight ni dengan SRG. Ini 3 nak balas balik. Berani-berani cakap macam tu.
Yes, Todak is strong. Kalau nampak dia orang comeback, dia orang nampak sangat coaches dia buat homework. After kekalahan pada minggu pertama, minggu kedua nampak berubah. Beza sangat lah. Beza dia jauh nampak. I think it's gonna be a good match. May the best team win. And saya pun of course lah, saya harap SRG menang. Kalau boleh 2-0 lah. Kita dah hilang 1 poin lah minggu 1. Tolonglah bagi kita 3 mata kan.
Tapi kita nak tambah panas lagi kan sebenarnya. Kita recap balik beberapa season yang lepas. Dua orang ni pernah buat challenge sesama sendiri. Kalah pumping tau. Dan sekarang Abang Lord sebagai satu pasukan dan Abang Lord adalah wajah di hadapannya yang berani bercakap Todak is back. Adakah Abang Lord berani cakap today adalah the day yang kalau kata menang saya kena do something untuk Abang?
No, saya willing to take the challenge as long dia tak mengganggu saya punya jantung.
Untuk Mr. Simon, anything yang kalau kata you menang, you nak Abang Lord buat macam ni.
Let's go. Pumping.
Pumping again.
Tak nak pumping, duduk ke tampi. Star jump.
What's that?
Star jump. Ke apa? Okay. Kita suruh Poji cadang lah.
Okay, let's go. Poji.
Untuk saya mencadangkan, why not kita tengok apa yang berlaku selepas match dulu. Saya tak berani nak letak macam-macam.
Dia tak berani.
Okey. Okey, kalau saya lah, saya boleh cakap apa-apa pun hal pun kan korang nak challenge kan. It's in a fun way. Kita nak bagi meriah suasana semua. Jadi let the game tentukan siapa yang patut decide. Mungkin lepas ni tengah-tengah game jalan korang boleh why not buat macam ni?
Okay.
Betul tak? Daripada saya yang decide, saya rasa bersalah. Saya rasa saya macam monton nanti. Saya bagi arahan. Tak boleh. Bahaya. Tapi inilah dianya antara legacy baru bertemu dengan legacy lama. Kepada semua peminat-peminat MPL di Malaysia, ini adalah masanya untuk kita lihat dan kita saksikan pentas pembuktian raja baru atau raja lama. Siapa kuat, siapa lawan ataupun siapa yang bakal tersungkur. Itu sahaja daripada saya, Abang Lot dan juga Mr. Simon. Dan let's go back to the caster.
The kings and giants of the modern era of MPL Malaysia face off against the classic legacy, the throne of Todak, for the very final match of Week 2, Day 2 here at MPL MY Season 16. Welcome back to the English desk for our final match of the day. Once again, my name is Stafa, joined on the desk once more by Husky as well as Gideon. We got a clash of two giants right here. What are we hoping for?
We're hoping that this goes the distance, right? We're hoping that Todak that we saw yesterday is going to come here against SRG OG Esports and really push them to their limits. Because at the end of the day, we know that SRG OG naturally has the chemistry, has the mechanics. It's really Todak who are the ones who have to prove themselves.
Yeah, there's no denying that whichever team that goes up against SRG, you're looking to beat SRG, and SRG is the benchmark. If you can't get past SRG, you're not going anywhere beyond the local scene.
Yeah, that is true. They've been the benchmark for a very long time. Their gameplay is stellar, top class, the highest quality. Just like the Infinix GT30 right here. Just launched, now available on Infinix TikTok Malaysia. Comes with a free magnetic cooler as well. It's even more affordable than the GT30 Pro because it's priced below 1.1k ringgit. And it is the only phone in its price tier with GT trigger, 1.5k display, and 144Hz refresh rate. It also supports steady performance and 120 FPS in MLBB. That's not all as well. We've got two exclusive new colors, green and blue, added to the GT30 series. So make sure you guys check it out right now.
Big shout out to Infinix once again. Best equipment available for our athletes up on that stage. I'm very surprised that they got away with 144 Hz. Most people are trying to push it up to it, but most are like 120 or like really awkward numbers like 111 Hz. What? 144 is where it's at.
120 FPS in ML? That's crazy. That means we get usual 60 frames per second. That is already what we're used to, but 120? Can you imagine the mechanical, the details that you get to see?
Every nitty-gritty detail. And that means that you can observe everything you need to see when you're playing in the land of Dawn. But without further ado, let us introduce our contenders for our third match of the day, starting off with those that need no introduction. The Slangmore Red Giants OG Esports, consisting of Innocent, Yums, Stormy, Skies, and Cran.
Now, on the very first week, we did see this team experiment a little. They did drop a point, unfortunately, even though they wanted to keep it 2-0s all the way through and repeat their streaks. But I think that the team is understanding that currently the patch is a completely new environment. Last season, their biggest problem was adapting to the patch, and that saw them actually dip down in overall performance.
Yeah, and when you see them get comfortable with the patch, they are just a cut above everyone else, right? They had the whole goal in Season 15 to not drop a single series, and they fulfilled that. But coming into this, there's definitely some variables when you're up against a team like Todak.
Yeah, and Todak, they are coming off of some momentum right here. A team that started off the season a little shaky, but are coming into this match after a reverse sweep. We've got Lolil, Dream, Zaim Senpoi, and Zayed alongside Vondir.
I think that this team has potential, right? The question is, I'm not sure where it's going to come from. Naturally, we've seen that Dreams with the Franco was able to have a game-changer landing an Iron Hook. How many of those can they do? How many lanes can Fondir actually win if they play towards his side of the map?
Yeah, even yesterday there were some viewers that brought up a very good point. The Franco is like a desperate pick when he was back in EVOS. Let's see if he can pull it off today.
Well, let's see what the players have prepared for us, because we got a catch of their ping test mic check right before they started off.
Dia tak dengar kau lah gila.
Zaid. Aku dah kata kalau game kita dia bagi dangerous grass dengan broken wall.
Asal suara kau slow, dude?
Mana Khalid kau ni? Tak, aku tak cakap kuat lah. Dah kuat belum?
Bang, saya nak kuatkan suara semua orang boleh? Ini confirm meriah ni. Saya nak abang buat paling max, tapi turunkan 10%. Bapak terang mat. Dia nak betul. Ni betul-betul beam ni.
Tolong.
Yang aku drive nampak macam ni.
Very active, very fun. The players having a good time, which is good. You gotta get your mood up before an intense match like this. Lalil so focused that his camera wasn't, and it was great to see all of these players doing as well as they could before their face-off in the Land of Dawn. There's some interesting interactions happening here, because we have to remember Yums used to be on the Todak roster, actually won a couple of champion titles with the Todak roster. On the opposite side as well, Lalil has had the chance to play with the SRG players too, so we got some dynamics here.
It's weird because SRG and as well SRG OG Esports alongside with Todak have some intertwined history to like a certain degree because of where some of their players have gone and have played together in other tournaments, because both sides are kings in their own rights. Two legacies that, as they are being established, continue to grow. A battle of the kings, some may say. Two eras of champions finally collide.
And throughout their whole history, ever since SRG OG joined the MPL League up till now, Todak has only taken one best of 3 off of SRG. The rest, in regular season, they lost to SRG, and SRG even knocked them out of the season 13 playoffs, actually 14 playoffs as well. So overall, for SRG OG, it's very evident that their record over Todak is in a very, very good note. And Todak, they're looking to repeat, right, to be the only team to take a series off SRG, just like they did 2 seasons ago.
I mean, they can try, but so far, I mean, based on their history, right, 3 trophies for both of these sides. The big difference is the numbers of which they received their trophies. Season 6, Season 9, and Season 11 for Todak. 13, 14, and 15 coming in from SRG. So you can see how hot the streak still is for SRG OG side.
Only 3P champion in history. The only team from Malaysia to have achieved grand finals in MSC 2 years in a row, and the absolute giants of MPL Malaysia. But that doesn't mean that they're completely untoppable, because while it's true that Todak has only won 1 game, they're one of only 2 teams that have taken a series off of SRG ever since they started hitting that power spike. And I think a lot of that can be attributed to this man on camera right now, Yums, the roamer of SRG OG.
Yums is considered one of the best roamers in the world with multiple international top 3 finishes. He also holds 5 MPL MY titles, might I add. And for most Malaysian players, this is like a honest to God, a miracle to some degree. We were considered the weakest region until finally joining SRG, and now he has consecutively won not only Todak but SRG multiple trophy titles locally and abroad.
Yeah, and not only that, right, he almost only stopped at 2 trophy wins, because he was thinking of really stopping this entire journey until he got convinced to join, to give SRG OG a shot, and the rest is history. Every tournament that he's entered under the Moontun League, MSC, M Series, MPL, MY, he has only seen top 3 finishes, with 4 of them being first place finish.
And we can see here from his quote, he wants to make his mother proud. He wants to continue the journey to bring even more trophies back to Malaysia, to be among the best that has represented us, to become an inspiration for generations anew. We can see his achievements listed out here. 5 champion titles across 5 MPL seasons, many of them sequential, under 2 different banners.
This some may call him soft-spoken because he's shy around people, but when he's in his own skin, when he's comfortable, and when he turned his grief into power, he now looks to play on the highest stages possible. Plenty of achievements, plenty of accolades. Losing a father figure is tough, but better yet, not only did he watch his little siblings grow up, but he continues to play at the highest level. He's truly min-maxing every aspect of his life.
Yeah, he's played at the biggest stage, he's won the biggest tournaments, and now the only trophy eluding him is an M-Series trophy. And he could complete that trophy case by the end of this year. That would be the best case scenario.
Not to mention that this season might be the one where he truly gets to shine, not just as a support, as a roam player, but as someone who genuinely creates the most impact on the map. The roam changes have allowed a lot of our roam players to really pop off, to finally show the stage that, hey, we're not just here to eat damage and start plays, we're here to finish them as well.
And I think that Yums is going to be very happy with the changes as well. We'll see. We'll see how much he's going to considerably adapt to what the patch demands of him right now. But I do want to see whether these teams have discovered any other exploits that we're unaware of. We're aware of the early level 2s that a lot of supports can actually reach, and that affects the draft. But generally speaking, we didn't get to see much afterwards, right? Even the maps, we didn't see any big exploits just yet. A lot of teams still aren't willing to start innovating from this point onwards.
Yeah, I think the most we saw was probably from the broken walls, just because of how you can maneuver around the jungle, and the Lord dances are a bit more sketchy because you can go from two sides. But aside from that, I think the map with the least impact is still Flying Clouds, right? We haven't really seen teams utilize it to pull off any insane flanks. Most games end with a landslide, so that still is up for questioning.
Yeah, it is funny that the only 2 times we've gotten Flying Cloud have been very landslide victories, as you put it. So never really got to witness how the Clouds might be used to make a comeback happen. But hey, you never know. This could be the match to do it. Everyone has had their eye on the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports ever since the patch dropped as the team that everyone's expecting to adapt the quickest. But this is going to be their first game ever since that patch drop in the first place. Who knows? Maybe the others have already gotten a leg up through learning from outside sources.
Potentially. I mean, at least Sora got a bit of a warm-up before actually going through. SRG, this is the first time they're playing here in week 2.
All right, yeah, it is. It is. Well, I'm really excited because I do believe both teams are ready to walk up onto the stage for a historic matchup here in Season 16. So without further ado, SROG and Todak, come on up. Starting things off, let's introduce our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Thank you for your hard work, Rez, May, Nuna, and Izzat. Your efforts are always appreciated.
Selangor Giants OG Esports.
The conquerors of the throne for 3 consecutive seasons, carrying with pride the red and yellow crest upon their chests, facing the kings of the ocean, rulers of an era long past. Will they then prove once again that their dynasty cannot be broken? Ladies and gentlemen, the pride of red and yellow, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports!
Returning today with the momentum of their first victory, rising once more to defend the pride and history of their team. A new legacy is forced to continue the glory of the past. Will they march forward and claim back-to-back victories? Patriots, make some noise for the king of the oceans, Toda!
And no game would be complete without introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every game. from SRGOG, we got Coach Arcadia and Ozora Becky. And for Todak, we have Coach NFR alongside Link. And now it's time to keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is a battle between two kings, two legacies, but only a single throne.
Oh, those fist bumps. Zion going in with the back, behind the back fist bump with Stormy before sitting him back down to get things real excited for this game. Todak, at this point, there's a lot of momentum starting to build up amongst their fan base, and I think this would really solidify. Keep in mind that in this game, first pick goes over to SRG.
And the fact that Todak was able to get a reverse sweep over Untitled yesterday is a big boon for them, because after last season, I think the expectations have been set to its ever lowest, right? Fan base were questioning how is Todak going to bounce back. We saw massive shifts in the back-end staff, and even to a certain degree, the roster, the debate between letting go Zayed or Momo, which Momo ended up being the one that departs from the team. And then they lost their opening series against Team Ray, and people were really questioning if this is enough. But with that win yesterday, things are looking up for them.
Definitely, and I'm sure they're very happy about it, with Zayed himself even saying, yesterday's win is the beginning for us. We're on the path to bounce back. We've already found our rhythm as a team on stage, and going up against SRG, we don't feel pressured. We'll just do what we usually do in scrims, like in Game 3 against Untitled.
That's assuming that it drags out that long, right? Because again, Zayed needs to keep in mind, for Todak's playstyle, and based on what we've seen off of yesterday and the day and the week before that, it really comes down to just compounding interest that we've seen a lot of teams look to secure. From early game, build that interest over into the mid, minimize your mistakes as much as possible and trade up, and by late, you're already at that checkmate angle. And that's what SRG is really good at doing. Being fluid, finding tempo breaks when behind, but most importantly, their trades have been especially good.
Yeah, personally, for me, out of all the 5 games Todak have played, only 2 of them were really considered close games, right? Games that are back and forth that really put Todak to the test. The rest are either Todak lagging behind, or in yesterday's Game 3 case against Untitled dropping the ball from the start of the game onwards. So from that very little sample size of the 2 close games Todak has had, we need to see more, because I definitely feel like there were a lot of opportunities that gave Todak room to breathe, but against SRG, once they get you in a chokehold, they will make sure to choke you out.
I agree with you. I think Todak definitely saw some signs of their identity emerging after their victory against Untitled, but a lot of that came from the space that was created by Untitled playing uncharacteristically bad. Let's just be direct about it. Todak, they are a solid team. They have the potential. Their drafts have already been proven to be very solid. Coach NFR has a good head on his shoulders, and he knows what his players need. All it comes down to is whether or not they can execute that in the Land of Dawn against a team like SRGOG.
They've got the different ingredients, and during the laning phase, things don't actually go too bad for Todak. It looks like very similar Todak to last season, where they play it kind of slow, look for the advantages when opportunities present themselves. But I do want to see Todak being proactive across the map, especially when you're up against SRG, right? Playing passive is totally fine, but in this drafting phase, maybe we'll get a little bit of a note, or at least for the annual map change, random map draw, that could affect the draft as well.
Yeah. The most active we've seen Todak was definitely the Game 3 with Matilda yesterday, but that's also based off of the compounding interest where that is impossible for Untitled to come back. Against SRG, that weakness of a slow early game has been plugged. Like last season, SRG refined kind of that only Achilles heel. So for Todak, it's about being able to match up with Yums in the early game and make sure that SRG don't end up spilling that into the jungle.
Yeah, it's such a scary thing to think about though. A team as consistent as SRG, always traditionally known for only having one weakness, and it wasn't even that big of a weakness, actually fixing that issue. And if you ask me personally, I think they're
reverse sweep against Untitled just yesterday.
So there's still the Fanny in the equation that most likely Todak would need to consider. I wonder if SRG also has that Angela back in the playbook. It has popped out a couple of times. Untitled is the only team that really lean into that hero so far with 3 total picks. And sadly, all 3 picks have been losses.
I don't know whether SRG is going to start testing out things today, right? And I think this will be... maybe Game 1 is where they chill out. Game 2 is where they start testing things, knowing how Coach Arcadia and Azora Becky like to kind of play out the procedures. Here comes the CC ban from the side of SRG, which kind of opens things up.
Yeah, it's an interesting ban right here, because in MSC, SRG was known to pick this hero first in almost every occasion, to the extent where every other team internationally would ban it specifically against them. If they're choosing to remove it, it means that they're leaning into the other EXP lane picks instead. Things like the Lapu Lapu, the Esmeralda, who traditionally may not have the best matchups.
And we have seen teams really go for that first phase fighter, and then they flex it into a double fighter comp. I think we saw that in MPL ID. It happened yesterday. I think even for MPL FY, we saw SRD pull that off against Homeboys. In fact, they only play double fighters. Banny banned out.
Okay, all right.
This draft is open.
So here's the thing, right? I think that if Yishinchin shows up as their first pick, you're totally right on the double fighters, and I think they're trying to set up a potential trade. One of the trades is Phobius, the fact that it hasn't been touched this time round. Now, last week, we saw a good amount of blue side Phobius bans, and red side, depending on the team, plus or minus on that Phobius. But I think here, SRG understands, even if Phobius is given away and we decide to play a heavy dash composition, we still have Esmeralda in our back pocket to manage it while maintaining Ruby on the opposite end.
Yeah, Phobius has dropped a lot in priority because of the availability of heroes like this. Besides Yisun Shin, SRG could also go Kalea first, but instead, they go for the Baxia, another hero who's been gaining a massive prio after the patch.
Yeah. Another choice is also the Grog, who is slowly coming back in popularity. Players who have naturally been proficient with Grog are picking it again. You know, we saw Rasi, Balance, and Yums is also one of those Grog architects.
Let's see here, next 2 picks, Angela alongside with Harith. It looks like they really want to lean into Lolios this time round as their Game 1 opener. The Angela, hit or miss for sure. We don't know if it's going to go into the hands of Zyme Senpoi. He's played it before. Dreams, I feel like he's less inclined to play it, but there are arguments for it at the same time.
I feel like it's a pretty solid Zyme Senpoi hero though. He does like this kind of utility. SRG gonna lock in the Kalea, also the Lunox. This definitely cements this as a potential meta pick if a team like the Red Giants are locking in this early.
Yeah, just a little strange. We finally see the Lapu Lapu get locked in for the side of Todak. I think that's what they're worried about. Now that their EXP has been shown for the side of Todak, this gives a lot more flexibility for SRG to think, because at the end of the day, Lapu Lapu usually messes with the mid laner. With Lunox, you just go into Brilliance and just laugh.
Yeah. And you destroy tanks, right? Like the game goes late, you basically just chew through whatever defenses the enemy has. Esmeralda banned out, want to give Lapu a decent matchup. And for SRG, the last 2 picks are guaranteed core picks, so it again gives them so much more flexibility. But the fact that they're on blue side means they get to come up with just the pairing after seeing Red 4.
If you're SRG, who do you... It's tough because you don't know where the Angela is going to be. We know what the 2 side lanes are going to look like. So even if it feels a little bad to target supports at this point of time, but I feel it might be necessary, right? Getting rid of the Gato is probably like a good starting point, but it really doesn't give you much of a direction.
You could also focus more on the jungle picks if you're a little bit more concerned about that, but they're gonna start by banning out the Cho, which is fairly interesting, because that's not where I would have assumed the direction to go in.
Not only that, Broken Walls also give you some innate advantage, especially when you are using pick-off heroes like Cho. Lesser chance of getting a kick-off and having your target end up into a wall, right? You can actually now get the full distance kick, which is going to be good for Todak if they opt for something like a pick-off comp. But I think this Cho ban also shows Arcadia's read into the draft. Maybe they are just confident enough that Dreams is going to play a more traditional type of roamer.
Possibly. I think then Khalid should also come into the mixture as well. Moskov banned, so it looks like the positioning for Assassins on the side of Todak. Hayabusa still available. Lancelot still... Oh wait, no, Lancelot's already banned, so that just leaves Hayabusa as the main assassin. Oh man.
SRG still has the Beatrix left that they can pick if they want to keep it simple and direct.
Yeah, they do. Ooh.
Besides that, Innocent also was starting to play quite a lot of Bruno, especially when they wanted lane priority, which is something that SRG has generally been leaning towards. The more lanes they win, the more effectively they can rotate in the early game and the more easily they can snowball. That tends to be the idea when it comes down to Coach Arcadia's drafting. In terms of junglers, if we're looking at tanks, there's still Fredrin. I thought they might leave it open just because they can deal with it with Baxia Kalea, but looks like they don't want the Angela Fred combo.
I think they just want to force the assassin jungle out of Zayed, right? I think that makes the most amount of sense when you've already got a tank jungler of your own on top of having Kalea just in case.
Hayabusa, there's the Joy if they want to go down that route, but then the damage profile would be leaning more towards Magic, so they take the Gatot first, cementing this Angela as a mid pick.
So they know for sure last pick is going to be the jungle. They know for a fact that it has to be an assassin at this point because they're unless they go for Akai, but then you're really putting all of the eggs into one basket, and that's very scary to do, especially since we know for a fact that this Angela's going mid.
Do you take like, I mean, I want to say Hilda XP, but that has been out of... Wait, there is still the glue.
I don't think glue is bad. I think Hilda is pretty decent as well as just the raw EXP laner as well. It all makes sense.
Still the glue too.
That, what else?
Yeah, there actually is no one that can take down the glue, even in the jungle pool.
Whoa, wait!
Whoa!
Pakido! Is that Pakido EXP?
Even the strongest of terrorists.
I'll be...
No!
No way!
Is that a Bane gold?
That's a Bane gold, right? That's a Bane gold.
Oh boy, that's something interesting here.
He did get buffed. Harith should probably never get hit by the... should never get hit by the second skill.
What, the Blunder Busters?
Oh, we do have a fun fact apparently, though a not so fun fact for Gatot. Out of 8 picks this season, Gatot has not won any of them.
Even Yums cannot save Gatot's win rate. And I'll give you an extra fact on top of that. If Toda loses this game, Angela will go 0-4.
Yep, they be testing the waters right here. Let's see what the final pick is going to be. Whoa! Martis Jungle.
Okay.
The first time they picked him was yesterday against Untitled, and that was the only game that they lost. Because Zai couldn't get a snowball going, but hey, Martis Angela is a good old classic.
Yeah, it's a very classic combination, and it at least gives him some form of counterplay against the Kalea, the Bane, arguably the Pakido is on top of the Baxia, which is great because now you have somebody who, other than Gato Kacha, who can kind of peel for each other, right? They just interchange places as they slowly move backwards along with their cooldowns.
But the Bane peel is actually quite insane because when you lay down the Zaman Force and he puts his deadly catch out, you have to leave the Zaman Force.
This is going to be an interesting one. Selangor Red Giants already were experimenting with things in week 1. We got Pakido EXP with Bane Gold and Todak attempting to break the 0% win rate on 3 heroes in their first draft against the Red Giants. The walls have broken down within the Land of Dawn, creating brand new avenues. But will this be the path for the old legacy to take over? Or will the reign of the Giants continue?
Alright, the bad Yums is going to get a good old extra 30 gold for the XP just by running into Fondia. This is not the first time we see Pakido being picked in the XP. The first time was by Year 3 from CG. I think they won that game also. It was a Pakido into a CC matchup.
Yep.
Slightly different.
It is slightly different. Let's quickly look at the emblems, right? This one's going to be pretty important here because it looks like it's going to be Impure Rage coming in from Innocent. Cram decided to go for Quantum Charge. So he wants to be able to kind of maneuver around everybody else. Main damage dealer this time is going to be Stormy alongside with Innocent. I want to see what Cram is eventually going to build if he's taking Quantum Charge, whether he's going to be more Bruiser-like.
I would think it's probably more Bruiser-like. You can either go... There's a lot of paths you can go with Pakido, either full damage, full tank, or a bit in between. I feel like with Quantum Charge is probably the in-between option, not to mention you're not really gonna... Oh, hold on, guys!
Oh, that's Flicker out for Fondia. Some extra gold for Cram. And Sakai shares a bit of that. They secure the XP Cram unless Zai can take it away. No, let's commit the Retribution for that.
Yep, Zai doesn't mind committing the Retribution, and Sakai's doesn't mind giving it over. He still has 2 camps on his side of the map. Oh, Stormy's in trouble.
Cancel from Yums, want to keep Stormy safe. Zayed in range. Stormy flickers, but not far enough. First blood for Zayed.
Nicely played by Todak. That's exactly what you want to see. A little disrespectful coming in from Stormy. I think he was unaware about the rotation, and it didn't help that the turtle is just about to spawn as well, which gave the extra bit of movement speed. Bit of a miscalculation, but Cram now in trouble.
Zayed does have level 4. The crowd control is good, but SRG are fighting back. So guys stands in the front and eats up all the damage. A couple of KO punches. Dreams dangerously low, burns to death. The guys with the pickup. And then unfortunately, Zai could not follow up even with the hard guard.
You know, unironically, despite the fact that Baxia would... hold on!
Oh, flicker forward into a suplex. There goes Zai. He is out of there. And Cram holds the front. Here comes the Landshaker. Bravest Spider committed Fondia. Wants a couple of pieces of the pie. Turtle should go over the SRG. OG, Todak. Can't get more.
Nicely played, nicely played. And they also didn't know that Sakai's didn't have his retribution. They could have tried to make a steal happen, but right now, Oliel's taking a lot of harassment from Innocent's Crab Claw Cannon. Now, I was about to mention, unironically, Dreams, the fact that the Totoi's Poissons was already out, Dreams actually saved a lot of chip damage from the rest of his team because of his Revitalize. So he absorbed way more than he probably should, and I think that SRG probably could have come out of that a little less even and more in their favor.
But you could look at it from another angle as well, right? With Revitalize on 3 people, SRG were still able to take out the Gatot Kacha. So that was a lot of damage coming in onto the EXP lane side. And we've been seeing a lot of teams rotate to that side of the map in particular, actually. With the current meta, you really want to have this extra player joining your team fights.
Oh, for sure. And I think more importantly, you want that extra player to have some form of impact, right? And I think for a lot of these fighters, their mid-game impact is just so high. Yums, now again, another engagement.
And it's a quick grab. There goes Dream.
Where did he go? Where did Dreams go? He didn't have time to pop the Revitalize. He just exploded.
I think he would have died through that, regardless. There's so much
I didn't know that Dreams had a cameo in Jaws.
Look, either way, if Dreams didn't die on that first interaction to a Baxia, I think that Baxia is dog water. Like, if he can't anti-heal a Revitalize, like, what are we doing here?
Oh, they're gonna try to kill Baxia now with the puppet on strings. So guys wants to escape the AOG. A bit short, but still, they get the execution. And now Dreams is in enemy lines. 1-for-1 trade so far. Yums and Cram looking for the chase. Fondia able to dash to safety. The Todak disengage.
I feel like the hard guard on Zayed would have been a better choice. Not too sure why they decided to go on Fondir instead, even if he was the one to start the fight. A little bit of forward thinking would have maybe saved Zayed there, because the kill was good, but it's not really worth the trade.
No,
Fondia would have survived regardless.
Because going even against a tank jungler in a matchup like this is more important than falling behind.
They have a couple of hard guard choices. Zayed and Fondia seems to be the first 2 prio, but no contest at the turtle. So guys easily secures it.
Good disengage.
Wait, is Innocent going magic damage? Yeah, he just bought a Holy Crystal.
Oh!
Where did he go? What was that?
Loliao, he's going to try, but Yums comes in. Finds the kill at Innocent. Surely he goes down, right? Zayed punished. And there is something.
Okay, as surprising as the damage coming out of Bane was, well played to Loliao, actually. He bought so much time.
Yeah, survived longer than he should have, but his teammates can't say the same. Stormy getting gone up by Zayed. There goes into the brilliant. Zayed now has to switch targets. Gonna get grabbed and slammed down. Killing spree for Stormy. And SRG wins the trade.
And even though they didn't need to get involved, both EXP laners show up to try and crack open mid. Fondir might actually have to use Bravest Fighter to clear it up, but no, he just eats the damage. With the help of Zion Senpoi, he powers through. Innocent, he's going full magic, baby.
Yeah.
Magic gold Bane.
That's the Bane buff. Look at this.
Look at this. Look at this. The fact that Loliao survived on 1 HP is the only reason why that ended up being an even trade. And honestly, I'm holding my head in my hands because I'm going to see this Bane build in my pubs and I don't like it.
Oh, I miss this Bane build so much. This was what got me to Mythic the first time, baby. It's back.
Oh, Magic Bane.
It is back.
Magic Bane.
Hey, where do you see Magic Johnson?
That's a different story.
Yeah, that's a different story, and I'm only worried if there's broken walls. Other than that, it's like I can probably dodge it. For the most part, this is now going to be a more interesting game than we thought. These team fights, if Lolios took that much damage off of a Holy Crystal alone, I can only imagine what would happen to everybody else. Oh god.
And he's going to try and run away. Zion supports him. What a brilliance. And look at that. Wow, the deadly catch. Insane stuff.
Where did he
Honestly, it's not even a full team fight. We are not at the late game stage. Can you imagine A full team fight breaks out. Innocent just press
One
the stop.
shots, 4 people?
Attack of the IKEA sharks.
Yeah, dude, this is ridiculous. Through the heart guard.
Like, obviously it's not a GG call yet, but how is Toda gonna deal with Innocent if they don't blow him up in one go?
One item.
Well, Zai should get out. That's all turtles for SRG OG.
They just have way too much damage at this point, right? Even if Cram alone can like chunk out anybody to about 50%, if Innocent does that kind of damage, like I don't think anybody wants to deal with it at all. First item Holy Crystal, even got Sork boots as well.
Usually when someone goes first item Holy Crystal, they're trolling, but not Innocent, I guess. It's just the scaling, man.
Basically the equivalent of going VOD first on Beatrix, right?
Kinda, yeah. It is the equivalent. I mean, the only change, there have been a few changes to Bane specifically. Yes, part of his magic scaling has been adjusted, but there's also a huge multiplier when he charges up his second skill. So keep that in mind. When he's charging it up, if he gets to that second phase, he will blow you up.
Can't wait until they start sieging the base and Innocent is just throwing out of cooldown.
Oh, he's got it back.
I thought you just need to one shot die in or roll the out. And attempt on the Zai's life. Now they're gonna turn on to him with the hard guard. Cram still waiting on cooldown. Finally uses the flicker, gets out of range. They even commit the conceal Cram. No way he gets out of this, right? Because they lost Low Liao's in the bottom lane and Cram doesn't even die. SRG has a chance to turn this if Toda commits, so they decide to back off.
Really good diversion coming in from SRG's side. And I think right now, Toda, they don't have much of a plan, right? It's just, can we break Innocent apart? And then who do we go on? Stormy, he goes invulnerable. Cram, he's got a lot of mobility. I think Cram is probably their best bet, but he never shows on the map first.
So, like, Todak's draft certainly can work. They've been able to get some kills here and there. Unfortunately, their main early game snowballer on this Marte side has basically been trading 1 for 1 every time he goes for a kill. He hasn't been able to find those stacks as necessary. And now SRG is really hitting a power spike.
Yeah, they're finding their stride. They've already have an exposed Holy Shielding on that top side. As that wave is slowly building up in SRG's favor, I think right now, Todak need to make a couple of decisions, right? First, which lane is most important? What can we sacrifice? This early on in the game, losing a holy shielding, not so bad if the Lord is walking alongside it.
Honestly, I think the saddest thing for Todak might just be when Lonely almost got one-shotted, and then they have that epiphany that this game might be over. Zai does get away. AOG committed by Dream. Here comes Fondia with the hard guard too. But Low Liao, he's single-handedly being forced away by Suckeyes. He'll re-engage on the Dreams. And that hard guard is going to run out pretty soon. Fondia and Zaim, while it's the call because they've already lost the Gatot. And SRG are just way too strong right now. They can chase for more.
Yep.
Fondia getting gone on. Zaim Senpoi can't recall, and that's 3 bodies.
Wow, Sky is literally not letting anyone get away. We already have our eyes on Fondir. I'm looking for Zaim Senpoi. Free 2 kills right there. Such an oppressive domination from the Selangor Red Giants. 10 minutes, nearly a 10,000 goal lead. Holy defense is falling left and right. I think we're looking at a very quick endgame.
And that Divine Glaive for Innocent. Lightning Trunks to Divine Glaive, Holy Crystal. Come on, just press out.
Just needs to keep throwing it out, right? That ult deals so much damage, but that's what Todak wants. They need to be able to kind of dodge. They simulated the scenario before.
Oh, what is that?
Whoa!
That's a tank!
That's insane!
Zipper, pull up the item list. What is Gathot running right now?
Does he have Athena?
Dude, if he has Athena and it did that much, no. We would see.
Yeah, there's no Athena yet, right?
He doesn't have Athena. I'm pretty sure he has the cloak at a bare minimum, right?
I hope so. I hope we get to see the items at some point.
I mean, saddest thing is that Athena doesn't even solve the problem. They're gonna try again. Even with the Revitalize, it made no sense that this got not disappear. And finally, Toda now joins the 5 Fondia with the hard guard on top of him. They chase after Innocent. Zaim Senpoi tries to tie him down, but his team is dying.
Oh my
Zaim
God.
wants to get to Innocent, but cannot. Yumes grabs him and slams him to the ground. Conceal up. Yumes still has the ultimate. Stormy just flickers in Low Liao's face because why not? That's 4 kills for SRG. Legendary 4. Stormy. And game 1 to the Red Giants. A wipeout off screen.
What is that? Yo, it's not even the damage. Innocent's heal is insane. He's healing 50% of his HP every single time.
Man, I wish I was that Bane, because if I take the same run that he does, I'm getting a hangover instead of 50% HP.
That's all Magic's game. I knew this might be something that would happen, you know? When I was reviewing the patch notes, I was like, are we going to start seeing Magic Bane? But this goes beyond anything I could have expected. Innocent, again, debuting something new to the world that we all have to fear.
That's so ridiculous.
It's not even Nafari's fault, man. Come on.
Yeah.
This.
How do you prepare for that? How do you prepare for that even? Oh, goodness.
I'm speechless. Look at Stormy. He's staring at us. He knows what they've just done.
He's like, yeah, wow, that was a pretty simple game. I thought it'd be a lot harder. I don't know what to say, because again, I want to talk about the fact that this composition required a bit of sustainability, but now that it's just Magic Bane, Kalia to help, there's really no going around it.
Yeah, and right after that top lane interaction, I feel like every logic goes out the window.
Wow, and unfortunately the 0% win rate on Gatot, Angela, and Martis continues onward.
I don't blame them.
Yeah, how, what are you even supposed to do there? Like, okay, Bane Gold, we've seen this before. This isn't something that's never been picked. And then you get spit on, and half your health is gone. And you're the tank, and you realize, oh.
Not cool. It was not cool to experience for sure. Watching it, wow. I mean, how do you simulate a situation like that? I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure out what Madman thought and told Arcadia, hey, can we fit Bane somewhere in this draft? And I was like, all right, sure. And they simulated it against the Harith, which is probably the best pick that they could probably get.
Probably Innocent. I have a feeling it could be him. I mean, he did
anyone really.
He did beat Chang'e Gold.
That's true. That is true. He did play Chang'e Gold at one point. I'm surprised he never tried Yishin Shin Gold lane. That would have been that would have been cool.
But that's a Loliel special though.
That's a Loliel special.
That's a Loliel special.
Honestly,
it's like Claude, right?
Yeah, it's like Claude. Let's go backstage. Go check out our MVP. Who could possibly be the MVP of this game? I wonder.
I mean, who else could it be, right? It's Innocent. Man's having a good old drink in the land of Dawn. And he's spitting it right back out with the force of 1,000 men.
Must be all the 100+, dude. Zero sugar.
Zero sugar, man. That's how he gets the maximum multiplier. Jeez. Look at those items.
Holy Crystal first item. He got it done really fast.
And his Bargain Hunter.
Yeah, Bargain Hunter to get Holy Crystal. And then he went into Lightning Truncheon before finishing it off with a Divine Glaive. Interesting that he wanted the extra mana on top of the potential burst that you get from the Lightning Truncheon. Interesting build. Interesting build.
Note that even though he was doing crazy amounts of damage, his KDA is only actually 118. He was mostly supporting. The rest of SRG was also popping off. The finishes were clean. Cram was doing awesome on that Paquito. And they were controlling River right from the very beginning with Yumes on his signature Kalea. Even the GPM, not actually that high, but it felt like he was farming so fast.
He was farming at a ridiculous rate. Just look at the comparison, right? 2 levels ahead. And the 2 levels ahead, it's like, okay, sure, you're missing out on EXP. But the fact that he's already like 2.3k ahead of Lolios on top of that, it's ridiculous.
I'm starting to believe more and more that every single day since this patch dropped that we might go back to a bit of Season 13 and Season 14 mix of meta. Because the heroes popping up have been around that broad spectrum.
That was also a Heptaseas
Hunter Strike
on Cram. Heptaseas Hunter Strike. Cram was actually the richest, actually. 9.2k gold in total on this Paquito. This is not a hero we get to see a lot of these days, but it seemed to be a very comfortable pick for SRG OG. They knew exactly what they wanted to achieve with it. And Stormy as well on that Lunox. 8-1-6. Every single player on the Red Giants was punching above their weight class, and it's already really high to begin with.
Yumes is richer than everyone on Toadal, and that tells you a lot.
Yeah.
That's everything you need to know.
That's everything you need to know. Dude, look at the damage dealt, right? Stormy's still doing the most amount of damage, but Innocent close second at 33k. Cram, I thought he'd be like closer to like 20 to 25. He's 27.3.
How much damage did Dreams take from one Innocent, like spit? That's all. That's what I want to know. Because he took
lost like 1/3 of his bar, and then eventually once he got like the Divine Glaive, that turned into like half his bar.
He took like 104,000 damage total this game, and it's not even like
long game. It's 12 minutes.
It's 12 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. It is, multipliers are a scary thing in math, and I think this is a really good example of why.
We got 17 kills from SRG in 12 minutes. We got Rich. Innocent's not even on this screen. That's how much SRG were dominating the game. Cram as the rich guy with 765 GPM. Stormy with the carry, nearly 60,000 total damage dealt. Dreams, unfortunately, the sandbag, taking all of that spit from Innocent. And Yums as the best wingman, as per usual.
We were saying that SRG is the benchmark and teams need to get through them. But after this game one,
I don't know,
it's gonna be tough, dude.
I feel like they've got some tech that I don't have much counterplay to. I think right now, if they want, well, let's look at the item list real quick first, right? Innocence build, okay, we've already talked about it.
Wow.
That's great. Because, dude, Yum's first item, he decides to go for fleeting time. So greedy.
While Innocent is so confident that no one's gonna threaten his lane, he just straight up rushed the tomb.
Boots. Wow, okay.
That is so wild.
Holy Crystal in 4 minutes.
Holy Crystal
How much is he farming?
He got Holy Crystal at the same time Zayed got Hunter Strike.
Yeah.
And Zayed went for boots first too, and it's still the timing. Well, how much is he farming?
I don't know.
I assume he got all the gold crab.
I would assume so because can Harad actually burst it? I don't know if the crab claw has a higher base than, especially at like level 2, level 3. That or we expected to see like at least for Lolios having to recall once sometime in the lane. I know he was getting harassed a lot by the crab claw cannon.
And this also comes at a patch where the minion net worth got reduced. And he still hit a 4-minute, sub 5-minute Holy Crystal timing.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no explanation for that. I really don't. I wish I had an explanation for it, but I mean, I guess Bargain Hunter discount also played into effect.
Probably. It was Bargain Hunter, definitely. Because Cram was the highest GPM and he got Blade of Heptases after the Holy Crystal.
Yeah.
And he did finish his boots first, yes, but that's still a pretty notable disparity.
Yeah, because Heptases is way cheaper than Holy Crystal. Oh my god.
So Dreams has a Radiant armor, and he got chewed through.
He probably should have bought like a Twilight or at least an Athena's or something.
Yeah, honestly, no one would have thought of a Twilight like as your first item in.
Yeah,
you normally would have needed that quickly.
Dude, it's so ridiculous.
Muntun, I think you need to revert the upcoming potential changes for tank items because this is not okay. I think the items need to stay the way they are, or there will be zero counterplay to burst.
And we can see in the highlights, initially the pickoff on Stormy was good. Todak got to play fairly aggressively and Zayed actually was able to pick up some solid kills. Unfortunately, you were not really able to turn that into a proper snowball since he would often lose his life in exchange. Cram also creating a very high impact. And then this happens.
I don't think Innocent has his full boost built yet, right? Because I think if he had, that would have been a one-shot. He was probably on his normal boost, but still, man.
It's unfair. It's really, really unfair. Because again, Lolios positioned himself where he thought that he was just out of the range, but it's still clipped at the full to maybe one-shot him. And yeah, wait, is the spit considered a projectile? I don't think so.
The spit
no.
But the sharks are.
The sharks are. Sharks
okay.
and the crab claw cannon.
And the crab claw cannon. Hey guys, keep in mind, you want more MPL MY action, all these crazy wacky picks for week 4 and week 5. The ticketing is open on the 21st of September, 12 p.m. So scan that QR code while you still can.
Tickets are selling fast, especially for the matches with the big teams with very interesting matchups. So if you guys want to make sure you are able to come by Dewan Sri Putra during the latter half of MPL Malaysia Season 16, keep an eye on this particular timing. Set an alarm for yourself because that is when you can grab the tickets as soon as possible.
I don't know what to expect. Next game is like,
right?
damn.
What happens next?
Pain. I don't know if this is healthy for the game, to be perfectly honest.
I don't know. My
know.
solo queue is looking really
You
bad
need
now.
Hayabusa on the sushi chef skin to turn Bane into takoyaki.
That would be like extra 10% damage on Bane against Bane.
Extra damage against fish. Alright, what do you guys think SRG is going to do after this as well? To adapt to this new patch, ladies and gentlemen watching right now, scan this QR code and tell us, do you think it's going to be unconventional picks? Do you think it's going to be unexpected style of gameplay, or do you think they're just gonna enhance their usual rotation?
This question should have came out like before the first
know,
game.
right?
That's-
That's what I'm thinking.
It's not
dude.
aging well.
It is not aging well. And we set these questions before the show, so it's like, wow, what do you mean? What do you mean?
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay.
It's a self-fulfilling
I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think they will just bolster their rotation.
They're gonna play it safe, you know. It's SRG. They're not gonna do anything crazy.
They picked Matilda Bane so they can deliver the sharks in front
I could see them doing that. Or I have a greater idea. Bane and Grok.
and you lock them in and then you first pick going over to Todak for the second part of this best of 3. Hopefully they even it 1-1. I don't know whether they have to ban Bane.
Yeah, is it worth banning Bane?
That's
I was
the
just
thing.
about to ask you.
I don't think you should, but you might have to.
Unless you've got a direct answer to it, I don't know how. Because again, the laning phase is super safe for Bane because of that crab claw.
Who did SRG scrim against to get that Bane pick? That's what I want to know.
Someone was traumatized in scrims. Let's talk to Simon and see what he had to say before this. He said, I hope other teams can defeat SRG because I want my coach and players to learn more. We need pressure and challenges to be better prepared at the international stage. And for me, every team is strong this season. Most teams are making impactful changes.
Hey, Simon says they want team to beat SRG, but after the game 1, I think I'm a lot more pressured than him.
This quote also did not age as well.
What's the method to the madness?
There's gotta be truly a method to the madness. I mean, at the end of the day, Simon can say what he wants. It's up to Arcadian as well as Zoraveki to like prep their squadron. Man,
I have a feeling Simon was watching. He gave the quote, then he watched that game 1, and he's like, I hope they don't broadcast my quote.
Facts, you know?
I was right all along.
No one gets to escape, not even you, Simon.
Nobody escapes from this. But the adaptations are going to be so important because there's multiple issues at hand. Number one, it's not even the draft composition that was the issue. It was more so the order of which it happened because there's no way to predict it to come out in that specific way.
And that's blue side too.
And that's blue side some more.
It's like what? Paquito, Bane, 4-5.
Wow.
How do you prep for that?
That's not something that you do normally.
It's not normal behavior.
And you also have to prep for the map, right?
That's true. That's true.
Let's see what map is going to be next. It's the same map. Okay. Which means shark attack.
Okay, they banned like Kalea. That's step 1.
All right.
It is a strong enabler.
What's your command? Your team is banning.
Okay, what are the chances that Toda considers stealing the Bane?
I don't know. Does Nolia want to play Bane?
I don't think he'll say no. Like, how hard could it be, right? I don't think it's that hard. Bane is a pretty simple hero to use.
It shouldn't be, but you do need the right setup. You do got to make sure your team is there to like follow up with you.
Bane is all about like cooldown.
Yes.
It's all about cooldown.
It's all about cooldowns. You just walk up, press button, walk back. That's it. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. Maybe leave in an auto attack if the guy thinks he's a big boy. Just knock him out real quick. SRG bans out Zushin, the Boxia alongside with the Wanwan, but they don't want to give first pick Boxia over to Todak's side. I wonder why though. Does it matter in that case? Are they trying to lead away with a different comp?
I literally invented one.
Chip, first pick.
Has Chip won a single game? He has, right?
Yes.
Like,
I think once.
Yeah.
I think so.
Should be once.
But revealing it this early could be pretty risky. Also, the shortcut is kind of vulnerable to the sharks.
Seems like Bane is a good pick. Let's pick it now.
And then we're gonna put him in the jungle.
Oh God!
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think playing jungle Bane makes a lot of sense. He shows up when he needs to. Dom comes in, pops the ult. All you need is somebody to bail you out of situations, and I think that Matilda, which again has only showed up one time, which was yesterday, might be the way. Oh, no.
Okay, back to basic.
Okay.
All right. They can still play Bane. Technically,
they could still play Bane.
It's nearly confirmed double fighter side lane. Todak has to be aware of this.
They know, right? The Frederick gets locked in. Okay, they also got the Eve. I'm totally okay with the Eve.
I feel like Eve with Chip is not always the best though, because you don't really get a very good positioning on RWM when you come through the shortcut. That's always what I worry about.
That's true. That's why Zyme Senpai specifically only talks to Zayed. Exclusively, he's like, let me know when you stun.
I'll only come in.
Yeah, that's when I'll come in. Dreams is screaming at him, I got him, I got him. He's like, nope, waiting for Zayed.
Hold on. Alright, it's not a bad start though. Todak playing it safe, going for a more teamfight oriented composition, and with Fredrin on their side, it shouldn't be as risky to fall to early game rotations, especially since Eve should have pretty solid mid priority against Akimi. Lapu will get locked in for SR. Is this flex?
It could be.
It didn't work the last time they put it in gold.
For Todak, this is their chance to bounce back. You know, you literally get like slapped in the face in game 1, and now SRG tells you, let's play tradition, right? We're done with the gimmicks.
Are they done with the gimmicks?
Are
though?
they?
Are they though?
Can you trust anyone anymore?
Lapu XP, and then they bang go again.
It makes sense to go Bane Gold, to be perfectly honest, right? I don't think any marksman really has much counterplay. I would make an argument for Ixia, arguably even Moskov as well, because then you can kind of like push him away while still maintaining just enough distance to not get hit by the crab claw. But other than that, unless they... Oh, Masha ban. Gatot ban, fair.
Alright.
So SRGOG looks at the Fredrin. They also think there's a possibility of a damage EXP. They don't want the Masha to just dive into the back line and just one-shot Skies on this Yisun Shin. Makes sense.
It could be innocent Yisun Shin.
I know we did talk about it earlier. But
You're right. It could be. You could be right about this, and I hate that fact. I hate that. So it could be true.
How do you draft against SRG at this point?
I mean,
We're
I'm
already thinking about so many possibilities. Imagine what the coach has to do.
I think NFR is probably telling the same thing that tells players. Don't overthink it. Just keep it simple, right? Focus on the things that make the core of your composition. Getting rid of the Gaton alongside with the Grok, I can agree with, because again, it's a very good counter-engage maneuvers, not only to the Eve, but also to Chip.
Yeah, like what Zayed said, just play like how they did in scrims, you know, no pressure on them, and just try and do their best. I think we're not looking for Todak to beat SRG, that would be a bonus. We just want a close game, a close series. Although I feel like SRG, maybe we're overthinking their backroom calls. Maybe it's just pick whatever you want, we'll figure out the assignment after.
Just a big checkbox of like things I want to try before the end of the
What
season.
do I want to pick to win the game?
My versus Todak bucket list.
Must be Seb again. You must have given him the pep talk.
Seb is like, I heard of this hero, his name is Bane.
Yeah.
Like this cool Davy Jones.
Well, there he is. Pick what makes you happy. What would make you happy playing it?
God, so disgusting. So disgusting.
Hey, at the end of the day, a 5v5 game is about not letting your enemies have fun.
Todak has to shift something now. There's not a lot of gold laners that will be able to deal with a Bane, especially after we saw the damage potential of the hero from game 1.
I don't know who else can realistically lane okay against Bane. I mean, laning is not the problem. It's when he gets the Holy Crystal.
Yeah, it's just surviving, right? Because he pokes you out a lot better. If they need something that has like ultra sustainability as a marksman. And there's not a lot of heroes that technically do that. I think the closest would be Ixia, but she's hyper immobile.
I was thinking of the Claude, but okay.
Oh.
So
Lucas EXP.
Yeah, we were theory crafting. I feel like I would theory craft this with Adine, where we were like, Lucas could be a thing. It has been forgotten for quite a while.
He does have a very strong level 1. So he probably wins the level 1 trade against Lapu, and if he's able to unlock himself from the lane early, then you can help deal with any sort of early rotations from SRG.
Yep. No, I can see that. I can definitely see Lucas entering this composition, because again, it's about kind of breaking down the lines, kind of what do they call it? Tenderizing SRG for the most part, because they still have a relatively squishy comp, right? As much as Bane was able to heal, he was taking a good amount of damage from basically anything and losing 50% of his bar, as much as he earns 50% of his bar. So keep in mind, even Masha was banned out for this exact purpose. We have a pretty squishy lineup. Let's just try and chill out and get our items.
And go back to the Badang roam. Surprisingly, it's been a while since we've seen Badang roam here, even though he is still a very, very solid pick and usually used as a counter to the chip as well. Yumes going back to classics, and Innocent once again on this Bane.
I guess if the game goes late enough, then Todak will have a great chance with the Claude, but it's getting to that point. And even then, you are not completely safe from getting flickered on by Innocent Bane.
Yep.
That just deletes you from the fight.
Yeah, so it's going to come down to whether Todak, and especially for Lolials, to either move away in time with the BMI, and depending on the best battle spell, did he take Flicker this time? Yes, he did take Flicker to get out of the way. So it's really going to test the force swing animation from Bane's side, but these 5v5s are looking pretty difficult to win, especially if SRG are the ones who are the defenders, not the aggressors.
As we return to the land of Dawn, Todak, the swordfishes, once again find themselves on the opposite end of a shark attack. Will they be able to emerge as the strongest fishes in the school? Or will the red giants tremble the earth once more? Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 2.
Can't believe Yumes almost hit level 2. When he showed up on Zai's screen, he's one, discovery away from 2. There it is. And so fast.
Yeah. No, these changes are important, I think, for a lot of supports, because there's so many times where your level 1s were just so weak that it only made sense for them to kind of rush you into this level 2 position, right? Because once from level 2 onwards, then it becomes like a very standard pace of the game.
Does kind of change up the way you want to approach that level 1 lane approach as well, because it means you want your roamer to be walking in front first before your mid lane shows up, so that they can be the ones to reveal your opponent.
Yeah. As long as they're out of vision for 5 seconds and they pop back up, you get that extra go and XP. Although, this Claw with the BMI actually is doing a way better job than anticipated, even in the laning stage. You keep a safe distance, and then your holograph also can trade for you.
Yeah. No, the Battle Mirror image is a very powerful tool here for Lolials, right? As soon as he has it up, he can kind of mitigate these big trades against Innocent.
Ouch.
I mean,
okay, never mind.
I mean, he missed.
Damage at level 2.
Yeah, it does. Multipliers are good, but Dreams does spawn him out. In terms of emblems, wow, even Master Assassin for Lolials.
Oh, if only Innocent hit that. If he hit that claw cannon, I think Lolial was straight up dead.
Oh yeah, he was going to die. He was on the brink of death.
That was close though. I mean, you gotta give props to Lolial. He definitely picked the Claude with the intention of challenging the 1v1 to poke as much as possible. He even went Master Assassin just to try and slow down Innocent.
Speaking of slowing down, first turtle is already here. Bondir is already level 4, and I think this is where they have their first innate advantage, right? While this Bane isn't part of the fight.
Fondia, he does have the ultimate ready too, so can transform when called upon. Cram deep into the pit, does get taunted up, so the combo gets delayed a little bit. He flickers away as Zai gets the turtle. The shockwave comes through RWM on top of Yumes, who's trying to get out but gets taunted back. First blood for Zai. Cram back into the thick of things with the help of Stormy and Surkais. The flash combo is just not enough. Fondia gets slammed on by Cram. And in a 1v3, Cram still holds his ground. With Stormy and Surkais back into the fight, Dreams has to disengage, and the burn kills Zayat.
Ooh, just at the tips as well. I thought Zayat was about to get out of there scot-free, and that would have been honestly really good for Todak's side. But now SRG, they punch upwards, turning this unfavorable matchup back into their corner. You can see that at least for Lolials, he's got bigger fish to deal with right now, but he just wants to make sure that Innocent doesn't really leave this lane.
That the longer Innocent stays in lane without being disrupted, the quicker he gets that Holy Crystal as well. So it's a very delicate balancing act that Todak will have to play around. I do like the damage that was coming out of the Lucas. It was definitely doing a great job of controlling the fight and zoning away the squishier members of SRG. But Cram showing why Lapu has been gaining stocks.
Not only that, if you leave Innocent in the lane alone, a Bane, and then you go elsewhere, you blink and your structure is gone.
I mean, the problem right now is just wave management, right? Because every single time, you're expecting SRG to be the first ones to move out of their lanes. But if Todak can kind of manage those expectations, Cram, I think he's the most contestable person so far in the most volatile lane. Oh my god,
Okay, they bring the cavalry in, Yume sacrificed again. Todak can go, the portal actually gets destroyed, so it does allow Cram to... He tried to enter the portal. I was like, what is he behind the tier 1? Could have been slightly different result. The shot gets used, Innocent really wants that goal.
And I think no reason for him not to throw it out for free because again, he just need, as long as there's no wave, he can't possibly be dived upon. I think with the deadly catch at least gives him a very, very safe means to deal with Loleos if things get dangerous.
Yeah, it's a very solid disengage tool, and that's why we can see that Innocent basically being left alone on an island. SRG knows that if he does get jumped on, he does have a way of getting a way to safety. And there it is. There's the Holy Crystal right before the 5-minute mark again.
It's the same timing at 4:42. Cram taunted, jumps back in with the bravest fighter as Sakai gets the turtle. Cram is just gonna 1v4 at this point. Lo Liao shows up with the blazing duet. The flash combo from Fondia does end up missing. Flicker from Yums to get the counter engage. Fondia goes down, 2 for SRG.
A nice punchback coming in from SRG's side. Todak almost able to walk away from it. But Cram now becoming a legitimate problem in these 5v5s. Isenpoi's positions always get disrupted, and worse yet, that anti-CC allows him to kind of bulldoze right past Zayed.
Yeah, Isenpoi is needing to wait a while before he really drops the RWM so that he can get the best angle possible. But by then, SRG has already escaped from the confines of the box, and they're still invading. They actually steal the purple from Zayed.
And what made it worse was Zayed also pressed his retribution. Just didn't have the levels to beat Sakai. 2 levels down now. Todak will at least get the bottom tier 1 for Lo Liao, who throughout all of the games we've witnessed from Todak, I say is the most consistent player on the team so far.
In terms of items, in terms of raw gold, see that the majority lead actually in the hands of a Cram. Interesting. He's only 0.9 ahead, and the next second highest would be Sakai's, but he's been power farming despite giving the turtle away over to one of the turtles over to Todak's side. Generally, pretty even in terms of objectives. Oh, and Innocent instantly. Deadly catch, he's like, I'm out of here. I don't want to deal with
that
right
is
now.
such a feels bad. You press the conceal, your heart rate goes up. It's like, all right, it's time. Adrenaline's pumping. Sharks come at you, and you just have to walk away, you know?
I don't know.
It feels so bad.
Sharks do get my heart rate up more than when I want to jump someone. He did get the fleeting time at that moment.
A little greedy, I'm not going to lie, but this game is not like snowballing out of control as hard as it did in game number 1, right?
Yeah.
It's only a 2.7k, it's very manageable for Todak's side. They just need one good team fight, but the item power spikes might not collide in time for that to happen, right? Because I still think that Zyme Senpai by now should have completed the glowing wand. He needs a second item, and Lo Liao's nowhere close to completing the Trinity as well.
Lo Liao's given a lot of space because of the shortcut too. He can push lanes, he can join fight whenever he wants to. Mountain Shocker, there is the turtle boat too. Them easily taking the objective away. They get the suction back on the Dreams, who's most likely going to use that flicker. Then he gets out of that. Lo Liao joins the fight but finds nothing. No, SRG just walks away with a turtle.
So much confidence from the Red Giants. They see the chip right there. They know he can drop a portal and pull his whole team in. And Skies just goes, oh no, we can take the turtle. It'll be totally fine. Secures it easily and then completely disengages the fight. Todak does need to find opportunities. I think they might need to start leaning a bit more pressure towards the gold half of the map. Maybe try to get a bit more farm into Lalil because he's basically all they got.
Yeah, they need something a little more to kind of crack this game wide open. Sakai's second item already purchased. That War Axe is going to keep him pretty sustained. Currently at level 12. Okay, that's going to be pretty important for him as they go over as 70 more seconds until the Lord actually spawns. And this is what I wanted to see, right? Mountain Shocker and then instant mid-siege.
It forces the RWM, the shock damage. Considerably not as insane as what we saw from game 1 when he collided with Zai, but they do keep the mid-tier 1 up, and Todak, thanks to Lo Liao's efforts, will get a top tier 1 for themselves.
Okay, we can start seeing a path forward for Todak here. With Lo Liao on this Claude, he will be able to create a lot of macro space while getting farm for himself. He has already outpaced Innocent, who has been roaming around more with the rest of his team to get fights going.
Oh, they want to go into Innocent. He instantly flickers away. Lo Liao comes in with the blazing duet. As they secure Stormy first, Yums also gets jumped on. The flash combo all thrown in, but here comes Innocent with the deadliest catch. Alongside with the wall built by Yums, it's 2 for SRG OG. A good lash shake from Crab, double kill for Sakai. And Todak initiating the fight by losing it.
Ooh, it was a good initiation too. Dreams found a really good target to jump that shortcut on. But Innocent's reaction timing got him out of danger, and then a re-engage from Yum is throwing his life away to get that setup. Got the perfect angle for Innocent's ultimate combo onto Zayed and Fondir. With no front line, Todak just has to back it off.
That's what we call four-swing diff, right? Innocent able to not only react in time, but the fact is the Sharks move pretty quickly. They cover a decent amount of ground in a very short period of time. From the state of the map, right? With mid still holding up with its tier 2, at least Todak have a means to fall back, but ideally they would have liked to have that tier 1. Now look at that bot side. Such a fat wave being stacked up. Somebody must deal with it, if not they lose out on a tier 1. But they're holding 2 birds with 1 stone, and now they engage.
And Yums goes the long way around for the flank. Zayed wants to get away. He needs help, and Zaim Senpai is going to help him, but it's just too late. Innocent finding the kill. Dreams is going to drop the portal. Innocent spits on him for the double kill. Loliao comes in, dancing with the blazing duet, gets controlled, finds the shutdown onto Sakai's, but ends up giving a triple kill over the Innocent.
Oh, who do you even focus? Lolil comes in, he knows he needs to win this fight for his team, but who do you target? You want to get the jungler to get the Lord, but there's this octopus staring you right in the face and he hurts so much. Triple kill for Innocent. The Lord goes over to SRG OG. Net worth lead is now 3,000, and things are starting to get out of hand.
Speaking of getting out of hand, Fondir. I was wondering how he's going to perform on this Lucas. Unfortunately, it's not good enough, right? His flash step keeps getting countered. He's not finding the right angles. And unfortunately, he's got to skill 1 through the deadly catch because it just doesn't feel like there's any other way. But here's the engage.
They should be able to take out Cram. Yep, the help of Loliao. They do so. Big counter engage with the fist crack. And here comes Innocent. He's in the fight and he spits on Fondia. Flash combo right on top of Innocent and Stormy. But the damage is just not enough. Sakai's comes in and a mega kill for Innocent.
Still not that bad. Todak did trade 2 for 1. Oh,
Loliao.
a lot of damage.
Sakai's comes in. Loliao 1v2s them. They should get this. I mean, Dreams has his ult back up. That's the fleeting time. Innocent, he's not getting away from this one. Loliao finds a big shutdown.
And finally, that comes to an end. A 4 for 3, and now they've denied the Lord an initial push. They save their out-of-tier turrets at the same time. And Stormy, he's just trying his best, right? Trying to make anything happen. He's taking the early recall before Dreams gets there.
There is hope. There is a chance. The win condition exists for Todak. Lolil has hit that power spike, almost catching up in the damage dealt ranking to Innocent. And it's a lot easier for him to escape from sticky situations, especially since he just completed that Winter Crown. You see that the gold difference, nearly 1,000 between the gold laners, and that is the angle Todak needs to approach from.
But I think the biggest problem is dealing with Sakai's, right? He's got the most amount of damage on the team right now. Innocent is also in a position where he can look for those big one-shots. Luckily, Lolios is rich enough to purchase at least the Winter Crown to dodge through the deadly catch, and then maybe try to outplay with a BMI or something.
It's a tough predicament for Todak to be in, but keeping all the inhibitors up is the best case scenario. And we are starting to see Fondia's damage. Like his full combo is almost enough to kill Stormy and Innocent in one go, but he just needs an extra injection, some help from his teammate. But him alone is now a big threat to the backline of SRG.
Right now, we need to see an effective RWM coming in from Zaim Senpai specifically. He's got 3 items. One of them happens to be the Wishing Lantern. He's going to get some relevant chunks onto SRG's side, and then Fondir needs to keep them inside that RWM alongside Zayed, right? Because they're the main combo. If Fondir can find that pushback, I think they have a chance.
And that is the ideal. But I think as long as Fondir is able to buy enough time, then his job is already done. Because in the previous big fight, he had managed to CC both Innocent and Stormy together. And even with all the damage, it still took him a little while to take him out, which he was able to trade for like a huge amount of HP with, which meant it was a lot more difficult for Innocent to rejoin the fight afterwards. So he still has value, he still has important utility for Todak, and SRG needs to respect that.
I think one of the ways to deal with the SRG big burst damage is sort of like how you approach a 1-1. I think Winter Crown solves a lot of the problem. And it's probably the next item that Fondia is looking at. But they just saw the Skill Lizard get aggro. Here comes the Conceal and the Mountain Shocker. Loliao is the target. Good flicker away. Loliao gets out of it. But Dreams is now going to call in backup. The whole team is here. The Deadlies guys connect. Dreams comes back with Immortality in just a little bit. And Yums will throw his body. Loliao gets absolutely destroyed as Fondia could not hold the line. Without Lo Liao, this fight effectively is over. 3 kills for SRG.
Yep, and now they can start walking into the base. They still have at least one minion to do so, but it cracks under that pressure. They can take Lord at this point, and they probably should, but at least take an inhibitor alongside with it.
We did say that Innocent can still flicker on top of Lo Liao, amongst all things, and with the mid inhibitor down, SRG sees a clear path forward. Zayed has the immortality, but he's gonna come back into a land shaker, great sword in his face. The guys finds that takedown. Top inhibitor, most likely gonna go down. SRG can't end the game just yet, but they sure as heck have unlocked that angle.
Really big take right there. All SRG needs to do is find Lo Liao. The Claude is their only problem, and while it was a good counterplay from Dreams, SRG positioned themselves perfectly to react to it, positioning the deadly catch the moment everyone was starting to come out of that portal. With only 2 towers left, both in one lane, Todak gonna have a big defense play to make, and the Lord is gonna be pushing down mid.
Punching SRG is like punching paper, right? You throw it up in the air, you go for that quick fist, and then it just starts wrapping around your entire hand. You're not doing much damage to it, but the surface area and the coverage from SRG's composition makes it so hard for Todak to stand in not only in one place, but find re-engages.
The Mountain Shocker reveals where Dreams is as well. Todak should be able to deal with the Lord at the cost of the whole base. Dreams can't really find the angle. Cram has smelled him out, and Dreams on the run.
They're doing such a great job of tracking this chip specifically. They don't want him to drop a shortcut where he wants it to be. They're forcing him to put it in unideal locations where it's
the passive?
maximum. Oh, they got it. He got out.
Just in time, out of combat for long enough to trigger the passive again.
Nice, nice, nice. At least the information has been relayed back to the teams. Dreams still having his all ready to go.
Didn't have to use Flicker just now.
Yeah, but everybody has their battle spells back up as well, so we're coming into this final leg here with an 8.1k lead from the side of SRG. It feels like they're in position to just completely run through this last leg of the game and crush Todak while they're just pincered behind their base, because that way they can force the traditional front to back. But I think that Todak, unless they're brave enough to send Dreams back out into the wilderness, I don't know how they're going to win this.
Even then, it's not guaranteed. You have to have like some godlike setup. What we saw from other possible composition is that you have Arlet, right? Something the Team Ray showed us, a follow-up setup. But in this case, you're relying on just raw grit from Fondius, Lucas, and Zyme standpoint to get some insane RWM. Maybe Lo Liao comes in, dance on them with the full stack of Art of Thievery.
It's not impossible, definitely. There are still ways Todak can make their way back into this, and most of that is on Lo Liao's shoulders. But everyone else needs to play perfectly as well. They gotta perfectly trade HP, get the control, get the space in. You might not even want to start fights with the shortcut anymore. You might want to wait until SRG initiates and maybe maneuver around that.
Then the next best plan is to start a fight with RWM or Zayed.
Yeah.
You have to be willing to throw your body. Does Zayed have a winter? Doesn't he?
Not yet. Not yet, he doesn't. But even so, it looks like he's building other items, right? He's got components. I think he's thinking about the Guardian Helm so he can stay out a little bit longer, but
Light Armor and Guardian Helm, probably the last 2 items that he can go for.
Yeah. The Blade Armor, sure. I guess it makes sense, especially against Stormy specifically. And he's comboing it.
That's what Flicker out.
Uh-oh.
No, it's okay, it's okay. They get 1 out for free. But it just means that they have to defend, and then it's okay missing. Wait, hold on.
Uh-oh, Zayed. They're gonna catch him. Dash it to safety. Lord still being gone on. SRG should be able to finish the job, not a problem. Innocent with the secure. Crab jumps to the back line, and Dreams now finds himself isolated. Another Flicker out. The base is in danger, by the way, Todak. If SRG don't end the game, then Min surely will. So Lo Liao called to defend as Fondia gives up his life.
This could be it right here. The Lord pushing up. We're 18 minutes in. Fondia still down for another 30 seconds. SRG looking to close with a clean sweep once again.
Oh my god, Lo Liao is dead, right? Whoa, had to use the Flicker. I just saw Innocent heal for 1.4k to a swing of the rum. Here comes the Lord. Cram, still barely durable. Innocent just flickers forward and goes Dream. He explodes. Deadliest Cat takes him out. Immortality not gonna help as much. Zayed can't even swing his appraiser's grab. He will come back with immortality and go down to Innocent again. SRG OG. Full 3 points with a 2-0 over Toda.
No surprises on their faces. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they find the win, securing themselves a solid 3 points for this 2-0 victory over Toda.
A clean victory. No real other way to describe it. There were some worries for a while when O'Leal started hitting like a truck. But SRG adjusted on the fly. That adaptability is what got them so far multiple times on the international stage. They knew exactly the steps that needed to be taken to make sure that that wouldn't be the turnaround condition for their opponents. And with that, we have our answer. The brand new legacy persists, and it is SRG OG.
Now, the question is, how do you review this series if you're Nafari? How do you sit down in a room, play the best of 3 and, break it down? That's going to be some homework to do.
Yeah, that's going to be some real homework, because I feel like this Bane pick is great, and I think the only answer that you have is if you had a support that was able to kind of lock him down and forcefully make him use a Purify.
There's a lot of options, there's a lot of things to think about. But for now, we're going to have our interview on stage as per usual. So Rose, take it away.
SRG OG Esports is on fire. 2-0, 3 mata penuh. Wow. Congratulations kepada Sekais dan juga Innocent. Adik, how are you feeling?
Nice.
Now, adik, sebelum match bermula actually, Poji ada interview Simon dan juga Abang Rod. And Simon katalah that actually selepas patch baru ni, semua sama je. SRG is no longer on top because semua hadap patch ataupun perubahan yang actually sangat-sangat besar. Tapi selepas kemenangan yang sangat-sangat convincing, adakah ini satu statement daripada side SRG OG that patch baru pun korang masih lagi tetap boleh dominate?
Yes, of course. Kita orang confident and yakin lah untuk nak cakap apa ya? Apa tu? Menguasai. Menguasai patch baru ni dengan dominant lah.
Nampaknya very dominant game. Tapi patch baru ramai team masih lagi tengah struggle untuk catch up lah kan? So actually, siapa yang paling susah nak adapt dengan patch baru ini? Innocent paling susah. Innocent, you struggle the most adapting to your team?
Yeah, right. You struggle the most, right, to adapt this patch.
Why did you struggle the most?
Because I'm bored with playing heroes.
Okay, we'll talk about that later. And of course, adik, hari ini kita nampak ramai orang ataupun ramai team main Broken Walls punya map, betul tak? And ramai orang kata untuk Broken Walls ni sepatutnya kena main lebih kepada utility heroes. Apa pendapat adik tentang benda tu? You rasa assassin pun boleh ke just ikut player macam mana ke apa?
I think for the jungler hero, nothing much different to compare last patch. I think still the same. Still versatile kind of gameplay can bring to the Land of Dawn lah.
Okay, semua benda boleh terjadi di dalam Land of Dawn. Betul tu, and I agree. Tengok sampai Bane pun jadi good laner tadi. Tapi sebelum tu, korang rasa agak-agak siapa yang MVP? Lagi kuat? Mari kita tengok sama-sama. MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game jatuh kepada Cram! Alright, Cram, come up on stage. Yay! Tepuk tangan lah, guys. Itu dia, Cram. Come up on stage. Hi, Cram. How are you?
Good.
Start dah nervous-nervous mereka ni di atas pentas. Closer. Are you scared?
A bit.
But you played like you're not scared just now. Siap recall dekat mid tu 10 saat. Why were you recalling in the mid lane? On front. Why were you recalling in the mid lane for so long?
For fun.
Memang funny pun nak tengok. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about the game. Now, many players, like Gorgeous, mentioned that this new patch EXP actually struggles a lot You guys farm very slow. You guys are usually very poor. But in game 1, you're the rich guy. So do you think the EXP lane is actually affected a lot in this new patch or 2-skill issue only?
For me, I think for me, no. I think he cannot adapt the meta.
Huh? You cannot adapt to the meta?
Dia.
Oh, Gorgeous cannot adapt to the meta.
That's why he said like that.
Oh my. So you're saying that actually EXP lane is not really that affected?
No.
No. Okay, so maybe it's the other EXP laners that cannot adapt to the meta yet. We shall see in the upcoming matches. Thank you very much, Cram. Innocent. Wow. What made you play Bane Gold today?
I'm practicing to use his ultimate and flicker, but I cannot do it.
You cannot do
More
it?
practice.
More practice. If that's not good enough, then I honestly don't know what is. Just now when I got up on stage, he was complaining. My finger's not fast enough to click the ulti and the flicker at the same time. Tapi mungkin lah in the upcoming matches kita boleh nampak lagi cepat. Now, I heard that while shooting the promotion video for the new patch, you look very stressed. Why were you stressed?
Because of the dangerous grass. Because there's a lot of new grass in side lanes.
Did you feel more pressured?
But after practicing the new map, I think can already play now.
Okay. So now you're okay already. It was just scary in the beginning.
Yes.
And you have already adapted to it. Now my question would be, you actually brought multiple fighter MM in both of your matches this season. Are we never gonna see you play marksman ever again?
Because I'm already bored with playing marksman, so I'm just using fighter. As long as we're winning, I think I'm going to use fighters.
Are you so it means you're looking for a new challenge?
Yes. New meta.
New meta. So no more marksman or just until you're bored of fighter? Depends. Okay, now is there anything you want to say to the fans? Look at that. Full house today at Dewan Sri Putra.
I want to say something.
No. Innocent?
Thank you guys for coming to watch our game, and I hope we will see you guys next week.
Thank you very much. Sekali lagi, congratulations kepada SRG OG Esports. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Thank you very much. Jap, adik tadi tengah cakap something? Tak jadi. Alright. And of course guys, jangan lupa untuk tengok Grand Final Raja Map yang akan jadi selepas perlawanan ini. Kalau korang nak tengok ni live, kepada semua orang yang hadir ke Dewan Sri Putra dan ada wristband, itu adalah tiket korang untuk tengok Raja Map Grand Finals untuk malam ini. Tetapi kalau korang tak dapat datang sebab korang dekat rumah, you guys can also catch it live on MPL MY official pages and platform. Itu sahaja untuk match ketiga hari ini. With that, let us throw it back to the casters to dissect apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you once again, Rose, and thank you to SRG OG. It makes me sleep better at night knowing that Innocent is still practicing that Bane goal lane. And of course, Cram as our MVP of game number 2, getting those setups, surviving in the front line for way longer than he should have, which is becoming common on this Lapu Lapu, and this generally being a threat that Todak had difficulty removing.
Yep, true difficulties. I mean, look at this in-game equipment, right? This is the good old traditional fighter EXP lane that has been missing for years. Literal years. This used to be the default build. Now, most people just lead into the War Axe and then whatever situational item that they have access to, including the Queen's Wings, but generally, we would see the builds lean a little bit closer to what Fondir is currently running right now. And I think that unfortunately it is just a tough matchup without the right tools, or more importantly so, a situation where Fondir genuinely gets behind their opponents.
And this is also comes down to kind of the discussion of the draft, what Todak was looking for, right? They take a chip, and then this Yi finds it very uncomfortable to get a good RWM. Not to mention they're relying on Fondir and Loliao to come through the portal and instantly blow someone up. And most of the time, SRG are just prepared.
It's a very tall order to hit, especially when SRG were reacting so quickly. They were practiced for this. The moment they saw Dreams, the scatter. And it's not just random scatter trying to get away from the shortcut. It is, I know I need to be standing here when everyone starts coming out of that portal to maximize damage and survivability. And it is so clean every single time. And also because this game lasted longer, we got to see the full main gold lane build, which was the Genius Wand and Blood Wings as the final two items.
Yeah, man, the Genius Wand. I can't believe that he wants to have multiple stacks.
I thought he would go for like Wishing Lantern or
That's
something.
what I thought too. Like, I mean, I think he wants to just double down on the damage anyway, so fine, sure, it makes sense. He probably should have, honestly, he probably should have just gone for a second Holy Crystal at that point, right? Like, just truly maximize the stats, because that's where he's getting the Force Multiplier from anyways.
Double Holy Crystal. It's like the good old days when we would see 2-3 Guardian Helms on Masha.
Double BOD.
Yeah, that as well.
Double Holy Crystal is like such a Chang'e thing.
It really is. I don't know. I think it's, personally, I think it's kind of ridiculous that that they will put such a large Force Multiplier on a stat that already has pretty decent base damage. So that's just me and a couple of things that I'm unsatisfied with. But generally, Yums was also finding some incredible, like 4 or 5 man even pummels against pressed up against the walls for those engagers. So Zyme's Empire really never had an opportunity to like get down an RWM that catches like 4 or 5 people.
And not only that, Zai just couldn't really move much, right? Most of these fights, he's controlled for so long that he never really got an ult off. And most of the ults he got off didn't really yield the value that that a Fredrin usually would have gotten.
And because of that, he can only really claim the position of Sandbag here as the main front line for Todak, constantly being bursted down before he can really contribute in the team fights. Skies gets to be the rich guy, freely farming the jungle for most of the game. Innocent as the carry, doing 77,000 total damage. And then Yums with the best wingman, the return of Badang of Rome. I really like his timing on this hero actually. He knew Todak is going to start the fight on me, so I'll wait. I'll find the right time.
Again, it's a lot of like foresight at how your opponents kind of react when you show up on that map. And I think, again, SRG has played enough international tournaments against enough international opponents to really start to get the feel of how to start playing the next game of MLBB, which goes along the lines of identifying patterns and instilling patterns in their opponents.
And this is what I guess the teams are using SRG for in the local league, where this is sort of like a taste of what the international stage is going to look like, right? Even though some of the teams only will ever get a best of 3 with SRG, but it helps them go into the next game stronger. And Toda, is fortunate that they get this lesson in the second week of the regular season.
I mean, having a lesson is good, and hopefully the teams are making good use of their games against SRG, because SRG is using them as practice as well. We see in the highlights here that initially Todak was doing a good job of getting catches. They were invading into jungle, Dreams was finding good shortcuts, and Fondir, even though his KDA was not the best, was doing a solid amount of damage in exchange for his HP. But SRG started adapting. They started keeping an eye on this chip.
They paid very close attention to the movements across the map, and they also realized that the few times that they traded even, all just boils down to Zyme Senpai didn't let us out of the pit itself, and then Lolios was able to gun us down for free. So if we can take out Lolios, first that would be ideal, but if we don't, at least now we have to form some means of counterplay to catch him.
Let's
You
see how
have to see
Lolio
the
went
movement
down.
here. You need to see SRG's movement here. Look at the way they rearrange themselves when people start coming out.
Look at yeah,
so good. It's so good.
You blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, you blink and you will miss it, because again, it's one of the... This is like drone technology, right? It's how they organize themselves, and then we ask them to scatter, they just fly in every direction and then reorganize themselves once more.
It's so hard to deal with. Todak tried. They tried to hold. Lolil had the damage. They just couldn't get the setup. Unfortunately, their tanks just couldn't hold on long enough. And SRG OG remains as the top pick.
They do. Guys, we did this yesterday. We're doing it one more time. Put the 2-minute timer on the clock. It's time for some hot takes. Because right now, the meta is in a really awkward spot. And based on what you've seen so far, not everybody knows what they should be doing at certain places of time. Different hero picks have come up and down in the meta so far. The question is, are these picks overpowered? And I've been hearing a lot of chitter-chatter about Angela. Is she good? Guess what? She doesn't. She sucks. She's not as good as she used to be. Her scaling isn't as great as it used to be. She used to be able to protect one person extremely well. Now she's an ambulance to protect everybody, and mildly so by doing a half job at best, a quarter job based on the scaling that they have changed prior to that. Then we ask the question, which map is going to be the best in this patch? Personally, for me, I would say that the broken walls are probably my favorite because it allows you to utilize the pits a little differently, rotate in more safe manners, especially if we're thinking about expanding river, but that's a whole different story altogether. These maps don't make as much of a big impact as most people thought they would in the first place, and only the Dangerous Grass is genuinely true to its name. So many problems. What is an underrated hero in this patch? Glad that that production is asking. Kaja is highly underrated. Being able to have access to high-level CC while still hitting level 2 at a ridiculous pace, that was Kaja's biggest problem. Her level 1 sucked. And now that you can hit level 2 almost as fast as your mid laner, if not faster, there is no reason for you not to pick up this hero right now. Vamos, another one that's also pretty good. Something that you would consider. Vengeance is a very powerful spell, but the worst part about it is dealing with how many heroes aren't touched by the mid lane. Mid lane needs some love. Mid lane needs some help. Where are Lilia got a bit of a change, but that's not enough because the assassins are still a thing. There's so many frustrations to have, but mid lane, most of all, needs the most amount of love. Now, that's just going to be me and my time. Let's have a look at the standings. Take it away, Stafa.
Thank you very much, Gideon. We got heated right there, but I honestly agree with a lot of your points. I think Husky agrees as well. Let's have a look at the standings here because we've seen some shifts at the end of day 2 with CG Esports now holding the top spot, pushing Vamos down to 2nd, and SRG eagerly eyeing the top from 3rd place.
Some of these teams have already played 3 series, Untitled, Todak, Vamos, Homeboy, so their remaining balance, they have 6 more, but for the rest, it's 7 BO3s left to go. And obviously, I think the whole world is now waiting for SRG against CG because that would be sort of the break, sort of what tips the balance, right? It's going to have a chance to knock CG out of their first slot. GMSK last, not too big of a surprise. Aero is going to play tomorrow. Untitled is the one that I think is a big shocker. Even though they have 4 points, but the match win-loss is not looking good for them.
I'm telling you, that's why a lot of these teams and most people tend to forget that once we're back into the MPLs, man, winning two games in that series is so important because those points really matter, especially for MPL MY where we have a shorter league in general, not a double round robin.
Yeah, that 1 point is literally the difference between SRG being in 3rd or being in 1st. There's also some teams we've only seen play 1 match so far this entire season, but we'll get to bear witness to them tomorrow. Those would be Monster Vicious and Aero Esports. Tomorrow's schedule, the final day of week 2, will start off with GMXK versus Team Ray, followed by CG Esports versus Monster Vicious, and close out with Aero Esports versus Team Vamos.
Right, so it's a bit of a cushion for Team Ray. They get to recollect themselves tomorrow against GMXK. MV against CG, I think, is my highlight. It was between them and Aero Vamos, but I want to see how far can CG push this, right? They've already overcome Untitled, and if they can take down MV, and again, I think CG is going to be one of the contenders for top 3.
Absolutely. I think that CG so far is looking good, but this is the first time we're seeing MV actually play on this patch itself. And I mean, they left one hell of impression on day number 1.
Yeah, the thing is though, even though these teams made a good impression, they haven't played in a while, right? They've only had 1 match this entire season, MV and Aero, and now jumping into a whole new patch after a little while. Sure, they may have been able to study from the rest, but there's no substitute for practical experience.
Even for Aero Vamos, right? Oh, Hazel Chibi, that's a spicy one too.
Well, let's see what you guys had to say. Is it spicy or not? It's pretty split. but generally most of you guys watching think that SRG's unexpected style of gameplay is going to be what they're doing to adapt to this new patch.
Question, who's the 28% who thought that just enhancing their usual type of rotation was part of it? Like, are they on the bit or are they not in on the bit?
Thank you very much for voting that one.
I mean, it is part of it.
I guess.
I mean, I was
You're doing
fooling around, but
that
28% of people believed me.
28% people believed you compared to the 26 who said the unconventional pick. 2% difference. How much sway do you have in these votes?
How is unconventional pick the lowest when we just saw 2 games of Bane goal lane as well?
They were probably like, I'm shocked in game number 1. Not so shocked in game number 2. They're
No
like,
way,
that's gross.
normal. Like, that's not unconventional at all.
And people were like, no way they pick Bane again, you know?
Well, we've got a lot to think about after this, but that's the end of week 2, day 2 right here. Thank you everyone for catching us on the English desk. We've got 3 more matches tomorrow to close out the week, so we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Kevin send River going top.
Akan kat top sana. Dia payman mid ah.
Slow ah. Aman.
They're going top fast ah.
Boleh Liam.
Oh, aman. Guys. Pas 3 minit. Gol dah jadi flash ya. Ya. Ni ada aku, tak apa, ada aku check je kan. Dia ada bawah. Ada kali bawah. Dekat flicker kali ya. Kali boleh. Ambil.
Nobody.
Boleh lah po. Jalan.
Boleh ke atas.
Angela di sana.
Atang. Mana Angela?
Agak Angela.
Mana tu? Alah, comennya kena. Kau lapu bang. Lapu dulu.
Lapu.
Aman.
Aman.
Tarik no damage shot. Aman sen ada heal. Let's go there. Apa ini? Apa ini? I go Angela, you guys go ni. Let's go there. Aku sini deh. Okay. Kanan tong set. Kanan dulu. Wait.
Oh wait.
You can recall. Nah.
Bisa sini.
Ya, bisa.
Gue cari 2 orang tuh.
Mati tu.
Kimi. Naik. Flicker ada orangnya
perang Maya. Guys, coba.
Barang dulu.
Jaga ke belakang guys.
Gue cek barang.
Flicker. Ulti gua 11 ya guys. Hati guys. Jaga ke belakang. Aku stun. Aman. Ada.
Di. Boleh. Slow chip.
Kelap.
Low. Mati.
Just spray.
Hero.
Agak.
I don't want to die.
Boleh. It's okay.
Sakit.
Pause main.
Simi Zaid. Almost combo set.